just that half an hour reminded me what it was like, and hopefully we get a good crowd tonight. Just the Melbourne part of football is still very much a tradition that I still enjoy.
One of the great rituals, one of the great privileges of being in this town.
Yep.
You're in for an experience tonight. It's always a good night when we have Dermott Brereton as part of our team. Hello to you, Dermott.
Hey, Gerard, how you going? G'day, Simo. I didn't expect anyone to open up with that. That's a great call. It is beautiful to go to the footy with your family.
Well, all your mates. And
I saw a couple on the way in.
Your mates or your
Johnny
family?
Platten, I saw on the way in. He was, because I've had my knee done, and we compared notes. And then Dipper walked up, and he said, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Platts? What's wrong with you, Derm?" And then he proceeded over the next 15 minutes to talk about himself. So things have not changed.
Was
in
that a
department.
Hawthorn thing back in the 80s? That seems to happen a
Dipper
bit.
talks about himself.
No, well, it's probably
an
more than
ever
Dipper. I didn't know whether to open with that or the fact I did my hamstring driving range trying to work on my one wood. So I'm over.
So you're righty or you're righty? Yeah.
I'm a lefty.
Lefty.
But,
So you're right hamstring.
No, my left hamstring.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know why I've divulged that, but yeah, doing your hamstring at the driving range probably tells me I've got a bit of work to do physically.
Going to play havoc with you when you're pulling the ball out of the cup.
But no, you're right. The MCG, there's just something about it, and people who you can take it for granted is what I felt today.
Yeah.
So just catching up with people and the passion for footy is still there.
It took my partner's boy to play senior footy for Essendon before I went to the footy with my partner, Julie.
Okay.
And we've been going out the best part of a decade. You don't realise you don't do it until something comes up that makes you do it. So, and then I got to take her late last year to a Hawthorn game, and she said, "This is the first time you've taken me to a Hawthorn game." So, and you know what? Loved it. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's got an innocence about it. Yep. Yeah, that you are one of. Because if you don't, we're like former players that turn up and you get treated a little bit special. But when you go with your partner, your family, you're one of the crowd. It's awesome.
No, it's
Love it.
Definitely something that's probably taken for granted with everyone in Victoria because it's not the same everywhere else in the country.
There you go. How much does a ticket cost to get in?
Well, I don't know, Derm. I played for 15 and coached for 12. So,
Dwayne?
$30.
He'd be a life member.
30?
39, isn't it?
And then if you
Gerard
go
wouldn't know.
into the all-ticketed game, you're paying an extra 75 to find a seat that's relatively ordinary.
Yep.
I asked that as if I knew. I didn't.
Dwayne Russell's been taking the temperature of the people and casting the pressure meter. Hello to you, Dwayne.
Yeah, great to be with you. At least your hamstrings, the least of your worries. You wouldn't even be here if that mattress hit you today.
I tell you, driving on the Monash with the mattress strapped to your roof with no roof racks.
Yep.
Is it illegal? That's what I'm trying
how many
to find
hockey
out.
straps were there?
There
must be an hockey.
two hockey
only
straps.
two hockey straps.
He wasn't
That's
far off with his arm out the window just to keep the extra bit of protection.
I've seen many a
as long
surfer
as-
hold their boards on with their arm.
Yeah, can you do it, Derm?
and two
You
hockey
know.
straps.
I think if you get pulled over, I think if you have it securely strapped, and that is according to the opinion of the officer who says it, I think it is legal. You don't have to have roof racks because you can have soft straps. Which
Simo reckons it was a Ford Fiesta, though.
It was a Ford. So if anyone who wasn't listening this morning, it was a Ford Fiesta, and it was a queen size mattress
if it
on
had
the
gone,
Monash. And and it was over 80k an hour, and the front of the mattress was flapping up. So it was like it was about to. It wouldn't surprise the whole car was going to get.
So if he went down a hill at pace, he might have got airborne.
Boy, you're too old, Simo, but do you remember the Flying Nun?
No.
Sally Field.
All right, yeah, Sally Field. She was the Flying Nun.
What was Bruce Dawes' nickname? What was he? The Flying Doormat.
She had the oversized hair.
It looked a little bit like
she
Bruce
would
Dawes.
fly through the air with her oversized.
I never thought I'd hear that tonight.
Flying Nun, Sally Field.
Who did the people decide was top of the pressure index?
I reckon Essendon, just by a tiny bit, because St Kilda, you could say they've been playing okay. You can say that they've, got a brighter future than what Essendon saw from their team and their, rebuild after rebuild after rebuild. So, I think there's a bit of what are we going to do next with the Essendon fans, whereas the St Kilda fans are on board. And there is, and that's same with me, I feel this way too. It's better to burn out than fade away. Like, it's better to do something and fail than actually have nothing really to look forward to as your crazy game plan. And
Is that real, though?
what?
Dwayne?
Better the burnout than the fail?
Because what happens after the burnout?
Yeah. So what's the difference, though? If St Kilda
the
try
difference
this and
is-
end up 14th,
yeah.
what's the difference between Essendon being 14th now anyway?
Well, it could be another 10 years is the difference.
Well, but wouldn't you still... It might be 10 years for Essendon too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
So St Kilda's at least gone and tried something.
they've tried something, yeah.
And they've both got the same salary cap.
Only
I'd
two
rather be
games too
paying...
for the Saints.
I'd rather be paying TDK and Nasai Wanganeen Malira overs because you've got to pay the salary cap than what some of the players are getting overpaid at Essendon at the moment with their output.
Yeah, interesting what happens in the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, you can't judge the Saints after 2 games, but they have declared themselves, so we've got to hold them account, don't
Yep.
we?
No.
So
Heard
Do
your
the
stance
Hawks
on it.
have the Hawks made a rod for other teams' backs? Given that they were 45 games ago, people were saying, "Oh, they're down for 10 years." They've actually scorched earth and Hawthorn, and they didn't really go and hunt big name recruits. Probably Tom Barras and Josh Battle are the 2 biggest they hunted. They got Jarman Impey, they got Carl Amon, and they built on the back of a rookie-listed player, Jai Newcomb. Did that make it difficult for other teams, or did other teams say, let's build from within and do it at our own pace with what we've been given in draft choices?
I think it's the hope. Like Hawthorn fans have hope. They might not win a flag in this resurrection. There's more hope at Richmond. I mean, the Richmond are in the same spot on the ladder as Essendon and the same spot as St Kilda. But you feel like you're going to the footy with more hope if you're a Richmond fan. And they've only won. So it's Richmond that went down all the way down to the bottom and bounced it back up.
It's one of the things we used to say at board level. We have to sell hope.
when was your last year on the board?
2005.
Yeah, the Hawthorn's interesting because up until this recent couple of finals wins, their last final win was 2015. So it hasn't been a quick rise.
No.
So,
They went down and flattened down.
Well, it's been a quick rise in comparison to how long Essendon's drought is.
Yeah, if we compare everyone to Essendon, it's a quick rise. That's the problem. So,
But what you're holding against him, though, is Sam Mitchell's presence and the rise.
And that's the other thing as well. Essendon was once upon a time a powerhouse. So we're old enough to remember when Essendon was one of the great clubs that you'd have faith in that would bounce.
Yeah, they
so
get
now
it done.
Hawthorn's gone straight past them. And wasn't Hawthorn supposed to be extinct? Weren't they supposed to merge with Melbourne? Like, Hawthorn's done pretty well.
I reckon they've done well, but I just don't think it's been quick. I mean, they're still not. They've made a prelim last year. They've won, I think, 3 finals since 2015. So that's 11 years or 10 years. So I think if you do it in 10 years, it's quick. Is that what we're saying?
I reckon Hawthorn was the slow decline.
Yeah.
And then a fast rise. They spent a lot of time going down, whereas
They
Richmond
thought
went
they could
straight
hold.
down and are going to attempt
Richmond.
a quick rise.
Yeah. Well, who's going to win a flag first,
and
Richmond
Essendon
or
have been
Hawthorn?
puttering along. And they might now be at rock bottom, which is the worst possible when you've just been puttering along forever.
Well, we went through this at West Coast. So 18 was the premiership year, and then 19 finals, 20 finals, and then after COVID, the bottom falls out. So how long will it take before the conversation around being competitive in finals takes, So it's coming up on, it's 26 now, so it's 8 years. So in 10 years, I suppose, in the modern game, is reasonably quick to go from being a premiership success, your era's done, and then how long does it take, and whatever metrics, whether it's a slow decline or a quick one, like how long is Richmond really away before we're talking about premierships?
But you need the premiership to justify the going
Well,
down.
that's the thing. You're spot on. So the conversation with Essendon is, well, what do we... The roller coasters, there's a few ups and downs, isn't there? Same with North as well.
Yeah, you can sell that to your fans. West Coast fans, you can sell it. Richmond fans, you can sell it. Hey, remember that flag poster you got on your wall?
Yeah, it's still
Remember
relevant.
when you went to the grand final with your kids?
Yeah.
Like you're talking about going with your family. They're memories that are there forever. There's a lot of Essendon fans who don't have any of those.
No, and not even a little bit.
So how do you sate the appetite of the St Kilda people then? Remember.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's why you've
It's
got to
got
buy
hard,
them
Tim.
some hope by buying
So
some
you got
players.
to...
Since
Each one has their own unique blueprint on the way they do it.
Essendon has no tradition like Hawthorn now has of success every decade, though, either. Hawthorn's won a premiership every decade for, 5 decades? So the expectations may be higher. Saints fans just want to be competitive, don't they? Again,
Well,
just
I
be
hope they want
relevant.
more than that.
Yeah, well, we all do.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice if everyone won a flag once every 18 years, but the Lions are hogging it.
Well, so when I was coaching back in the 14, 15, 16, the Gold Coast, there's an easy 2 wins. The Giants, there's a 10-goal win. It was just an easier platform because not every team had the same opportunity. Now every team has equal rights to be competitive, although there's some disruptions around the draft and the equalisation, all that sort of stuff. So it's just got, and then Tassie will come in. So it's going to be a challenge. Like, will Hawthorn win a flag in this decade, in the 20s?
Well, that's why you kind of have to be competitive to keep the recruiting drive going. So if you're Zach Butters, you're not considering Essendon, but you're going to consider Hawthorn.
Yep. That's a good
You're going to consider Geelong. So that also puts you in the firing line to get new guys in if you're at least competitive for finals.
I mean, let's not talk about Carlton.
Yeah, well, Carlton's had a good week because no one's talked about them and they've got a bye.
What do you reckon not getting talked about is good?
Well, I mean, no one went down to training and filmed them missing targets. So that could have put
that's
them...
been me. I've got to admit that I've been the one filming training.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been filming Carlton's training, of course.
But it's what it's proven. It's just there's the haves and the have-nots, and if you don't have the 6 or 7 top-end A-grade talent, it's become a very difficult position to be in, and that's what I mean. I'm quite sure Hawthorn's in that bracket term. Have they got 6 or 7 A plus?
Probably not. But what they do have is they're exuberant, and the kid Watson coming through, I think everybody would say his talent would be worthy of top 3 or 4 in any other team. So he's probably their shining star.
What Day as well?
Yeah, Will Day's a star, but he's almost unbankable at the moment because of his injury problems. The one thing I'd say about your call on the Hawks, so as great as Clarkson was for the club, he tried to put in a new core of senior players, but he tried to enlist them from other clubs, O'Meara and Tom Mitchell, and they were fantastic players, but they didn't become core players for Hawks who you could bank on. And so that's what Gerard was talking about. With a slow decline, it just stopped the decline going sharply. And that's why I feel it's a quick rebuild, because when Sam Mitchell got the job, he went, bang, you're gone, you're out.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
He's had 3 years there.
I don't think
I reckon it's a quick build under Sam when he's immediately gone. The likes of Connor Nash come in and given opportunities to other fellas. Every new coach comes in and says, you're my boy. Yeah. I'll back you. And I think it's been a quicker build than those would have suspected, given that they purged and let go quite a few.
Interesting. I took over from Woosha in 13, end of 13. And we got McGovern and Dom Sheed and Liam Duggan, some of these guys. But I inherited the list build. And I think Mitch has inherited at least half to 3/4 of the list. And he's then taken it and made it his own. Like, Day was there before Mitch got there. Mm-hmm. But he's grabbed that. So in terms of a rebuild, I sort of get the conversation. But I think
he was only ever going to be a flanker under Clarkson, though.
Oh, no. Days.
I don't think he'd ever played in the middle under Clarkson.
No, but he would have been 18, 19. Anyway, my theory on it is that the new coach comes in, and I came in and had these new ideas, I was connected to the young group, I was more modern, and they were desperate for it. And I think maybe the same happened with when Sam came in. Hey, guys, I've got all these ideas, and this is where we're mates and we're connected and unity. And by the way, you're my boy now, and all those type of things. But when you inherit some pretty good talent as well, I think that helps, as opposed to when you go to a club and you go, right, McQualter now, I didn't leave him. I didn't leave him as much as what Woosha left me. Put it that way.
Yeah, it's a great sentence you made then. I'm younger, I'm your mates, and I always felt you couldn't be mates with your pupils, with your players. Coach couldn't be with his charges. I always thought you had to have a barrier. As much as you showed them how much you loved them on occasion, you could not be mates with your players.
That's changed?
I don't know. I'm not in the rooms, and we say that we kind of know. You've got the best tap on that.
I think you never mates, but there's definitely, the invite to the wedding type of stuff and the knowing the wife and the kids and the respect around the family balance and all that sort of stuff, I think that's as strong as it's ever been. And the connection piece and what's our intangibles? Why are we different than the next club? We care more about.
Do you not feel that like Dennis was like that all?
No.
Jesus, Yabby was. Jeansy knew your partner's name. He knew your. Well, basically, he did everything in the club that they do. Half a dozen people. Now he knew everything. He knew your finances.
I played
He knew your record as well. Actually, as the chief of police, wasn't he?
Your real record.
No, different. No,
Yeah,
Dennis.
right.
I want to prove Dennis wrong because I'm not a soft cock. I'm going to prove him wrong. I don't know if that was PG rated or not, Gerard. We've gone there twice.
First time at 6:18 that's ever been mentioned on SEN. But anyway, we'll cut it out when we're lucky we're not live.
Sorry, boys. But there was a I'm going to prove you wrong element with Dennis. And we would all complain about
So you're playing in spite of him?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Wow.
I'm going to knock myself out to prove him wrong. That's what I thought. When I was on the bench, if I come on, I'm just going to run back with the flight and hopefully I can knock myself out.
That's so unusual because there were times we looked at Jeansy and thought, he is the hardest man on earth. I hate how he behaves to us. But by God, I respect him so much. Yeah. I love him.
Yeah, the love, I wouldn't say the L word, but there was respect there. Yeah, you want, and when you look back on it now, I'm older, it's like I got it. I know, I knew what he did to motivate. We were more soldiers than relationships. So the modern game, though, and I think Dimmer probably brought it in about the hero, the heart, and all this type of stuff about connecting with the relationships. I tried to do that with West Coast, and I got no doubt Mitch, he was there for a few years as well, and I think he's really connected with his players type of guy that they play for him instead of in spite of him. So, and every coach is different. I've seen Ross, Michael Voss as well. I wouldn't say he's mates with everyone, but I think there's a genuine appreciation for who he is as well. So, yeah, every coach is different.
For someone like Vossi, does it help that he was that fearless player that when he asked them to do something, they go, well, that's coming from a place of reality? Or do they not recall that?
I don't know, a bit of both. There's some players who've got no idea about all of us.
Yeah.
No idea.
Well, even Vossi. They'd have an idea about Sam, wouldn't they, Mitchell? But not Vossi.
You know, Sam's different. Sam imposes himself. Sam
he injects his record into the conversation, doesn't he?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I think
this guy, every time he's on radio, he gets introduced as five times.
Yeah.
I'm not introducing it into the conversation. You do that.
I think
people think that's your name.
Don't stop, by the way.
Five-time Brereton.
Sam's a bit more relatable than perhaps we are. Even myself, I'm 50 now. You know, what's Sam in his mid to late 30s?
Yeah.
When I went to West Coast, I was 38, and I'd played against at least half the list. I played when I was 33. So there's this connection piece that you get in a locker room, Derm, that's different than when you're the father figure. So Clarko ended up being the father figure, and I think Sam's more, hey, we played against each other a while ago, and we can relate a bit more about the modern game, and that's what I think he leans into.
We're off to a great start. We could end up anywhere tonight.
Yeah.
Anywhere, Dwayne.
So, well, you got
a game on tonight?
Some complete opposites in some respects as well between these two, and it's nice that they're going to disagree on a regular basis on a Thursday night.
We've just sort of had a 14-goal first quarter. You don't want to go anywhere.
No, and the guy that probably should have had his finger on the dump buttons just brought us coffee. He didn't even realise
he wouldn't have. He'd have had it on for me, not him.
All right, we're going to touch base with both camps here. The Sydney Swans and Hawthorn. We're at the MCG for Thursday night footy, and this is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation. Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
On the Eastern Freeway, we have some debris on the road outbound at the Springvale Road exit in the right-hand turning lane. And we do have a truck that's broken down in Ringwood East at Belford Road. We're closed northbound. The Westgate Freeway's banked up inbound from Todd Road through to the Burnley Tunnel. Get healthy care at 40% off EDLP right now at Chemist Warehouse. Be quick, 1 week only. Sale ends March 25, Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
2025 Platinum Winning Dealer of the Year for sales and service is Werribee Isuzu Ute. Their 2025 plate clearance sale is on now with fantastic ready-to-drive-away deals, but hurry, stock is limited. And if you're looking for pre-owned vehicles, they have you covered with over 80 pre-owned vehicles in stock, all priced to sell. Don't miss Werribee Isuzu Ute's 2025 plate clearance sale on now. Visit Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
Footy's in full swing and BWS is here with kind of a big deal. This week a bottle of Grant Bird's non-vintage sparkling is just $19. Save $8. Only at BWS, the official liquor retailer of the AFL. And Sunday while stocks last, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
This is Ben Reid. With uncertainty in the real estate market, one thing's for sure. Now's not the time to cut corners. Get it right from the start. Talk to an Ian Reid vendor advocate first. It's our expert advice and experience that will guide you through the right steps to a successful sale. It's all set out in our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed. Download your copy now at ianreid.com.au or call 9430 0000.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Sell your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Some people say there's more to life than drinks. McCafe's response to that was to make even more delicious new drinks. McCafe, there's a drink for that. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Experience extraordinary this 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season. Medallion Club unlocks ultimate access to the biggest games of the season, including Anzac Day and even the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Get the best of Marvel Stadium and the MCG with exclusive access to restaurants and bars, including Stoke Grill and award-winning Lee Ho Fook. Become a member today. Search Medallion Club to find out more. Feel the Medallion Club difference.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Hawks and Swans tonight. The Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse with Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton. John Donohoe is down on the boundary for us with Sydney Swans assistant coach Ben Matthews. Donners.
Ben Matthews, welcome to AFL Nation. You're back on the MCG, a perfect start to the season. How close was Isaac Heaney? Errol Goulden's out for 4 months. How close was he time?
Yeah, reasonably close, but not worth the risk. 5-day break, really minor end of the hammies that you can get. So no risk policy at this time of year. We've got a bye next week as well. So not discounting Hawthorn and the significance of this game, but it wasn't worth that sort of risk with one of our very good players.
Ben, Dermott Brereton here. Hey, we look at those three main runners in the midfield for you with Chad, Isaac and Errol. If one of them's missing, it makes it tougher to win. If two of the three are missing, it's really, really difficult. How do you plan to overcome that tonight?
Yeah, look, we're not. It's not lost on us, Derm, that their significance to our team. It's obviously their run, but it's their ball use as well. They're strong around the contest and they make great decisions. That's why they're sort of in the top echelon of players in the comp. We plan on using, James Jordan through the midfield a little bit more. Tom Papley's one that has had 3 matches under his belt now. And I'm copping a bit from Haim here, but we'll use Tommy Papley. He's played 3 games now under his belt, so he can spend some midfield time as well as shoot forward. And the other one that isn't lost on our team and the significance in our team is Justin McInerney. He's really stepped up through the pre-season and the first 2 rounds. So Juzzy spends a fair bit of time midfield regardless, but he'll spend probably a little bit more now.
I want to ask about the synergy between Charlie Curnow and Joel Amati. Seems to have got off on a good foot. What have you seen develop between the two of them?
Yeah, they've built some really, really good chemistry for 2 bigs throughout the pre-season. Just their positioning as talls on either side of the ground, trying not to run into each other's space, trying to create that separation from each other to not allow their opponents to come and influence the contest. And that's a really, really big thing for us, especially on a smallish ground like the MCG. And you know it well, Derm, that you can run into each other. You can invite your man across to become third man in and intercept mark. So their ability to separate, create space for themselves and each other has been pleasing. Jeremy Laidler, our forwards coach, has done a hell of a lot of work on that over the course of the pre-season. And thankfully we had both of them, as well as Logan McDonald and Hayden McLean, training pretty consistently. And that's everything. I mean, if two of those guys miss a chunk of pre-season, they don't get that time on the park together, and that was beneficial to have them out there.
Which is the smarter of the two that actually has to draw away more often than the other one wants to go?
Charlie's a bit of a free spirit. I think we know that. So he's a roamer. Joel's a really smart footballer. He's actually a really smart
kid.
guy. Yeah, really smart guy, and he kind of gets and understands, Charlie's great strength is being able to roam and move around the field and probably get his opponent off the bit a little. So he's been really clever in allowing that, but then dropping in maybe a little bit deeper at times and holding his space, and that's allowed him to, take marks in our forward 50, which has been great for us.
Ben, it's Adam Simpson here. Congratulations on a 2-0 start to the season. The quick question I've got is the second half last week. So we all have sort of lauded the fact that you guys have changed slightly your ball movement and your speed off the back half and your transition game. But talk us through the second half and how you reviewed what Brisbane did and what potentially you may need to do moving forward.
Yeah, well, I think the first part, Simo, was we lost a little bit of control around the clearance and the contest. I think it might have been 13-2 clearance in the third quarter especially. So we lost a bit of control there, which meant we were coming out of our back half a fair bit more. And to Brisbane's credit, they were a little bit tighter. They took away space. They squeezed the ground in from behind a little bit better to not allow Blakey and Bice and Mills to be able to, instantaneously almost slingshot off that half-back line. So credit to them. And the other part is we probably recognise that. We may have held ourselves up a little bit at times, but we also got some really good practice in going, down the line, long down the line, which is, what good teams do more often than not. They force you long down the line, and it's something certainly we aim to do defensively. Brisbane tightened up that aspect in the second half. So it gave us some good practice at that. I'm sure with Hawthorn's system, they're really sound defensively and in transition. We'll get a little bit more tonight. Notwithstanding, we know we've got some strengths that we do want to be able to challenge the opposition with our run.
And what is the main issue you see with Hawthorn tonight? There's normally, 95% you worry about yourself, but what's the one thing looking from afar that we're going to be looking at tonight that you want to take away?
Yeah, looking from afar, I mean, how well they're back, sort of 6 or 7 set up and intercept the ball. And once they win the ball, they're not easy to get it off. They're high time in possession. So the first thing is not allowing Sicily Barras, Battle and Scrimshaw and the like to intercept our entry or our ball coming out of back half. Our forwards have got a really big job to get it to ground at the very least, and allow our smalls to execute their roles at ground level. So that'll be a defining factor in the game.
Does that include the way you move the ball? Do you need to change angles a little bit more, or deeper entries, or is it more based on the forwards?
No, it's absolutely based on everyone. We don't want to, potentially kick to a contest as much because they're very good at supporting in the air. So absolutely change angles. If we can run and get some overlap and penetrate the ball a little bit deeper into the back of the bubble, that'd be nice. So we'll see how we go.
Penny, Hawthorn moved the ball beautifully out of the back line as you're describing once they get hold of it. Did you go to your scouting do more on the Giants game, the way they played against them, than what you could get out of last week's game against Essendon?
I looked at both, Derm. I was able to go out and watch the Giants game, and on that day, certainly in the first half, the Giants did a terrific job in and around clearance, in and around the contest, being able to go forward, and whether it was the weather, it was a damn humid night or afternoon that afternoon in Sydney, and or for whatever reason. The Hawks didn't quite get that battle done in the midfield, so...
but they couldn't move the ball.
They couldn't move the ball. Giants did a terrific job setting up, and the Giants played a little bit differently. They're a fairly close reference, and if you stop moving and they get set on you, it's hard to move the ball, so... Absolutely, we took a little bit out of that. They also scored at about 60 or 70% per entry in the first half, so they didn't have to move the ball too far when they were going from clearance to score.
So tell us the one difference between, they're both, Horse got less hair, and we all know that, but between Dean and John, what have you noticed? Going from assistant coach to senior coach is one thing, but what is the one single thing that you see different from the two coaching philosophies?
I think with Coxie, Horse was a brilliant coach and got the very, very best out of this group for a long, long time. He was really defensively minded and really sound with the fundamentals of the game. Contest and defence really drove him. I feel like, just with Coxie's energy and his personality, he wants to bring a little bit more, not razzmatazz, but excitement, to our game style and really challenge the opposition. Not just with our ball movement, but with our overall game style. He wants to derive great energy from how we defend or how we hopefully win contest, and then really challenge opposition and not let them, set themselves. So I've noticed that. He wants to bring an excitement to the group. He wants their personalities to shine, and that's nothing that Horse didn't want to do, but I suppose I think he speaks about it. He openly expresses that to the players, just probably a little bit more.
They're great insights, Ben. Just as you leave us, the 5-day break and travel, is that about as challenging as a preparation gets?
Look, if you had said we were travelling to Perth, I'd say absolutely, but we're pretty well conditioned to coming down to Melbourne. It's an hour flight. There's no excuses for us. No, we feel like we've got a pretty good system in coming down to Melbourne. We stay at the Pullman across the road. A lot of the guys walk over here. We were lucky enough to do a captain's run on the G yesterday, and I think that's a pretty good preparation. And the fact that the boys have had all day today to relax and play a bit of table tennis and muck around and go and get a coffee has been pretty good prep. So apart from the 5 days that is a little shorter, I think the Hawks have come off 2 sixes, so there's no excuses for us.
Terrific, Ben. Great to have you with us. Good luck for tonight.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Ben.
Ben Matthews, assistant coach at the Sydney Swans. Bit of razzmatazz.
Well,
use that with
Dean was. I had my first year was his last year. He was on 292 games, 7 All-Australians, and the debate today earlier about who's the best ruckman in the generations we've had. He should have been in the discussion, and he was getting heavy. It was on the back. He was on the back 9. His body was letting him down a little bit. So. After my first year, his last year, and that sort of ended, and he became the ruck coach for the next season. And then the season after did the midfield. I've never come across a coach who was that confident we're going to smash the opposition. He'd go, we're going to win by 10 goals today. I go, listen, that's great. Like I love the enthusiasm, but let's not declare this in the warm-up before the game. Like he had such optimism. Like it was, when I got there, they didn't do any work on the centre bounce. It was just like, we've got Cox and Nui. Where do you want it? And I'd go, well, let's work on some strategies. He's like, what do you mean? What's his strategy stuff? They're not even there. They're invisible. So he his optimism is infectious, and he slaps his hands together, and he's a big fella, and he gets everyone in that mode of, yeah, you're right, we can dominate today. We are going to win by 10 goals. So I loved it, and clearly that's because Horse is not that. Horse is the opposite.
He'll worry what?
Well, we've seen that receding hairline just keep itching back and back over the years. So Horse is different, and Horse, he was the whipping boy, wasn't he? Coxie in the box.
Yeah,
so I can see Coxie going, he'd be celebrating. I reckon Horse is going, don't you celebrate, I could just see that happening in the box. And I think the players going from an assistant coach to senior coach it's different, isn't it?
Was it what the players might have needed?
I reckon it's probably allowed Dean to express himself with no risk of ramification. So I can only imagine what he's saying to the players now that he came in late last year, because Horse was a pretty late exit. So he's had a full pre-season. I reckon now he's got a team he can be confident with, because you've got to have the cattle. You can't just declare you're going to. So I can see him not having that fear of failure. And when you see that in a coach, you just walk a bit taller, don't you? So I think that's what he's instilled, as much as the game plan and all that.
Unless you think you know a lot about the game, because there are those who look at the coach and go, he knows so much more than me, and he's really confident.
He thinks we're going to win by 10 goals. Well, let's
what
do
does
that.
he see that I don't?
Yeah. So I think that's probably the difference. That's me guessing a little bit. But what I saw of him as a player and as a coach, he was so confident every week.
Love it.
What I loved. It was really good.
The complexities in personalities in one team, and it just, when you were saying that about the difference between the two, we would sit around in the day and you'd have a heart-to-heart, you'd have the little powwow, and the coach would point to each individual player, and they'd point to Gary Ayres, and he'd say, we need to win the ball at the contest, we need to move it better. And they'd point to Chris Langford, and he'd say, yes, well, we need to defend much better, and we need to run to space. And they'd get to Dipper or myself, and I'd say, yeah, well, I'd like it in play-on mode and whatever. And they get to Andy Collins, and his solution was, just bash him. Well, what else, Collo? Nothing, just bash him.
Well, you need that. Well, the other one is Sam Mitchell. So he was with I don't know if he was with Dean, but he was with us for 17 as a player, 18 as a coach. And his attitude is, we're the smartest guys in the room. Like, we've upskilled you. You're in front of the game. And if you can teach your players that you're just a bit sharper about the modern game, and we've got you covered. No worries. You do you, but we've got you. He's got that, hasn't he? When you look at him the way he talks,
he's
like,
confident.
Yeah, he's confident. Just ask him. So there's parts of Mitch that you love too, because he gives you the I've skilled you up to the point where we've got Sydney covered, guys. They don't even know what we're going to do, and we're not going to let them know.
They listen to Jack Ginnivan's website.
Yeah, but Guinea, just stop telling everyone what we're doing. So yeah, the minutiae of the coaching.
Is that your forward scouting? Listen to Jack Ginnivan's webcast.
Well, I do. I would. Absolutely. Whatever it takes. So there's the assistant coach that's been a playing legend, which these two have been, haven't they? They're Hall of Famers. Yeah. They go into the senior role. I don't think much changes. I think it just doubled down on their personalities.
Love it. Adam Simpson with Dermott Brereton tonight. This is the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation's Spec Right pre-oiled Merbu decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
On the Eastern Freeway, we have some debris on the road outbound at the Springvale Road exit in the right-hand turning lane. And we do have a truck that's broken down in Ringwood East at Belford Road. We're closed northbound. The Westgate Freeway's banked up inbound from Todd Road through to the Burnley Tunnel. Get healthy care at 40% off ED/LP right now at Chemist Warehouse. Be quick, 1 week only. Sale ends March 25, Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season, with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Woody in the morning, Woody in the evening, Woody at any time. Now I get my Woodies thanks to AMI.
If
If you can't get a good erection or you have premature problems, call the doctors at AMI. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call the doctors at AMI on 1800 10 1080 for a free consultation.
Oh, don't forget to scan.
Your Everyday Rewards card has been added.
Let me see you scan that. Let me see you see me scanning that. Let me see your points go up and up. Let me see you vibing, please don't stop. Let me see you earn more on your shop. Let me see you see me see him see us scanning that. Everyday Rewards. Let me see you scan that.
Footy's in full swing and BWS is here with kind of a big deal. This week a bottle of Grant Burge non-vintage sparkling is just $19. Save $8. Only at BWS, the official liquor retailer of the AFL. And Sunday while stocks last, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Adams Pest Control. At Adams Pest Control, we know how important a pest-free environment is to your business. Our remote monitoring service is the future of pest control, using world-leading technology to track and monitor pest activity on your site all day, all night, all year round. Stay one step ahead with a solution tailored to your needs. For effective long-term pest control, remember Adams Pest Control. Find out more at adamspestcontrol.com.au.
Dreaming of lower energy bills? Wake up to Crowell's Electrical and Solar. The all-new Dyna Signy all-in-one battery and inverter solar system is here. It's sleek, safe, takes up bugger all space with the best monitoring app. Even better, Crowell's can add the Dyna Signy to whatever compliant solar system you've already got, and they'll never stop caring about it. For 14 years, Crowell's has offered annual servicing, ongoing maintenance, and their own techs perform every installation, not subbies. Visit crowellselectrical.com.
REC 22623.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
Pre-game nerves? Post-game bragging rights? Get to Kingpin wearing your team's colours on game day and get a free upgrade from schooner to pint of Hans Super Dry. T's and C's apply. Please drink responsibly. Established at Crown Complex and now open on Collins Street. Escape ordinary at Kingpin.
Be rewarded for running your business with Qantas Business Rewards. Access exclusive savings plus earn Qantas points on flights, hotels, bills and more. Then use your points to offset travel and business costs. Join free by 31 March. Search Qantas Business Rewards. T's and C's apply.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature. And remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
The Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation to Thursday night footy. The Swans are out going through their warm-ups. We'll see the Hawks soon enough. Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson are in place. The teams have just landed for the rest of the round, so let's just pick our way through those as a starting point. Isaac Rankin, we know, is returning for Adelaide tomorrow night, and Toby Murray, who played as the second ruckman, has been managed to make way. Croft returns for the Bulldogs, and Lewis, who filled that role last week when Croft was injured, he makes way. So those are pretty rudimentary changes for the match of the round.
Well, yeah, didn't matter who came in as your 23rd choice, and Isaac was going to... Yeah. It was just pushed in right at the top, and they all squeezed down one more, and one pops out the other end.
Well, the Lewis one's interesting, Gerard, because he pinched hit in the ruck when they wanted to keep Darcy forward. So English would go off, and it was like, okay, do I want to stay forward or just put Lewis in the ruck? And so will Croft do that? That's probably... I thought it was pretty strategic. So
yes.
He'll have to do that at a pinch.
I think they thought at the start of the year that Croft was going to be capable of that, but from what I've seen so far in the practice match and that game one, and he's still only young, but against 100+ kilo men, he looks a little fragile.
Croft.
Yeah, Croft. Yeah. He looks a little fragile to do that with.
It's almost the biggest advantage I can see with the Bulldogs, with all the things they've got. When they've got a 207 centimetre ruckman and a 209 centimetre forward that pinches it in the ruck, it's a significant, and they both can jump. That's an advantage. And if you want to keep him forward, you've got to have someone like a Croft or a Lewis who jumps in the ruck for 5 minutes. So, yeah, that's interesting to see what they do, because rotations are really... Everyone's exploring this fifth man on the bench at the moment. What are we doing with this fifth man? Is it an extra ruck? Is it a Papali first 20 minutes on the bench? So it hasn't settled yet.
So, Gerard, it's a conversation to be thrashed out a little bit later. But if you can, there is distinct advantage to have your second ruckman taking over the game against their weaker second ruckman. So, therefore, do you play two ruckmen to get the advantage for that 10 minutes, 8 minutes per quarter at the back end of a quarter when it really matters? It's food for thought as we move into the season.
And tonight's a good example of it with Hawthorn playing their two ruckmen and Grundy, who's probably looked the best under the new rules.
Yeah, well, he loves rucking until he can't ruck anymore, but how long does that last? Yeah.
He didn't ruck in the first game, did he, Reeves?
No, they brought him in after the Giants.
So there's a classic example of, okay, well, let's see what we can do with these two rucks. And they're doing it because they've got two rucks, and Meek, I still don't know if he's suited to the new
rule,
jumping rule.
He got jumped over last week.
Well, Grundy's the one who's, for me, he's relished in it the most. I feel like he's the one who's got the craft around jumping. Isn't just run straight and jump. It's change angles jump. It's jump off your opposite leg. It's use your opposite hand. And he seems to be doing it a little bit.
Yes, I feel he's been exploited by the big, heavy 105, 110 kilo ruckman at boundary line throw-ins.
Okay. Well, what's more important, I suppose. But it'll be interesting what Grundy does this year. He started the year well, and that started pre-season. He was dominant pre-season, and he started the year reasonably well. But we'll find out a bit more tonight.
Saturday's changes for Richmond: 4 ins: Floston, Prestia, Lafau, and Brown. Out Mansell with the wrist, foul's been suspended. Gibcus has been omitted and Gray has been omitted. So Gibcus signed a new contract during the week and dropped from the team.
Don't mind that, though. That just shows you're all on equal terms. Once we've signed you, you do your contract, excellent, but you're all equal. Yeah. And we look at you on the game you last played. So I think that creates an environment to say, not on notice, but you perform and you get the rewards. Other than that, you're the same as everyone else.
Still very dependent on their senior players, I think.
Absolutely.
So Vlosten and Prestia coming in can only help. What is desperate in a rebuild is your 8 to 9 senior players you've kept are playing. Because when they're not out there, you're in a bit of strife. Yeah. Trust me.
I've got one for you, Simo.
Yeah?
You told us before. Can I reveal how you went at golf? When I saw you down at our course, you're off.
It wasn't
15
a good day.
or 16.
I don't know where this has come from.
After 9 holes, you were 3 points.
It was really windy.
So when you stood up on the tee, did you have any idea where they were going?
That's a good question. I don't know why you've asked it though, Dale.
The reason I've asked it because I saw a boy.
Clearly no.
The boy I saw last week who's suspended, Jonty Fall, is like he's on the first tee and there's a wind blowing across to a slicer's side and he thinks, don't slice. He had no idea how to set, shot, kick at goal.
No, I was a bit more like Lynchy. Proven, but just had a bad night.
Distance.
I just had a bad night.
Miss from distance.
10 shots and got 2 of them.
That poor boy has zero idea. Okay. Get Disco down there to show him because he has no clue.
Jared, we've digressed a little.
Sorry, mate.
Gold Coast changes. Ballard's back from the knee reconstruction, so he's had the 2 to prepare himself, and he comes in. And Humphrey is back. Adams and Farah have been omitted.
It's a good mini test, isn't it?
Yep.
For Gold Coast. If they're the real deal, they just come and do their job this weekend and have their way with Richmond.
They get it done. Giants
are unchanged. And St Kilda, Marshall comes back with Stocker. McRae misses with a knee. Keeler's been omitted, and that means Filippo and Ryan are both got through at least to be selected.
Giants no change is interesting for
it's a worry.
It says that they're threadbare already.
Yeah, and we thought two players got knocked out last week in that big contest. They both come back on the ground, which is a miracle. But the worry is they're still missing so many players. I mean, the good thing is they're not missing any more. But interesting to see how they go. And the Saints, for me, this is a pretty big game. I know we spoke about Essendon before, Dwayne, but I just think this game, if they don't win this one, who have the Saints got after this game? I'm pretty sure
it doesn't get much easier for the Saints. They could be 0-5 the way that I would look.
Brisbane Lions, isn't it?
Got the Lions. So, I think for all the Saints supporters out there who've got tremendous faith in what the Saints are doing and they'd rather have a swing than not. It's a big game.
They got to pinch it every time you lose to a lower team. You got to pinch a big scalp somewhere to sort of even it up. So they're going to have to get a big scalp at some stage. Whether it's the
Giants a big scalp.
Well, I think the Giants up there is good enough. They beat Hawthorn up there.
Yep.
So I think that's big enough, even though the Giants have got a few out. So just looking at the Giants' emergencies: Leake, Hannaford, and Stone. So you get smashed last week. You make no changes. Maybe it does say that they're struggling for depth, and this is the one that maybe the Saints should win, given. The Lions get a few back next week.
I feel they should beat the Giants, and I reckon Hawthorn will get through to round 23, 24, whatever it is at the end of the year, and they'll say, we're -1. We got ambushed. We didn't prepare right.
Early that you don't want to get into the year and go, if I only had won that round, that opening round.
Well, it might be the difference between 4 and 5.
Yep. Absolutely.
Fremantle and Melbourne. Scary comes in for the Dockers, and Hayden Young has a hamstring injury, so they were saying
kid, Scary?
1 to 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay, small forward, yeah?
Yep.
Right.
This Young's an interesting one, isn't he? Like, what to do. They haven't got that right. All reports, he went into the game with some awareness, which, doesn't reflect well on either the medical staff or the decision makers about, do we take this guy over to Geelong and take a bit of a risk? And it clearly hasn't paid off. And that's become a real issue now, Gerard, because he's missing every second game on average in the last 2 years.
And Ryan can't get a game, which has been the other curiosity at the start of the year.
Has he been All-Australian, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yes.
He has, yeah. Which,
twice.
Yeah, well, I had him in the top 7, Ryan, so he must have done something wrong.
Oscar McDonald.
And then the squads for Sunday for Port Adelaide. So Jones is injured and Lord's been omitted. The Bombers have named Kako into the extended squad. West Coast and North. Cole's been omitted for West Coast. They brought a few in, including Baker, who looks like he'll play. And North, I would guess, are going to be unchanged, given that it's Coleman, Jones, Banch and Hansen who have been named. So those are our 7 games for round 2. We are at the MCG. The Hawks and the Swans are both unchanged. So the emergency is not required. The changes were well declared on the way in, and they do have a big impact on the clash. We'll head into the Hawks camp next, and then Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton will set you up for it. This has been the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Site ready, site go. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Just got a collision being cleared in South Morang on George Road, heading west at Plenty Road. And we've got a burst water main at Patterson Lakes, McLeod Road. It's closed in both directions between the Nepean Highway and the Mornington Peninsula Freeway. Hurry, the Audi Open House Demonstrator Solar Event must end March 31. Secure generous contributions across a wide range of models at your preferred Audi dealer. T's and C's apply. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season, with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Here's Loan Market's fresh analysis of what this week's RBA decision to increase the cash rate means for you.
The RBA has increased the cash rate for the second time in 2026. If you have pre-approval, chat with your broker to discuss how this could impact you. If you have a variable rate loan, it is likely your repayments will increase. It is a good time to get your broker to compare your loan to see if you could be on a better deal.
For all things lending, contact a Loan Market broker. Loan Market. Make it yours.
Australian credit licence 390222.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the perfect protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. They're perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, keeping your seats safe from spills, mud and everyday mess. They're easy to clean, super comfy to sit on, and they look the part too. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping across Australia and thousands of 5-star reviews, it's no wonder four-wheel drive owners everywhere are choosing Razorback. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
I've been waiting so patiently. I've dropped hints walking past jewellery stores, but he gets a bit dazed like a deer in the headlights. So now I've found the best way for it. The Diamond Guys. They help blokes pick a diamond ring while they drink beer. They sit down, talk footy, talk diamonds, and it's all in a one-on-one consultation. So it just works.
The Diamond Guys, the place where you do want your partner to drink a beer.
When an inspector walks on site, will they find safety or shortcuts? The WorkSafe Construction Pocket Guide helps you nail the basics. Scaffolds, trenches, manual handling, crystalline silica and more. It's packed with clear checklists to help you meet your obligations on site. If you haven't read it, you're not inspection ready. Don't wait to be caught out. Search WorkSafe Victoria Construction Pocket Guide.
Win 1 million Qantas points. Simply join Qantas Business Rewards free by 31 March and make an eligible booking or spend to enter. Search Qantas Business Rewards. Permit number NSWNTP/15424 SET25/2330 T's and C's apply.
You've got a sore shoulder from yesterday, but those disc brakes won't fix themselves. You need pain relief from muscle and joint injuries. Celebrex Relief works hard because you do. Celebrex Relief. Ask your pharmacist about this product. Incorrect use could be harmful.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Aussie Summer of Sport is here, and NAB customers, you're about to score some surprisingly good savings. Switch your home internet to Mate today and save $300 in your first year thanks to NAB goodies. That's a massive $30 off every month for 6 months, then $20 off ongoing. Head to letsbemates.com.au/NAB right now.
$300 savings based on a connected NBN plan or an eligible Mate service in the first 12 months. $30 saving for 6 months, then $20 ongoing. New Mate internet customers who sign up and pay with a NAB card. Full T's and C's at letsbemates.com.au.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter.
Terms and conditions apply.
PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Thursday night footy at the MCG. It's Hawthorn and the Sydney Swans. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Gerard Whateley, Dwayne Russell, Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson, your broadcast team for tonight. The Hawks are 1-1. The Swans are 2-0. Sydney missing 2 of their big guns. Heaney with the hamstring awareness didn't make the trip on the 5-day break, and Goulden has had surgery and is out for 4 months. Our pre-game show for Before You Dig, Before Every Job. Search Before You Dig online every time. In a few moments, we're going to head into the Hawthorn camp to touch base with Adrian Hickmott. So just as we wait, just maybe a thought or two before we delve into the full preview on the other side of this interview. What's your overriding thought coming here tonight, Dermott?
Well, I felt that had they had the full complement of those 3 stars, I probably would have been leaning towards Sydney Swans, because I felt Hawthorn haven't defended all that well, and I couldn't get a read on how well the defence was going last week against Essendon. They just fell apart so drastically. So I wanted a bankable game to base this one on, and Sydney have been, both outings have been very bankable. But then you look at them without one of those 3, it's a tough ask for them. Without 2 of them, it's nearly been impossible over the last couple of years to chalk up a 4-pointer. So you've got a team which I don't think has hit their straps in Hawthorn in terms of defending at the moment, up against a team which is playing very well but without 2 stars. So I think it's a really even line ball, and maybe just the home ground advantage separates them. That and Sydney have always battled against big monster forwards. Hawthorn's best forward is not a monster forward, it's Jack Gunston, who's playing very well, but they've got two other monster forwards who are over 200 centimetres, and that'll occupy the two big Sydney key backs, which means that somebody who is going to suit Jack Gunston will have to play last line of defence, because he will take them to the goal square more regularly than not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers a little bit, Derm, and the numbers, they're a bit skew with what happened last week.
It's hard to work out.
It is, and Hawthorn kicked 6 goals, 5 from back half turnovers. Right, just that little area between the 50 and the centre circle. They kicked 11 shots, and Sydney, they had the same amount of shots from their back half as well. So we could get the old Melbourne St Kilda shootout. Let's see how we go. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think there's some evolution with both these coaches about, okay, why did we get beaten in round one if you're Hawthorn? And if you're Sydney, what happened in that second half? Why did we get outworked with Brisbane's system? And you start to read into a few things. You play your way, but yeah, I haven't quite got a read on both these sides. I think there's a vulnerable underbelly on both of them just yet. Sydney, it's its contest. If they don't win the contest, they get ahead of the play slightly, Doom, without being too disrespectful. They bank on winning the ball, and when they don't, they look pretty vulnerable the other way. And that's what happened with the Blues in the first half in the opening round. And Hawthorn, when you took away their ball movement, they stopped. And we mentioned this offline a little bit earlier. So, yeah, it's a fascinating game. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's going to be some momentum shifts tonight that we'll see some really good adjustments with.
All right, Adrian Hickmott's just passing down below us, so he's at
he's on a
45 seconds away.
He was one of my assistant coaches for a good 10 years, and he's a unique individual. He's a fixer, which I don't know if we'll get a chance to ask him, but he would take
what
on
do
the
you mean a fixer?
Well, we'd have everyone gets 5 or 6 players to mentor, and we'd give the hardest ones to him. He had Liam Ryan for 10 years, and Liam lost his licence 5 times in those 10 years. So he's forever picking him up, dropping him off at home, and they'd have their chats. It was a 40-minute drive. So he would go above and beyond all my coaches.
He was a hell player, wasn't he? He just back into packs. Yeah. And so does he like that? Does he like taking on the hard
Keeps
note?
it simple, but he's complex at the same time. His ability to get the best out of people through different... Like, you're brushing your teeth with your left hand for the next month. That's what you're doing. He did that. We're doing 100 push-ups a day. We're doing things that, he'd have whiteboard sessions and all these type of things that were very unique. So I'm looking forward to talking to him.
All right, he's with us. Adrian Hickmott is down with John Donoghue.
Thanks, Jared. Adrian Hickmott is with me, Hawks assistant coach. Found some form last week against the Bombers and a really good opportunity against a formidable opponent tonight.
Yeah, it is. Our performance against GWS wasn't up to standard, and we got to work during the week, trained as we should with effort, kept our standards high, and had a good hit out on the weekend against SEN, produced what we thought, with work rate and working to contest can help us get over the line.
Hick, it's Adam Simpson here, mate. I haven't spoken to you for a little while, but congratulations on last week. And what was your biggest learnings after that Giants game? Was it the opposition, or was it more you guys the following week? Do you feel like you guys really stepped up in some areas, or was it more the opposition wasn't quite where you thought it might be?
Yeah, g'day, Simo.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, well, thanks. We look, our work rate and effort we thought was down against GWS, and just to get to contest has helped support the contest. Work rate to get there wasn't to the standard that was required by us, and we looked through that during the week. We show vision, and then from that we train it, and then it comes along the next week, which is really good.
And what about your role at the club? And my experience with you is, and I was just talking to the guys on air before about your role and how important you were with some of the problem childs we had, in particular Liam Ryan, and the specialist coaching you did and the unique nature you went about it. What's your role at the moment at the Hawks? Yeah,
so forward line coach of forwards, and amongst the young forwards there's some good characters in there, some exciting characters, as we know, and young Wizard and Jack Ginnivan, they're all beautiful young kids, so that's my role to get them to play the best football they can. So you've always been, I think, slightly in front of the coaching game when it comes to these types of players. What have you seen differently with a young Wizard compared to a young Liam Ryan 10, 15 years ago? Have they evolved at all as individuals, or is it the same issues that you confront? Well, yes, yeah. There's a lot of everyone's each their own, aren't they? My job and role is to get them to be themselves. Every young kid or every young bloke that I see, I ask them to be themselves. Like, just produce yourselves, be flamboyant, be who you are. And the difference is still the same. I think Liam Ryan was the same. We had to work hard with Liam at the start, and then to be himself, but stay to our standards. You don't want to drop standards once you are yourself. So I push that really hard with the young guys.
Adrian Dermott here. Mate, where were you 25 years ago? I love the mantra, be what you were meant to be.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? They get drafted for a reason, Dermy. So, and that reason is that gun footballers, whatever. One can run fast, the other's got a great football brain. So, and then you got Jack Gunston at the other end, who's really, they're man that they go to for help around the ground and off field. So he does an excellent job with it.
Having a look at the matchups, Blakey or Mills, well, it seems like one of those two will have to play on Jack Gunston, given that you've got two big dogs down there as well. You don't always play the three key forwards, but when you do, one of them is going to have to play on Jack in the goal square.
Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds. I usually give the guys a match-up, and most times I get it wrong, which is a pain. So
you've always been too honest.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll work with that. Look, they've got a very good back line. They're very disciplined, and they can move the ball really quick. Handball receives and they can run. So it's up to us to make sure that they can't produce all their potential on game day, and we show them what we can do as well.
Round zero, my biggest criticism on the Hawks was that they didn't work for each other to try and move the ball. If someone led and ran into dead space, ran into a dead end, ran into an opposition player in a zone, he just stopped. And it was just clog city. They could not move the ball. How did you go about, I know last week might not be the best read, but how do you go about a good counteracting a good team like the Sydney Swans in good nick and moving the ball the way you want?
Yeah, it's hard work, and the guys do have to work hard and smart at the same time. GWS defended extremely well and tight, and Sydney will do the same thing. So we got to play our way, make sure that we can. If it's there, we go for it. If it's not, we just be disciplined to each other and be predictable for each other, which matters. And like you said, then we get all on the same page and we go from there.
We used to do marginal gains in the off-season years ago. I'm not sure if that's something Sam does or not, but where do you see the game looks a little bit different in the first two or three rounds, but from an off-season point of view, what are we looking for tonight that might be slightly different than last year?
We did do marginal gains. No, Mitch doesn't do that, Simo. But
it's disappointing.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. I'll let him know. I'll fill him in. I've got a thing for you. Look, our defensive pressure. It's. And I know it sounds really boring, but pressure to make sure that we put pressure on the opposition is a tremendous marginal gain for us. And then if we have the ability to keep the ball inside our half, that helps us in that way as well.
And have you noticed anything different with the new rules in the first couple of games? Is there anything there that you go, geez, I didn't realise it was this or this?
I reckon it's quick. Yeah, it looks like it's quicker. The stand the mark. You can't really do much. A guy flying past you, so the handball receives from the back half or even from some midfielders that we work hard to get those. The lasso rule, there's only a few, but still it's quick, sharp football. You have to be on your toes. And the kick-outs, I know they're a little bit shorter, but again, it's like a turnover. You have to be really sharp and quick on your toes to, win that ball back close to our goals you can.
No changes this week, Adrian's. But as an old Hawk, are we going to get some debutants this year? What names are we looking at that might make it to the grade?
Yeah, young Schubert, Dalton. There's a couple of really good young kids. Greaves has shown a lot over pre-season, and especially the last few hit-outs with Box Hill. They play tomorrow, their first round one game. Hopefully we'll get some debutants, and they look really sharp, and they can run, and they, as Simo touched on, the young kids have got belief, like they really believe in themselves when they come to a footy club, which is really exciting.
And Cal Shadir, so he's in an emergency today. Is he close? How does he force his way in?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's getting close all the time. He's had a little bit of an interrupted pre-season, but the way he works, and he's a man that loves his game. he's looking forward to tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Adrian, we'll let you get down below. Thanks a lot.
Good on you guys. Thanks, Dad.
Adrian Hickmott there coaches the forwards at the Hawks. The teams have headed back to the rooms after the warm-ups for Ream manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. So that clears the way for the preview in a few moments' time. If you're at the footy tonight, if you're at home, so the SEN app, you can use SEN Sync to match our call with the TV pictures. AFL Nation's broadcast is for Australian made to support Australians right here. And if you're in the stands, you can use SEN Stadium right throughout the season. And SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2026. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong. Ream. Register now at tipping.sen.com. Now, pre-game show is for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. And AFL Nation, thanks to 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules to Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet. The Hawks against the Swans tonight at the MCG, with the home team going in as favourites at $1.48 with PointsBet. The Swans, $2.65. Before the same game multi, don't forget about PointsBet's feature Pull 'em. If you build a multi with at least 4 legs and a $4 total price, you can pull a leg that's lacking heat before the start of the third quarter, giving you a bit more control. So let's get stuck into the multi. The first leg, the Hawks to win. They've got the form, last week anyway, and the home ground advantage, which is a solid anchor for this one. Next up, the in-form Jack Gunston for 3+ goals. He's been super reliable, kicking 3+ in 9 of his last 10 games. At this price, he's a strong inclusion. For leg 3, let's look at Hawks skipper James Sicily. He started the season in great form with 23 and 26 disposals, and against Sydney, he's been incredibly consistent, 20+ disposals in his last 5 meetings. He should see plenty of the footy again tonight. And for the final leg, this is the one on Pull 'em Watch. Justin McInerney to kick a goal. He's been in great touch, 8 goals in his last 5 games and getting into dangerous positions. So tonight's Pull 'em multi with PointsBet is Hawthorn head-to-head, Jack Gunston 3+ goals, James Sicily 20+ disposals, and Justin McInerney 1+ goals. Total price, $4.75. And remember, with PointsBet's Pull 'em, you can remove a leg before the start of the third quarter. Keep a very close eye on McInerney's role early in this game. Overall, the outs, Heaney and Goulden are massive, tips the scales in the Hawks' favour. They'll win by 19 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
Still installing gas water heaters? Mate, that's like bringing a fax machine to a job site. Powerbay's electric Gen 2 heat pumps are the new standard. Like a reverse aircon, they suck heat from the air using less power to heat water. That means fewer clients calling to ask why their gas bill's bigger than the mortgage. Tradies, get ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay Gen 2 electric heat pumps. Smarter, cleaner, built for Aussie homes. Powerbay, heat smarter. Now available online at Bunnings Warehouse. Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
That's the sound of a cricket bat being shaped. Concrete mixing. Socks being stitched. Made right here in Australia. And when you look for products certified with the green and gold kangaroo, you can be confident you're buying an Australian-made product. You're backing local businesses, jobs, and our economy. Look for Australian-made and buy Australian.
OMF is going all out with March Madness store-wide savings. Buy one item at full price and get up to 60% off the rest. That's up to 60% off mattresses, up to 25% off bed frames, bases and storage, up to 10% off bedding and rugs, and much more. Plus, get up to 50 months interest-free. These store-wide deals won't last long. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Find
Financial fanatics, not your usual bookkeepers.
Financial Fanatics, we're definitely not your usual bookkeepers. With over 100 bookkeepers, we're ready to service your business today. We're responsive, fast, create accurate reporting, all with a smile. That's unusual, right? Financial Fanatics, we're not your usual bookkeepers because we do all this from just $199 per month fixed fee.
Financial fanatics, not your usual bookkeepers.
FinancialFanatics.com.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 71% with Ream Ambi-Heat Heat Pump.
Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Don't get FOMO this winter. Wait, do the kids still say FOMO? What about 6-7? Is that still a thing? I kicked 6 goals 7 once. Get KO Sports with every game of every round of the 2026 AFL season live and on demand in 4K with no ad breaks during play.
That is incredible!
With all that footy plus the NRL, F1, Supercars, netball and all the other sport you love. You won't miss a thing on KO Sports.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Our pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Sydney Swans first out onto the MCG, looking splendid in the old school South Melbourne Guernsey. White with the red V and the red shorts. If you followed them back in the day, that will be quite a sight. We know that they have such a stronghold, the Swans, at these games. They're at the city end of the ground behind the goals. So the Swans begin their warm-ups for Ream Manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. The Hawks still down below as James Sicily and Jai Newcomb get set to lead them out onto the field. Let's delve into it. The thoughts of our experts tonight, Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton for Power Bay, premium energy solution for sustainable Australian homes. Kick it around a bit.
Well, I think we're going to get a fast start, Gerard. I think both sides are going to start on the front foot. And we spoke briefly in the pre-match about the two coaches and the confidence, the arrogance, the whatever it is when you're got a legend status that backs up your coaching, and they're young coaches too, Derm. They're not exactly been around for a long period of time, but both of them feel like they belong there, don't they? And what they're instilling with their players, I think, is a sense of we're too good for this opposition, and that's a really good feeling to have, that your coach is pushing that out. So I'm expecting a fast start. What I am looking forward to, though, is what's the next move? Whoever doesn't get that right, what is the plan B and C? And I think both coaches have got that capability, but I don't think they've been tested this year on the B and C. So, yeah, who's going to get the fast start, who's going to get the advantage, and who responds from a coaching point of view is what I'm going to be looking for.
We have a look at both these teams. They both played in round 0, so they're on equal terms in terms of game time out there. I think 2 weeks is probably enough for both these coaches. By quarter time, one of them will say, hey, bugger this, let me ping around.
Yeah.
I might be running James Jordan to Jai Newcomb. We feel like thereafter Newcomb in the midfield, they fall away a bit. So if we can cancel him out, we take away one of Hawthorn's strength, and then they've got to play with their B team in the midfield if we can cancel that out.
Yeah.
The Hawks will probably look at and say, right, we need rotational movement out of the back line, whether it's Jarman Epi, Carl Amon, maybe a bit of Blake Hardwick to actually get run and carry going. Hawthorn looked tremendous when they were able to utilise the stand on the mark rule, and they get one of those two lads who come past at real good tempo and move the ball fast. That's what their forwards want, and I do believe the Hawks think that they can expose a lack of size in key personnel down back for the Sydney Swans. It is going to hurt not having those two champion midfielders out there for the Sydney Swans. Most coaches will say, next man up, we're good enough to go, we're prepared, next man up, he's going to do his job. These are two stars. And if you go back to round one against Carlton, had those two stars not been out there from minute one in the second half, they probably don't get the roll on and get that done.
No.
So they are the fire starters, they are the game breakers, and there's only one out there now, Chad Warner, who he's going to have to play a mighty game. You and I were talking off air a second ago. Other than him, you probably feel like Grundy, use your words, Grundy has to be in the votes.
Well, I think if Sydney win, Grundy's going to be one of the better players. And that's, I mean, I always look at the 6-minute mark, Derm, because that's when all the rucks, the A-grade mids, the starting mids, they have their spell. And then the B-grade, or not B-grade, what do you call that? The second tier. The depth midfielders come in and start to play their role. Sydney were going really well. Heaney would go to the goal square and Warner would go back up into the ball. So they don't have that luxury, but I still think they perhaps might bat as deep as Hawthorn's second string midfielders. So they might cancel each other out. The Grundy, Meek, Reeves battle is going to be the one for me. I'm going to keep a real close eye on with the new rule around the centre bounce and how you get this ascendancy. Your deep entries, your field position, quite often starts with these centre bounces.
So when you look at the extra man on the bench this year, Hawthorn have gone for the extra man last week and this week is going to be a ruckman, a centre square ruckman. They have two genuine centre square ruckmen. Their second string ruckman from the recent years has been Mabior Chol. He hasn't been needed in the centre. And I noticed last week, not just the fact they played a weaker opposition, we get that, but he jumped and launched at the footy repeatedly, like I haven't seen him do before. So he felt fresh when he was out there. He wasn't taxing himself trying to jump.
Essendon, Derm.
I know, and that's what I'm
saying.
You know
what Essendon's
we
like.
can't get a real feel for it. So then we come back to the midfield ruck contest. So Grundy will jump over Meek.
Yes.
Reeves will jump over Grundy. But then around the ground, Grundy will push Reeves around at boundary line throw-in, but he won't push Meek around at boundary line throw-in. So we got paper, scissors, rock.
We have. And one game doesn't make a solution in terms of, well, we've worked it out. We're going to play two rucks for the rest of the year. They didn't go with it in opening round, so clearly they didn't believe in it.
But it hurt them.
And it hurt them, so they brought it in for Essendon. And, I mean, the Essendon game, they had 69 inside 50s, Derm, and they went at 60% scoring efficiency. It's hard to get a read. They had a young Blackiston ruckman, and it was just a difficult one to get a read on. So this is probably a really good audit for both teams, because I don't think Sydney is flying as well as what we all think.
And I don't think Hawthorn are defending ball movement as well as we perhaps think.
We're going to get an intriguing game.
Well, it took 40 minutes for Hawthorn to work out last week that Essendon were running one up from the half-forward line. Right. He was coming into the front of stoppage. Merritt zipped out the back of stoppage 5 or 6 metres, and every feed went backwards. Admittedly, they got first hands on the footy, predominantly in the first 40 minutes of play, kept getting fed back to Merritt, and he was able to take them forward. They worked that out by quarter time, adjusted, and that was pretty well the end of Essendon having any say in the stoppage dominance.
What about Curnow-Barrass battle?
No, it'll be Curnow. I'm tipping it'll be Curnow battle. It'll be Barrass, Amati.
And they don't really go one-on-one as much, do they? Hawthorn like to free each other up when they can.
Yeah. But when they run out for the start, Backman will go to who they think that's their target.
Yeah, we'll find that out.
Yeah.
The other one, we talk about St Kilda and Miller and these guys. How have we found Curnow to start to the season? I mean, we laud the fact he's freed up Marty a little bit, but I don't think he's fired a shot.
I thought he was ordinary in the first half against Carlton. I thought he was competent in the second half. And last week, look, he's probably, unfairly, we're probably going to rank him on goals.
Yeah, well, that's his job.
Well, I know, but let's say they kick 20 each week and he only gets 2.
That's how they ranked him at Carlton. So, I don't know. I just think, I feel like...
How'd that serve them?
Well, not very well, but that's how you rank full forwards. You know, you got to tip your lid a little bit. Amadi's now freed up a little bit. It looks like he's now getting the benefit of not getting the best forward. So, from a Sydney point of view, they're going, well, our system's working. We've got our pillars. We don't care who kicks the goals, but you don't want to get to round 10 and you just kick 15 goals either. So there's got to be an opportunity against a really, really good defence tonight. I'll be really interested to see how he goes.
See, I think if he plays on Barras, he's big enough to compete from front position against Barras, and he's big enough to drop the ball front and centre for himself. And as you know, he's very good at picking up his own crumbs when they fall forward and snapping over his shoulder. I don't think Tom will have the scampering capabilities to stop that.
Tom doesn't. You're right.
Yeah. So I think that's why I think they'll play. Barras will go to him first.
What they've been doing with Warner and Heaney is Warner and Heaney would share full forward and Curnow would play up the ground. And when one of those guys were off and it was Curnow on his own, he would play deep. So I wonder if they'll just replace Heaney's role, albeit with an inferior player, and continue the balance with the matchups. And the other one is Papley. He spent the first 2 rounds spending the first 20 minutes on the bench and coming on and having minimum impact. Is it his night to explode? That's the other piece, because they might need him a bit more in the midfield.
Yeah, so what Ben Matthews told us, he was part of the midfield setup when they were doing their warm-up. So it was Chad Warner, Papley, Jordan, Sheldrick, Roberts, Rowbottom and McInerney. So there's a bit of improvisation going on in there around Grundy.
Now, if it was Horse, there's some matchup, there's some one-on-ones going on there. I don't know if Dean lives in that space, but I think if you take out Newcombe, Derm, there's not a lot underneath that. That's a little bit disrespectful.
Ward's still learning. No, it's not disrespectful. I think you're well within your rights to say that. Ward's still learning. McDonald is genuinely learning.
Watson.
Yeah, Watson's dangerous in there, but he's not going to be on the defensive side of the centre circle.
Mackenzie's a young player that's not quite...
So they're vulnerable in there, but they can swing senior players in there for... Well, Nash is their troubleshooter. He's a massive midfielder who will go to the troublesome opposition player. If it's a big midfielder, he'll play on them.
Unmissable moments tonight for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if we Drinkwise. Are we playing Where's Weddle or Settle Weddle?
I heard that today. I would settle Weddle. I never thought... the tricks last year, tricks don't win your flags, Gerard. So playing a position that you hold down for most of the year, be an A grade at that, and then if break glass, you need to swing him, then you swing him. He starts back, doesn't he?
I think he has the capabilities or the God-given traits to be a league great winger.
Who's tossing the coin from the Hawthorn Footy Club?
Shine.
Dermott, you know, he's wearing the $1,000 golden gooses out there. He's looking the picture.
This is the coin toss for Keno Go's $40 million jackpot. Download the app.
No idea.
They're celebrating the winning of the toss, the Hawthorn boys.
Keno Go play with $2 today. They point to the punt road end.
Win everything, Simone. Just win everything. If it's up as a contest, you win everything.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's what Sam does. He wants to win table tennis, indoor cricket, mini game of soccer, and that's what you instill. Well, that's what you want, isn't it? Competitive instinct.
Was like that. You do 2 laps warm-up.
I'm pretty sure you were like that too.
No, not 2 laps warm-up. Bucks would be in a full sprint by the end of the 2-lap warm-up.
Warm-ups are done for Ream Steady Hot and Strong. Our pre-game has been for before you dig. So just give us a final word from the coaches before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices.
I think why it's so exciting, Gerard, is every line matches up pretty well. It feels like the advantage might be with Hawthorn's backline. Seems to be pretty strong with their defence and their attack. So I'm tipping Sydney.
I've swung.
Sorry, I'm tipping Hawthorn.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've swung to Hawthorn earlier in the week until we found out Goulden was going to definitely be out. When we found out Heaney wasn't going to make it, I was on Sydney. I thought they were playing that well, but now it's swung towards the Hawks. I think they can be too big in the back line. Oh, there you go. They're going to go with Rampy on Gunston in the goal square. So Gunston, he'll take them. Barascons to Marty. That'll leave Battle to Charlie.
Opening siren about to sound here at the MCG. It's the commencement of round 2 of this AFL season. Thursday night footy, Hawthorn and the Sydney Swans. AFL Nation is for 4 and 20 pies, and you're with Dwayne Russell.
Opening quarter for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, Tyre Power. Grundy to go at it. Meek, obviously the number 1 ruck, but Reeves on the bench for Hawthorn when they need him. Chalmot pinch hitting the ruck as well. Good crowd in, not full house, going up. Flies Meek, and he knocked it straight to Grundy, who stayed down, which was clever. McInerney starting in the middle, got a handball out. Robon a little tap on, got it to Jordan, rolls it towards full forward. Ugly bounce to the Marty, might trap. Nearly had it, lost it. Still in possession if he picks it up. Roses does. Gave it to Papley. 40 from goal. Shrugs. Runs away from goal. Runs to 45. Jordan wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Swans. They're kicking to the city end of this opening term, brought to us by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Up she goes. Meek out the side. Hardwick with the tackle, which felt high on Papley, and that's how the umpire saw it.
So Papley starting on the ground. Hardwick match up. Gets involved twice in the first minute of the game. He starts on the defensive side of the stoppage, Papley, and rips around. And
Hardwick's looking at the board to study his own actions there to see if he feels that he was guilty.
Yeah, I don't think the umpire's going to change that.
No, but I don't mind that if you actually get the chance to look at your action and analyse it and say, right, next time I need to.
I thought it was to complain to the umpire.
45-degree angle to the right. Tom Papley with the drop punch. There's no holding him back tonight. Papley kicks the goal and goes charging off. Sydney on the board first. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
I reckon there's some people in the stand at the moment that are doing the jumper monitoring, and Papley has, if he kicks 3 goals, his fastest sprints are after 3 goals. He maxes out after it. That was a big sprint. It was a lovely kick. He actually got a little bit of shape on that left to right as it went through at the city end. Still waiting on this. You got to pay that.
Yeah.
He was bent at the knees. He knew what he was doing, but you're entitled to go for it, even if you have to bend at the knees.
Good start, though. Papley's a mini version of Dean Cox back in the day with the energy.
Our experts for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions, Adam Simpson, Dermott, Brereton back in the middle.
Watson in.
Flung in the air. Grundy, another palm down. Watson in there, but it's going to be Hawthorn free kick to Meek for Grundy's ruck indiscretion.
Tried to step him, Dwayne.
Okay.
Didn't quite work out.
Worked first time. Hands it off to Jarmanipi, who thumps it along in the child direction. Grundy drops it, fell to the back. Rampy to mop up the mess. Got it to Mills. Little fumble, McCartan. Stolen by McDonald. Couldn't quite get his toe on the ball to have a shot from 20. Came to Whateley. He's 15 out. Gunston around his body. How good's he going? Well, he was going well. He's kicked it behind.
He's getting a lot of snaps at goal this year. He normally uses forward craft to mark the ball and kick set shots, play on from goal square.
Goal plays are behind. Mills brings it into Blakey. Kicks down the members' wing. Curnow has front position. Battle kept it out of his grasp.
Close to a
fight
free.
for it underneath. Battled out the side. Rosas. McInerney had a fumble. Rosas has to go again. Hasn't quite dealt with it. He's ended up getting stuck over it. Able to release, but the Hawks win out. Meek away to Watson. Tosses it up near the 50. Oh, they're all Swans flyers, and that left a few left underneath. Moore, McDonald, Ward, McKenzie takes the shot, kicks the goal. Cam McKenzie with the Hawks first after all the defenders got in each other's way. 117 Hawthorn, 1 straight Sydney on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts.
Little stiff there, the Sydney defence. Mabior Chol just didn't quite make the drop of the ball. He pushed his opponent sideways into a contest. He ended up getting a recall into his own chest. You see it up on the replay here. Bang, he got the other player coming through. I thought that was almost a free kick against him. But thereafter, at ground level, they just had too many men running and capable at ground level.
Well, interesting. The first forward half turnover from Hawthorn results in a goal. Sydney, to get it forward, they get a stoppage free kick. So, fast start from both sides.
It was interesting. Maybe it did get rid of McCartan, but there were two Swans there who messed it up. So maybe the umpire said, well, he had other blokes there. McInerney has a bounce. He runs away from big Lloyd Meek. Spear pass to half forward. Rowbottom danced his way, moonwalk backwards, goes long. Amati, Charlie, Amati, Papley. They all missed it in the end. Harwick had a flying shot. He dropped it and missed his shoe. Umpire cuts him some slack. Sicily, 20 minutes from his defensive goal. He dropped it, couldn't get a kick away, and Roses wrapped up 30 out. And we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Swans.
Quick, it's so quick, the game at the moment. Ball's flying around everywhere.
Up it goes, 30 out from goal. Grundy
Great
paddled
hit.
it out the side. Jordan couldn't quite get first access. Impey kept him away from it. Impey kicked it into Jordan, so still there to deal with. They scrap on. Ward gets into Linda Hand, pops the hand pass out the side to Amon, works it on to McDonald. A little bit of space at half-back. Roses closes him down. He wobbled the kick forward. Watson's terrific overhead. Sharp with a hand pass released. Ambrosio, a little fumble, but got it back. Into the middle, McKenzie stepped around Rowbottom, opened up the possibilities, set it up deep. Shoal with 2 to beat. Got it!
That could be the first genuine missed tackle Craig Rowbottom has ever missed. He had him cold.
Thought he was going to get stepped and try to do the double bluff, which you do sometimes.
The other angle shows he just got a little bit of a stiff arm, which took him by surprise. You can see the Hawks are all in for moving the ball at express pace.
Mabior Chol was terrific with his intensity and execution last week. He's around the corner here. Chol snaps his first of the night. And the Hawks double up. 2-1-13 to 1 straight after 6 minutes. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies.
Both goals, Dermott, come back through the corridor eventually.
Yeah.
That particular chain of events was a back half transition. It was a deep entry from Sydney. Just failed to keep it in there. And once it got out, overlap and run, and eventually McKenzie 2 times now has got the ball and received running through the corridor, which tells me there's a bit of a role there that you designate to a certain player.
My own level of scouting, I think kicking the ball inside forward 50, McKenzie is the best player at Hawthorn at spotting up targets. Doesn't have the requisite pace, but his ability to kick to a leading target to advantage, I think, is club's best.
A Chol taken off. We're only 7 minutes in, but due to rotations, he's having his rest early, which is bizarre given he's just kicked a goal, and you'd think you'd keep him out there as the hot guy until at least the 20-minute mark. But Swans win the clearance, long inside 50, 3 Hawks fly. Roses went on the ground, couldn't get there. Grundy's got it, flicks it out. Impey picked it up off the deck, rolled it outside 50. Melican got a toe back inside 50. Right. Gathered by Weddle, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Didn't travel the required for Weddle to be paid the mark.
Great tackle by Lloyd.
Flung in the air. Meek knocked it down. Grundy had a piece of it. Couldn't get away with it. Roses, great pick-up. Good speed on the run from the boundary line. Might kick himself a ripper. Over the back. Little tap to himself. Not paid. Corey Warner. I thought he'd marked that, Corey. He thought he'd marked it. The umpire said, no, nothing doing.
50-50 call. It's a bit of a ride. No, probably a fair call.
Oh, you know what? I thought Scrimshaw to the natural eye had a bit more of it, but he didn't.
Hawks off the last line through Newcomb. Sat there for Butler to blast down the line. Gunston made the contest, and the Hawks break from the wing. Ginnivan left. Watson rights. McDonald, Impey, they're all on the run. Kick comes forwards. Moore rolls out onto the right boot. Has a look at the targets up at the 50. Sat it high, and Rampy just a bit too strong. Comes through. Mills and Papley combine at half-back.
They want to play on quick. The Lizards got it. What does he want to do down the middle? Little hesitation step was nice. Then he lays one nicely outside of the boot towards Logan McDonald. He turns and wheels. He could have had a crack. He didn't want to. He short passed it to Charlie. breaks through a couple, handballs to Sheldrick, could have been ball, it was ball. Didn't quite meet the ball with his fist, Charlie, with that handball. In fact, that might have been off the palm of his hand by the time he met it. And now the Hawks are away, slick style.
Whittle from half back to half forward for Gunston, as Dermott referenced. Watson is the deepest target, but it will take an extra kick to get it down to him. Inboard it comes. Barris set a big task, didn't gather it. And the Swans, as a result, get it away. McInerney, Blakey, long hand pass forward. Curnow, Papley at centre half forward. Rosas runs ahead of the play. He'll snap and goal. He loves it around the big sticks. Malcolm Rosas kicks his third as a Swan and levels it up with 2 goals apiece. Hawks by a point. 2-1, 13-2 straight. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert.
This is a good game.
It's all in footy.
This is how quickly can you respond to a turnover, and whether it's a kick in, a stoppage, anything that's across the half back line, the licence is there to go. And Sydney have trained this, and this is what we spoke about pre-game. Who blinks first, Derm? Because this is all risk, and they're getting reward. And if it turns over, it's risk.
I forget who the kicker was from Hawthorn that looked for Barras in the centre. But you have every right to feel like we can squeeze them up here. This is in our control. You missed that kick to Tom Barras, which puts Barras to ground to try and dive for it. You're literally done. You're playing one short forward of the footy thereafter.
So Ned Reeves into the ruck now, but he knocked it down to Sheldrick. High, Sicily under it, can't mark it. McInerney crashed it down to Grundy. He got the handball up just in time to Lloyd. Spanks it long, goal square, Swans. McDonald almost. Ball hits the deck. This time Corey Warner gets a shot, but it's across the face. And it's out of bounds on the full. Swans 2 straight. Hawks 2-1-13.
You called it, Derm. The Reeves goes into the ruck and wins the hit out, but then Grundy gets him on the transition.
He beat him forward. Yep. He got the ball forward about 25 metres ahead of him.
Experts for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions, Sino and Derm tonight. Hardwick takes off, delivers long down the worn wing. Swans were well set. Blakey flew, so too Mills. Mills claimed the mark, rolls and pumps it straight back inside. McDonald's. Barris made the spoiled ground ball. Sicily fumbled it. Rosas kept it alive for the Swans. Lloyd got it around to McDonald. And off to Sheldrick, who lobbed it up to the square. Charlie will turn and goal here. He used the momentum of the battle tackle and waited on release till he was goal side. It was clever stuff from Curnow, and he puts the Swans back in front. 3 straight to 2-1. That replay for betting. Floor stop clearance on now at Harvey Norman. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Limited time while stocks last.
Once again, it wasn't a wonderful snap kick forward, but it got them the distance. And Charlie Curnow, even though it wasn't a high, long ball, it was probably travelled 35 metres to get there. And he was playing in front, Charlie Curnow. He gathers his own, it should be a better snap than that, gathers his own crumb front and centre, and he's so good at that, as we spoke about before the game.
We had Ben Matthews on before the game. He spoke about getting the ball to the deck because Hawthorn is so good in the air, and they've done that a couple of times already.
From the restart now, it's Amadi in the ruck for the Swans. McDonald picks it up, gave it to Amon, coming off half-back, sends the Hawks inside 50. Chol, front spot. Marbia Chol as a permanent forward. Looks like he might be in for a massive year.
Well, McCartan is probably the best of their true key defensive, and that was, he just dismissed him. That is, it looked like a grade 6, not against a grade prep, against a grade 3. A grade 4. He just turned around and shrugged him away from the drop of the ball.
For the 6th goal of the game, they've played 13 minutes. Marbia Chol from 45-degree angle, 45 metres out, and he's nailed it. He saluted the crowd as soon as the ball hit his foot. And it's like watching 2 marathon runners sprint out of the stadium, and you're saying to yourself, well, they can't keep this up all the way to the finish line, but they might be on record pace, these two.
We see now, this is what we spoke about, 10 minutes into the game, and the second rucks are in the ruck. So Marty's now in the ruck term, and there's some different dynamics now with the midfielders as well. Warner hasn't really got into the game just yet, but everyone sort of had a little lick early on.
If you were a lover of sport, but you'd never seen a game of league football, come and look at this, and a lover of sport would say, oh, this game, you score by turnover or by clearance. That's all this game has been so far.
Running hot for Ream and still Ream, Australia's favourites. Hawks by a point, Chol with a couple.
Well, who's got the edge, though? That's the question. Yeah. Who's happy in the box?
Amati flies high, taps it down to Rowbottom, gets under the kick. Hard to mark at half forward. It bounces and runs on. McDonald trying to work it inboard. Corey Warner cuts through, got the snap away. Charlie Curnow planted in front on the shortfall.
The Stars are out tonight.
Got him once again. He just expects that short chip kick forward.
Curnow kicks his second. And we are going goal for goal here at the MCG. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. 4 straight Sydney, 3-1 Hawthorn.
So the art of that type of game that Charlie's doing, if you stand in front right from the get-go and you're looking at play unfold, the backman gets a fix on you. He doesn't have to engage you. He can engage you at the trigger moment. What Charlie does, he stands shoulder to shoulder, he moves, and then just as soon as he sees the trigger moment ahead in the field where the snap kick's coming forward, more often than not, 7 times out of 10, a snap kick will drop short. He then lunges to the forward position and has the power, has the size in relative terms to hold that position. Very good craft.
The whole game's running hot for Ream. It's still a Ream, Australia's favourite. Steady, hot and strong. Reeves against Amati. Beautiful palm down McKenzie. Gets the clearance for Hawthorn to half forward. Ball over the head of Melican. Left it for McDonald. Pumps it towards goal. He's got enough on it, but it's a behind. A behind. 3-2 to 4 straight.
Sorry, Dwayne. Numbers looking pretty even, although Hawthorn 205 for pressure, which is pretty good considering the transition.
Mills brings it in long. Corey Warner had a fly, dropped the marker. Marty did the roving. Chad Warner has drifted forward. Didn't mark against Hardwick because he had the arm chopped, and Chad's going to take straight off. Delivers to the teeth of goal. Curnow in the middle, couldn't mark, should have. Battle, Sicily, Amon trying to clear off the last line. They've given it straight back though. McDonald's got it. 52 from goal.
But that's on Reeves. A mobile ruckman gets to that outlet kick.
Around the perimeter to Bice, more centrally located.
Going all right here, the Swannies.
Dragged an awful kick into the pocket. Chad Warner offloaded Scrimshaw to get it to the boundary for a throw-in. It does. A free kick to Scrimshaw.
It does happen when you've been told to change angles and get a bit of a dirty ball. You second-guess yourself a little bit when you're trying to enter inside 50.
So Scrimshaw back to Hardwick. Down the spine to Amon. And now to McKenzie, and they're out. McKenzie looks up. He's got runners outside. He has to hit Butler, but he missed him with the kick. Butler runs onto it, though. It was a nice kick, really, because it put the ball into space. He's corralled by Roberts. He's 60 from goal, and he hits Moore perfectly. This is going to be... He might need 21 goals to win it.
12 inside defensive 50 there, the Sydney Swans. And that was a pretty easily decided hit-up kick to he had multiple leads, plenty of traffic in there, but had so much time to deliberate which one he'd choose.
For the lead back, Moore comes in from 45. He likes it. He loves it. Amazing game at the moment. 2 high-powered teams in full flight. The Tyre Power Scoreboard. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. Sydney Swans 4 straight 24. Hawks lead 4-2-26. And we're looking at that as our experts for Power Bay, Premium Energy Solutions for Sustainable Homes. Was that it was coast to coast almost.
It was, and this is what you'd review on Monday, Dwayne. You'd go, we've got 18 players to defend this, and they've given up a corridor kick in the defensive 50. And once that happens, what's happening in the modern game, you're cooked on. Because if you get the ball in the corridor, 18 players have to shift the defence. They can't do it quick enough anymore, and before you know it, there's too many spares in your back half. So may this continue, but someone you'd think might have to blink soon.
Literally a free kick in the back pocket. They moved it to the other end without contact on the opposition.
McInerney first access, had a little fumble, but able to release to Grundy. Pumped it forward to the play. Rowbottom just kept it going, and Chad Warner swoops, checked his kick and hit Corey. The Bros combine.
Sure, he's got the distance here. reasonably late. We've got Sicily just sitting in the hole. Now the ruckman gets back. Last thing you want here from a coaching point of view is this ball to just get knocked over the line.
24th game tonight, Corey Warner. Perennially the first of the reinforcements. From 51, Corey Warner. He's got it. Home!
Well
Big
done.
fly. From outside the arc. Had the yardage. A big moment for Bendix Breaks. Bendix, the best known breaks. 5 straight Sydney, 4-2 Hawthorn. Swans by 4, 19 minutes played on the Elders clock for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs.
You can tell it was a big kick because it kept going up.
Well, I didn't think
it
he had
took
it
a while
in.
to get to the peak.
Yep. So running hot for Ream is both sides at the moment. It's just unbelievable, this start. It's so exciting. And whoever wins it out of the middle gets an opportunity. But if they don't get that inside 50 connection, then it's Hawthorn's turn or Sydney's turn to rebound. So all the players getting their hands on the ball. Only one I haven't really seen is Ginnivan. Not quite impacted just yet.
Lad Sheldrick's doing all right in the middle when he goes in there.
No matchups to him? You haven't seen anything?
I've been looking at both ends, so the ones we've called already earlier. Rowbottom just on Newcomb then.
Meek and Grundy go at it. Nash will get the clearance in the end. He gave it to the Wizard, who rolled it to Weddle. Nicely done. He rolled it underarms. Weddle to Chol. Just skipped to the back and it rolls through into the post. No one touched it. So it was nearly through for a goal.
New rule here too, Dwayne. You've got to get it back in within 5 or 6 seconds. There's not enough time to really set up. This is the maximum time as you get.
Blakey given the hurry up. And now wave to play on. He leaves the square out to the left. Pumps it down the wing. Lloyd and Sicily. Sicily the spoil, but the numbers, Sarong. Worked it on to Chad Warner. Brings it inboard to McInerney. He's got Jordan if he wants. He kicks inside 50 instead, and Papley's on a flowing lead. Up to the pockets, off the hands of Sarong. It fell for Lloyd. Can they nut this out together? Screws it around near the teeth of goal. Battle, dropped to chest mark. Had time. Meek D'Ambrosio doubled back and paused. Scrimshaw's the kicker out of the back pocket. He needs McDonald. He overkicked him. Straight turnover. Malikan throws it back for a Marty. Impey knocked him over. You can't be doing that. They had 3 against him, and Impey just felt that he'd shoulder him out of the way.
Yeah, that's a ground level type player who rarely competes in aerial contests, not understanding what he's able to do. All he has to do is take a straight line at the footy, and he denies Amati a run at it. But Joel played it pretty well. Big Joel Amati, 26 years of age, in the mid-60s in games now, so he's really learning his game at this level.
Close in, 8 for the season already. Amati adds to this goal-scoring spree to start the game and gives the Swans a lead of 9 points. 6 straight 36 to 4-3 27. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Let's just bring John Donohoe in on the boundary. Donners?
Hey, Gerard, just a quick one. Caden Cleary, the only Swan who hasn't been on the ground 22 and a half minutes into the quarter. Swans say he's fine. They're just not utilising him at the moment.
The Papley role, you'd say they've worked for them the first 2 weeks, but even the way that they've entered inside 50, I still think the Swans have bombed it in a little bit, Dermott.
A little bit to the top.
The key defenders know where it's going, but they've somehow managed to get it to the deck, and a couple of scrappy turnovers have turned into goals, and that was really a mark Hawthorn should have taken.
So we see Warner comes to the bench now for a breather, which means Papley gives him the X factor and goes into the centre. Yep.
Yeah, so Papley, Jordan, Rowbottom in there with Grundy now for the Swans. Meek doing the ruck work. And again, it's going to be a free kick to Meek against Grundy, although they get the clearance anyway. Newcomb sends the Hawks inside 50. And Gunston came out big chest forward. Hard to believe there was a space for him to run through.
He just reads the ball so in flight. He just recognises the cues so well.
Classic centre bounce infringement. Grundy just got bluffed out of it, and Wicks could have gone for the ball. He's decided to stay on the ground and box out his opponent.
Rampy's second-guessing Gunston's first move, and it's making him flat-footed.
Still got 7 minutes to go, and we've got 11 goals on the scoreboard. Swans are 6 straight 36, and the Hawks are 5-3 33 for Tyre Power. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. And Yeah, that's one of those matchups for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality Aussie standards, trying to stop Jack Gunston, who is the leader in the race for the Coleman at the moment, and he's hunting down 600 goals for his career.
Hunting down 600 goals this year, the way it's going. What do you think? From a coaching point of view, I keep leaning into this. What are they saying in the box? Like someone is saying to Dean and to Sam, are we happy with this? And both of them might say, yes, we are. We think we're going to get on top as the game goes on.
I feel that when the ball gets into the midfield and there's a quick break made, Sydney are more assured of getting deeper ball in, although I think they're bombing from 60 metres out more often than they need to.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Meek won the tap. Rowbottom first access, didn't gather. Newcomb's in and under. Grundy lends a hand. They all collapse together. A ball up.
First secondary stoppage from a centre ball up we've had tonight.
Grundy and Meek engaged. They put it down on the soft drop. Rowbottom had first access and released. Weddle out on the wing to D'Ambrosio in the tackle of Sheldrick. Nash has it brought down by Papley. Swans win out. Rowbottom trundled it forward. Taken on the bounce by Amati. Gave it off to Sheldrick. Sets it up for Corey Warner to have a jump at. Impey, or the umpire went for the whistle and then put it back down. And the other umpire called it from out of zone. The arm chop. First ump went, changed his mind. Second ump blew the whistle.
There must be a statute of limitations before the other umpire can actually say it was a free. 8 seconds later.
I felt it was an arm chop, but the nearest umpire didn't go with it.
How late can you call it, though, as the off?
Well, you have to. Are you really not blowing your whistle, pal? Because he put it up to his mouth, so it's just then a reaction.
So you thought that his pee didn't work or something.
You can't let
so even that break out of the middle of the ground, I felt a better look going forward than what Hawthorn have had.
Forward handball is a little bit better than Hawthorn's at the moment.
Corey Warner directly in front, 45 out, slices it. He's going to kick that out on the full, so he's got a goal and 2 out on the full in this opening term. The Swans by 3. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
This is a real test now for Sydney's defence. They've locked it in the back, in the forward pocket. This kick, if you're defending well, should just go down the line.
So Battle got on the end of the brass kick and then heads wide towards the wing. Grundy nearly got it. Sheldrick did get it off hands. Grundy got one to the ribs. Rowbottom, as he so often does, lays a careful tackle. Couldn't bring his man down, though. Weddle tried to handball it inboard. It's about 3 metres in from the boundary on the wing. And the umpire's circling. It did come out somehow. Nash, a metre in from the boundary. Well, his handball is straight out and it's a free. Weddle wasn't there to take possession of his handball. So under the new law, it's going to be a free kick to a man playing against his old team, Josh Sarong.
Sarong takes off inboard, delivers inside 50. Amati is the target. Barras closed and made the spoil. Amon slapped it out to Scrimshaw, who's in a tackle. Disputed footy. Scrimshaw's paddled it away once. It ricocheted back underneath. Fed it out a second time. Barras knocked it to the 50. McInerney, a hand pass, didn't go anywhere. Lloyd has it. Sheldrick missed Rosas with a hand pass. Blakey tackled by Chol. Great stuff. Hawks win the turnover. Scrimshaw to Watson. Tumbles it down the worn wing. Off the ground went Rampy. Towed it up in the air. Was quite clever. Sarong and Rampy trying to nut this out, and they will. Wicks looks inboard. Rowbottom's his target. Has it at centre half back.
And he's got Roberts doing star jumps on the wing saying, hey, me. And he gets it. And he chips it. Still on the wing, though. Corey Warner comes up to make a target. He goes back to Bice.
The Curno's come well up the field now. He's outside 50, straight down the line here, opposed to Josh Battle.
So Amati's essentially full forward right now with him coming out. Impey takes the mark, beats Corey Warner forward, half-back flank. Hawthorn 5-3 on 6 straight.
You just feel, Dwayne, like every turnover is incredibly important. It's just vital.
Yeah, almost a goal's going to come from it, so don't dare turn it over. McCartan's got it at half-back, gave it to Blakey. Just hammers one toward half-forward. Curno's going to have to come hard. Just flicked away. He went for the chest mark. Corey Warner crumbs it. Not sure about that kick. It's out in front of Papley and it doesn't work. Barras happy to see it out of play, and we'll get a ball in with 3 minutes left.
Impey, in terms of a key matchup for Holman Plumbing, Impey and Corey Warner seems to be the difference at the moment in the front half. He's had his hands on the ball 3 or 4 times, just hasn't finished off the last couple.
He's playing like a medium-sized forward, actually demanding the ball rather than being a crumbing forward.
Grundy knocks it down to Papley against the boundary. Fancied it all. He missed.
Pretty good roving, wasn't it?
Pretty good ruck work too.
He does that a lot, Grundy. He's very good at hitting it in the forward pocket. He hits it forward and towards the boundary. He almost hits it with the stub of his palm, and it rolls end over end.
I think the game's changed a tiny bit. There's only a couple of minutes to go. I think Sydney's defence has tightened up a little bit.
Grundy got there with a fist, knocked it down, hits the deck. Roberts got it for the Swans, 60 from goal. He hits Corey Warner with a kick that went 14. He thumbs it long, goal square. Up flies Amati, tried to crash it towards Curnow. He has the muscle, but he didn't have the dexterity to get it on his boot. Scrimshaw got it to Whateley, back pocket for the Hawks. He floats it out wide to Lewis, who hasn't had much of the action, but he comes up the half-back to take the mark here with 2 minutes 30 left in the opening term, and the Swans leading 37-33.
First touch for Mitch Lewis. He did that last week. He got better at coming up and meeting the outlet kick as a connecting type forward.
Short to Ginnivan, who's been largely unsighted as well. Backwards to Weddle, gives away 40 metres. Battle in front of the defensive goal square, brings it out the near side. Had a bounce from him, changed his mind, goes right up the middle. That is high risk and a straight turnover. Sheldrick will make them pay as he delivers to Curnow. That's a terrible option on the way out.
Well, let's talk about the game the last 3 minutes. It's getting played in Sydney's front half. They've had 8 forward half turnovers in what's been a ping-pong game. 8's huge for this type of game we're getting. Hawthorn have had 2. So the game is clearly getting played in their front half. Whether it's a direction from Sydney to tighten up their defence or Hawthorn to slow down a bit, it's definitely changed.
Charlie Curnow kicked 3 in the first 2 weeks as a Swan. This could be his 3rd of the term. Curnow from 55. It was a thumping kick. It hits the right-hand post. Just wouldn't quite hold its line. Swans by 5. Tyre Power scoreboard.
So what we've got here, Sydney have been inside their forward 50 19 times and they've scored 8 times. Hawthorn have also scored 8 times, but have only been inside 8 times. So every time the Hawks go in, they score.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's a world record.
Yeah,
going at 100% efficiency in your front half.
The deep defence is getting beaten.
Lewis, good grab on the wing. You don't think it's going to last?
Not at that number.
It's not going to last. Short pass to Scrimshaw, but pretty wild. There's a minute left. He gave it back to Weddle. So they'll get another inside 50 here. If Watson can knock it on, he can't. He's beaten by Rampy, who did well. He had the leverage on the little guy and the experience.
He's 42%. Dwayne, scoring efficiency in your front half. If you go over 45, you're going well. Nice. So going 100 is pretty good.
Short to Bice, centre half back. He goes back by hand to the man who gave it to him, Mills. He fans it wide, Sarong. So time ticking down to quarter time here, but they could, if they want to, get it forward, but it looks like they don't want to.
Like the sign's up, whatever that flame is, the young Sydney attendants holding up.
Kick mark around half back as they whittle the seconds off the clock. Blakey will send it long down the worn wing. Amati's got 2 against him. Barris stood his ground in front and takes the intercept mark. Free-flowing, high-scoring opening term. Sydney had the better of it. 5-point leaders, 6-2-38 to Hawthorn, 5-3-33. 2 for Curnow, 1 each for Rosas, Papley, Amati and Corey Warner for the Hawks. 2 to Chol, singles to Moore, Gunston and McKenzie. Swans by 5 points, quarter time. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit goodform at thetrots.com.au.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+.
Oh, yes!
Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY 25 data.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities, and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance on now. Huge range of selected mattresses and adjustable bases priced to clear, including big brands Sealy Posturepedic, King Coil by AH Beard, Sleepmaker, Beauty Rest and Temper. Prices slashed on beds, bedroom furniture, kids furniture and bunks. Plus pillows, quilt covers, cushions and throws, all priced to clear. Don't miss more huge floor stock savings in store while stocks last. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance on now. Conditions apply.
DuraFit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear. With features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship and engineered for endurance. DuraFit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
Ugh. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Switch to Tangerine and get 10% off your monthly plan fee for every SIM-only mobile or mobile broadband plan you bundle with an active Tangerine NBN service.
Oh.
With easy setup, short hold times, no confusion, Tangerine offers great value internet with no lock-in contracts and high-speed plans available that keep up with your everyday. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Visit tangerine.com.au to sign up today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Well, they're all Swans flyers, and that left a few left underneath. Moore, McDonald, Ward, McKenzie takes the shot, kicks the goal. And off to Sheldrick, who lobbed it up to the square. Charlie will turn and goal here. He used the momentum of the battle tackle and waited on release till he was goal side. It was clever stuff from Curnow. Papley at centre half forward. Rosas runs ahead of the play. He'll snap and goal.
He's corralled by Roberts. He's 60 from goal and he hits Moore perfectly. Moore comes in from 45. He likes it. He loves it.
Moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Swans by 5 at quarter time. Adam Simpson, Dermott, Brereton for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for Sustainable Australian Homes.
I got the feeling that Sam said to his boys before they ran out, "You bore me. Don't bore me again today."
You reckon he said that before they run out? Yeah, right.
Take the kicks on, and they took on too many kicks in the back half of that quarter, turned it over in their own defensive half, and the Sydney Swans seized on that opportunity.
Well, they did and they didn't, Derm. Like they've had, like you said before, they've had 19 inside 50s to 8, and they're only, 5 points up. So I think the Hawks will go in thinking, okay, we didn't win that shootout from field position, but we're still in the hunt. So Who blinks first is the next question. Does this second quarter start like the first quarter did? And if it does, that's fantastic for all of us watching. But you get the sense if it continues to be a dominance from a field position point of view from Sydney, that Sam might have to do something a little bit different.
Cleary is on into the forward line, so he set out the first term as the quasi-sub. Swans by 5. Grundy wins the tap and the footy. Hand-pass didn't go anywhere, though. McKenzie stood away to Reeves. Worked it to Newcomb, who scunged the ball up to centre-half forward. Well gathered by McDonald. Gave it to McKenzie, who followed up, and he's kicked for Gunston, but too high for him. He runs to the boundary, and it's hooked over.
Some of the numbers, Gerard. Scrimshaw's up to 8 possessions. Weddle 7. Impey 5. Mills has got the 8. Warner 7. Papley had 5 possessions that quarter. No one really standing out from an individual point of view.
Hawks attacking the city ends. Boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Reeves pushed it forward. Chol is onto it. He's into a tackle. Had to release. Chad Warner threw it onto his boots. Has he fended high? He has. Which way are we pointing here?
Going Sydney's way, but it's almost like do not get caught with the stoppage situation. Handball forward at all costs if you're Sydney Swans at the moment.
Put the forearm into the throat, did Chad Warner, but it was a different free kick.
I wasn't sure about what that was for either. So short to Wicks. He loops the handball over the top to Mills. He goes to Chad Warner, tried to dance his way past Newcomb. Had the handball to McCartan. Sends it long. He's got a couple of options out there. Good mark taken by Sarong. Just let it go, but he got caught into it. Good grab.
Barassa swung over against Charlie in this contest.
High bomb in the Curnow direction. Grundy got there to make a contest, knocked it down. Rosas nearly had it. Hardwick stole it, gave it to Sicily. He gave it to Newcomb, who has a bit of an issue and handballed it straight into oncoming traffic. Bice for the Swans. Fans it from one forward flank to the other to Roberts. Scoops it up. He's got options aplenty. He goes longer. McDonald up. Got a good grab. Oh, no, he didn't hold it. I thought he had a sit. He's going to put it down with ease. Scrimshaw came away with it. Gets the 1-2 with Amon. Might have turned it over. Rosas been fighting hard all game. Funnels it out. Tackling well, Sheldrick. Keeps it in the area. And get a ball up just outside attacking 50 for the Swans, who lead 6-2 to Hawthorn 5-3 early stages. Second term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus.
Grundy at the back. It's hand pass. Sheldrick didn't handle it. Turns tackler on Nash, who hand passes it for the boundary. Kinnaman arrives and avoids the free kick as he's dumped over the line by Blakey.
It was old school. He just instinctively went for the boundary then, and lucky that Ginnigan was able to get a touch on it. Otherwise, it would have been between the arcs. The lasso rule.
Left half forward for the Swans on the throw-in. Rucks engaged. Grundy threw Reeves away. Hand passed out the side to Roberts. Works it onto Chad Warner. Links it over the top to Cleary. Waiting for the traffic to go by. Sheldrick. High ball to the hot spots. McDonald's going to be the flyer. Punched away from him. Scrimshaw, Barras combined. D'Ambrosio off the last line. Oh, sold Impey a pup and they swarm. He was dragged off it. It was going to be a Lloyd goal for sure, and certain the whistle saved the Hawks.
Handball happy under pressure.
Yeah, both teams. It's remarkable. It's just keep the ball alive.
So Impey launches. Chol might launch himself. He got there, knocked it away from McCartan. Ball hits the deck. More for Hawthorn. Gave out wide to D'Ambrosio for Hawthorn. He hits the Wizard lace out. And the Wizard you'd think would go. He's on the wing. He's got no one really. Chol now feeds inside 50. He gets it to McDonald instead. And McDonald takes the mark. 40, 35 out, 45-degree angle.
Yeah, Wizard Watson then started at the true centre-half forward position when the ball was 90 metres way down the line. He read that kick was going to hit 20 metres outside the true forward flank. And like a centre-half forward, well, in the under-12s, he hit that spot at pace and accepted that kick coming forward. That could go nowhere else.
So for the lead back, it's across the face and it's out on the full. Hook kick, nowhere near it. The clock for Elders, for Australian Agriculture. We're a few minutes into the second term and it's 5-3 to 6-2 Swans lead.
Blakey on the restart. Runs the contour of the boundary. Couple of quick bounces. Got to the defensive 50. Pumps it long down the line. Curnow from behind Barras. Had to go the spoil. There's a whistle from a long,
70 metres away.
Wow, he called that from Jollymont Station.
Newcombe got the verdict of a high free kick. Plays it out wide to Nash.
Give it backwards, change the angles.
Scrimshaw and now to Battle, who's inside the centre square. So the angles are changed. The switch made to the far side of the field. Sicily works it around to D'Ambrosio.
D'Ambrosio has every Swan on the ground ahead of him. He's on the wing. They've all folded back. The 18-man defence that the teams play these days. Short to Newcombe. Tried to scissor his way through them. They don't. Chad Warner had it, but then he lost it trying to run away too quick. Sheldrick, as he was tackled, ball hits the deck, and it's going to be hot in the ball. Ball free.
It's stiff.
Yeah.
He had that ball, and it got broken free on the first contact, so it wasn't as if he had it too long. Incorrect disposal almost.
Yeah, not clearing the tackle they don't normally pay, but that was... I'm okay with it, but it's not the rule.
Hawks would want D'Ambrosio to get more kicking involvement here.
So Moore sends it long. Blakey from 3 deep, got the fist up. Now to Mills, bound to Blakey, hunted down by Chol. And that's ball. Marbia gives him a few downs and verbs afterwards as well. The Lizard just tells the Lizard, no slithering here, mate. And he'll have a shot to put the Hawks in front.
Well, it's funny what's happened in the last 2 minutes. There's been 4 free kicks to Hawthorn, and the game slowed up a little bit. Forced Hawthorn to go a little bit slower.
Marbia turned him on the tackle, but it was after he thrust his head into the ground. I could think of other people I'd prefer to be tackled by. He's still recovering here, Blakey. That hurt him.
So, Marby Chol, 45-degree angle, 30 metres out for the lead for Hawthorn. Early stages, second term, and he misses. So they've had 2 chances to take the lead, Chol and McDonald. They still trail 5-4 to 6-2. Host plus scoreboard. Host plus, that's a plus.
Distinct turnaround in contested possession this quarter. They're -6 at quarter time. Now they're +6 themselves in the space of 5 minutes.
Mills brings it in long. Grundy was just a little out of position. Sicily should have marked but didn't. Sheldrick as a result. Swans go forward. Papley, clever knock on Chad Warner to Corey. Breaking lines. He left it a bit short. As Charlie back to Chad Warner in the tackle of Nash. Got it out the side to Cleary. Hand pass to Sarong. Step back through. Tossed it up high. Sicily's favoured in flight. And he took the contested mark with Amati climbing all over him.
How good were Charlie's hands below his knees coming after that ball?
Barras gave to Wimpy and he's off half-back, running full 15, then blasts it long. Mills stands his ground. Oh, the Wizard came hard and he hurt himself. The Wizard trying to knock it away. Inside kick to Blakey is good. Runs to the middle. Hands it over the top. Bice goes wider to Roberts. He's on a half-forward flank, 80 from goal. He goes with a 1-2 to Corey Warner. Now he's 60 from goal, Roberts. Thumps it long. Grundy's there. Oh, who's block. Free is it? It's against Grundy.
See,
going to Barras.
I reckon Barras ran at him to block him out, and the contact coming back the other way was a bit high. But I thought it was a block before the high contact.
It's 5 free kicks now in 5 minutes, and players looking a little gassed.
Hardwick pumps it out of the back pockets. Weddle has a fly. Rampy made the spoil. All to be dealt with underneath. Watson, pretty loose hand pass inboard. McKenzie made it better than it was. Chol stayed wide and Weddle sets up on the wing. Dabs it forward to McDonald's. Gunston wants it deep. Kick goes in that direction. Ginnivan's going to arrive at the back if it hits the ground. Blakey makes sure it hits the ground to the boundary. And Mills points to him immediately and said, nice job.
I don't know if it's a strategy or not, but we're just seeing Hawthorn with an extra defender in their back half, and it's one of the moves you'd make to him. If it's going to ping pong, you just sit a Sicily behind the play. Hopefully there's enough pressure that goes to a spare player.
They seem to be moving it pretty well still, though, Sydney. Maybe they're one short in their defensive half further up the field. Now that's allowing them a little bit more free run to get it deep.
So Jordan gave it inside. Quick fire handball. Wicks tried to slickly give it to Sarong and gave it to Blakey, who gave it to Roberts. And they're kind of out of trouble. He's kicked it outside defensive 50 towards Amati, who comes up to make a contest. Knocked it to Sheldrick. He tried to funnel it to Corey Warner. Did brilliantly. Gets away. He doesn't give it to Chad. He goes to Charlie. Off hands. Still a chance for Cleary. Got there. Knocked it. Papley. Can he from there? He goes to Charlie instead. kept it in front, couldn't mark it. Battle right with him. Funneled back out. Rowbottom scoops it over the top. Cleary, he's caught. He didn't know what to do. Gone. Just that hesitation. He who hesitates is gone in this game.
He didn't have an exit strategy.
Well, imagine sitting on the bench for 25 minutes with this game and coming on cold.
Yeah, it's quick.
D'Ambrosio out to half-back. Melican was in front to spoil. Bice knocked it to Chad Warner. Hand pass to Melican, so he can deliver up to the 50. Amati, diving spoil made by Amon. Underneath Barras, loose hand pass. Blakey ended up with it, just about missed his boot. Sheldrick trying to double up with the chance for the Swans. Back to Jordan, not a great kick. Impey's taking the mark. Umpire's waving frantically, play on. None of the players saw it. Impey brings it out. Flying over the top, Mills made the spoil on Sicily. Sicily, though, kept his head. To Weddle, to Reeves. Works the hand pass close into Moore, and Weddle's kept on going. Breaking lines on the wing. He has a bounce. Steadies and kicks up to full forward. Gunston in front. Can't mark against Rampy. Swans have got numbers. Sarong, Wicks, Sarong. You want to be good. He got it on the boot, but it's going to come back.
Yep, absolutely. Ward's got it. 80 from goal. Chips it to McDonald. 40 from goal. Now, he's directly out. He's had a flying shot in this quarter that missed everything, but it was a snap.
Saw his parents at Bayside Frankston last night. Dwayne?
How are they going?
Going to the Butcher Club, one of our station sponsors.
Just loading up with a bit of eye fillet for him, are they? Or what are they? More Tomahawk family, are they?
Could be the eye fillet.
So, McDonald. From 50.
Got close.
And he had plenty of meat on it. Not a top line.
See,
only a behind.
That play came about with Mills had an opportunity to kill that ball, get it out of bounds. He went for the mark behind Sicily and it transitioned the whole way.
2 behinds and 1 out of bounds for McDonald. So left a couple out there so far in the 12 minutes of this term. On the big screen, Dipper and Michael Tuck featured, much to the delight of Hawthorn fans. Long down the line went the Swans. Another Hawthorn free kick, this one to Sicily.
Some people look different when they get old, but Dipper and Tucky look the same, don't they?
Derm.
Instantly recognisable.
Derm looks different. He feels different.
Sicily's going to land this near the hot spots. Ginnivan was the marking target in the air, knocked it down. Would you believe the crumble was Meek? Off to McDonald, hammered in the tackle. Ball release, Sheldrick threw it onto the boot. Impey sets, he couldn't quite mark. He still released it away though. Sicily, battle, and now Ward. Back inside 50. Trying for some open space. Sarong made the spoil. Gunston underneath. Tried to feed McDonald. Dragged down by Bice. Ball loose. Gunston threw it onto the boots. He's missed. There's 1 goal, 2. Post plus, that's a plus scoreboard. The Hawks are creeping closer, but still down by 2.
Still got your hair as well, a few of you old Hawks. I noticed the tuckies are still down to his shoulders. Dipper might be combing his moustache into his hairline, but
he's got the smother. It's just smothering up the ball spot. Well, it's going thin for me too.
So Blakey kicks long after running in from fullback. Ball knocked to the front. Here's Newcomb's chance. He's 45 out. Gets some time to spend it wisely. He pulled the kick. Blakey marked it. He could have gone for goal, Newcomb. And then he went for the pass option, and Blakey had the reach on Ginnivan and takes the mark. They're clinging to the lead. The Swans, 38-36. Blakey long in the Sicily Curnow direction. Meek, third man in, takes a good, strong grab.
Starting to bomb the ball now. Hawthorn's intercept marks. Starting to take control.
Genre, hasn't it? We haven't had a goal since the 23-minute mark of the first quarter. It's the 14-minute mark of the second. Up to a big pack. Ginnivan flew with the fist. Jarred it down. McCartan threw it onto the boot. Hardwick to repel. Papley took him out. Hardwick back to the 50. Butler has it right on the 50-metre arc. Too far out. Hand pass to Hardwick, ghosting by, unloaded, and it'll be another behind.
The game's changed now. This is where, sorry, Gerard, the coaches will be having discussions, Derm, about, okay, what's the game telling us at the moment? We've lost field position if you're Sydney, and if you're Hawthorn, they've squandered some opportunities.
So Blakey wide, very close to the boundary. Charlie Curnow nearly marked it, bounced over his chest in the end. Lloyd forced to lay a tackle on Butler, dispossessed, boundary line close to them. Sheldrick doesn't want to take it out. He's tackled.
It's gone in Hawthorn's favour, except they're not capitalising on it.
their intercept marks and their positioning from a team defence point of view is starting to get out of control for Sydney.
Host Plus scoreboard. It's the Swans by 2 points. Host Plus. That's a plus. Named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Free kick Sydney's way.
It's got Sicily down the line spare at these stoppages.
Chad Warner fed the hand past Sheldrick, hit by the tackle of Amon, driven out over the boundary on the members' wing. Oh, and Ginnivan went for Chad Warner in the aftermath. It'll be Chad's free kick.
It's probably the first coaching move we've seen, Dermott. For some reason, Hawthorn have got an extra behind the play. They've equalised now, but
they've tried to make it work it so it is Sicily, if not it is Scrimshaw.
Swans a rare venture forwards in the last 10 minutes, but Meek cuts it right off.
Grundy goes down the line, so he'll want to go out the other side. Sicily gives him that option.
And a full switch to Barras. On side of the ground. D'Ambrosio out at half back. Took a step, so he's called to play on. There's no pressure coming at him. Takes a little while to decide. Pumps it down the line. Gunston on the long lead. McCartan made the spoil. Ball loose against the boundary. Grundy could gather. Inboard to Jordan. Out the back to Bice. Now to Blakey. He'll take off through centre half back. An immediate bounce. Wanted the hand pass forward to McInerney, who's under pressure. He retreats. Scholl laid the tackle on Mellick and the ball fell Sydney's way, luckily. Bice and Mills and now Lloyd.
So Lloyd's on the wings, a long way down. Ginnivan on the mark. 38 plays 36. Host Plus. That's a plus scoreboard. Swans leading. And we've played 18 now into the second term. Long launch. Curnow, Sicily. Third man up, Barras. Sicily didn't mark it, but he got the second grab. Gave it to Scrimshaw. Gave it to Ward for the Hawks. Gave it to Newcomb for the Hawks. Out wide to Ginnivan. He's pulled the kick late. Nicely measured. Got it to Butler. So he's on the wing now. Scholl just off the bench and fresh.
Just treads water and waits for equal numbers to get forward to give him a chance.
Goes a bit wide for Charlie. Goes to Lewis, who couldn't mark it. Rampy was right with him. Milliken crumbed it. Lifts the handball to Lloyd. And Ward was really kind to him, taking him out there.
Right, there's definitely a coaching move. We've got Battle free. It's Barras free. It's Sicily free. Sydney half forwards getting too high, allowing just the drop off to happen now. And that means Sydney get a spare as well. So spare versus spare now.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Hawks at half forward. Row bottom though. Roves the boundary throw in. Kicks it into centre field. Barras was brave and Marty was clumsy. Big collision. Both are a bit the worse for wear.
How can you play on from that?
You can't. Ward allowed to. Kicks up to full forward. Punched out of bounds.
Said it was a push free kick down, not a mark.
So he paid the push. Well, that's Charlie pushing. I did too. Charlie pushed him into the contest.
Are you allowed to do that anymore?
No.
He gets suspended for that.
Half dangerous.
Barras is going to leave the field too. So that's a watch. Hawks deep forward again. Grundy threw it onto the boot to try to clear the area. Jordan brought down in the tackle of Amon. It's trapped 40 metres out from the Hawthorn goal.
Trying to work out who actually instigated the drop-off players. Both teams are embracing it, so maybe they're both happy that it was going too frenetic in the first quarter. I think it's to advantage of Hawthorn at the moment.
Grundy beats Meek, knocks it down to Lloyd. Leaning a hand in defence again, where he has played a lot of his footy. Impey took the mark. Happily corrals him. Impey maybe took off to his detriment. Butler was pushed out this time. Had to be afraid of Butler, you'd think. Bit of pushing and marking contest going on. So Butler has a chance to give Hawthorn the lead.
Yeah, that was against, I think it was Jai Sarong. It was almost like he was trying to settle himself before launching at the mark. I don't think it was in a deliberate hoik. Yeah, no, it's in the back.
So Butler might not be within range here. He's pointing as if he's going to set it up. Gee, he got plenty on it. He has got enough on that to send it home and get the Hawks the lead. Lovely. Well, it was a 4-line. And it was good enough to land on the green. 42 plays 38. Hawks are in front on the Host Plus scoreboard clockwise. The oldest clock for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. We're about to ticking the time on in this second term, and that might be a Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known brakes Hawks back in front. Here's Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton, our experts for Powerbay Quality Solar Solutions.
Get Johnny to give us an update down there on what we're seeing with Barras as we see Sydney holding up their flame emoji, Derm, which I don't think it's attack. I think it's let's
Burn
get
the
through. Yeah, I think there's 4.5 minutes to go. Let's try and own the footy. That's what the flame is.
One thing that's stepped up for the Hawks is I thought Newcomb was average in the first quarter. He started to find a bit of it in the second quarter, and he's given them a bit more, I think, ground level punch in the middle of the field.
Hawks by 4. Meek went off the ground. Newcomb dragged down by Rowbottom. Still released the hand pass though. Meek jumped into the kick. It'll land inside 50. Chol wrestled down by McCartan. And it'll be Chol's free kick at right full forward.
I'm not with that free kick. I'm with McCartan, and he did wrestle him down. You're spot on there, Gerard. But if you look where that ball drops, the actual true drop zone, Chol pushes past that drop zone with no chance, if McCartan doesn't grab on, with no chance ever to get back to that drop zone. I reckon that's as good as a shepherd. And it's through panic. He claws on, hangs on, drags him down. It's a tough one to adjudicate, I know.
Chol has kicked 2 goals, 1. He's pushed it out to the left and kicked 2 goals, 2. They wasted some chances while dominating this term, the Hawks. They lead it by 5. The replay screen. Bedding, floor stock, clearance on out. Harvey Norman, mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Limited time while stocks last.
Long launch to Amadi, who used the hands to gain position again. Scrimshaw fed the handball through traffic, but to Newcomb's legs instead of to his chest. Had to go down and try and pick it up. The umpire might sort this out. It's in there somewhere. Simo goes to come on umpire. Ward goes and gets the Sharon. Still in there. Same spot as it's been for the last 30 seconds. And now the come on umpire is heard.
Is on the ground between Lloyd Meek's butt cheeks. They could not get it out of there. No. Okay. Like a bike rack.
So the bike's thrown in the air. Lloyd comes up with it, gave it to McInerney. He looks for handball options. He loops it. Bad loop. Although Papley might make it okay. McInerney made it okay. Heads toward Charlie. Skip bounce was ugly. Battle is right with him. Charlie tries to put some pressure on the kick. Bice should get there first on the wing. Gathers. About to send the Swans back towards attacking 50. He's danced his way into trouble. He goes to Melican. Oh, great smother. Weddle knocks it out of play. Good defence from the Hawks, and they lead this game. And the scoreboard kind of tells the story. They've had 5 more scoring shots, and they could be 5 goals in front. They're 6-7 to 6-2.
1, 4 and 2 out of bounds in this term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Weeked into play. Left right half forward for the Swans. Nash worked it around. Amon had his head ripped off by Grundy, and he takes off after being paid the free kick. A bounce, kicks up to half forward. Lewis has separation on Melican. He'll give them a look deep. Chol's his target in the one-on-one with McCartan. Chol hands to it, dropped it. Ball to be won. McDonald didn't get enough on the kick. Goaltending, beautiful stuff from Mills. Clean hands. Rampy McCartan will want to be quick. He missed Rowbottom. Following up though is Wicks. Clears the area for the Swans, but Reeves wins it right back for the Hawks.
Yeah, horrible kick by Wicks. He had more time, didn't realise it. Wide ball for Siciliano to go and get it. Ginnivan called him into it, said, you go get, I'll protect. And Sicily chips it to Impey, who kept it alive somehow around the body. Mills takes the grab and nearly 50. Watson tried to knock it out of his grasp. Short to Wicks. And Wicks wants to play on. Gave it to Bice. Gets away with the bounce from now. Oh, he left the ball behind. He bounced it all right, but he left it behind and didn't collect it. Now there's trouble. Rowbottom mops up his mess. Gave it to Jordan. Gave it to Bice. Gave it out wide to Corey Warner. He in turn to Sarong. Good movement this. To Papley. Oh, options are plenty inside 50. No mark to McInerney. Gathered his own crumb and goals. Brilliant. Coast to coast Swans at their finest. And they're back in front. 7-2-44 to Hawthorn 6-7-43 on the Host Plus scoreboard. The orders clock, by the way, for Australian Agriculture. We've played 25 minutes into the second term, and our experts for Powerbay Quality Solar Solutions, Dermott Brereton and Adam Simpson.
Last line defending. That snapshot at goal, and it was, I think, one of you two gentlemen in the front row called good reaction or good catch or something like that. It was like a slips catch in between the goals, and they took it from last line defending. There's a bit of scrappiness at centre half back, but they were able to massage their way through the traffic in the middle of the ground.
I think it's the only way they're going to score, Sydney, and it's like that's all they've trained pre-season, and I spoke about this last week. You've got to have other ways to score, and at the moment it's just kamikaze or it's a dump kick, and the dump kick's not working, so they're either got to double down on this overlap handball or get better at the down the line plays.
Tom Barras back into the fray. Chad Warner went off the ground to half forward. Bouncing ball. Watson pushed it out the side to Weddle. Hand pass to Reeves. Quick release on the flyby to Newcomb. Kicks Hawthorn up to centre half forward. Back where it was or downfield?
During the kick, that's why it was a bit of a shanky kick. Crowd call for it down the field, but during the act, that's why it was a poorly directed kick.
16 free kicks to 9.
Newcomb pushes it out the far side. Amon up to half forward and a bit further. Lewis slid in, dropped the mark. Gunston stands in the tackle. Ward trying to create. He does. He found a step of space. He caresses it for Watson. Too wide. Out on the floor. Flexible players tonight. Cooper's Flexold. Flip it with Flexold. The flexible oral sheep lice treatment.
Only the 2 possessions for Nick Watson in this second quarter.
Put some pressure on this kick, though, and Battle might be the recipient because of it. He is.
20 seconds to go, Dwayne.
Takes the mark, plays on. Marbia, will you get up there, Marbia? Oh, you bet he will. He didn't get paid the mark, didn't hold it long enough. So they're going to dodge the bullet here, the Swans. Seconds ticking down, 10 left. McDonald, Ginnivan, McDonald's got it, shrugs the tackle. Won't be time for the Swans, you wouldn't think. McDonald swings out of a tackle as the siren sounds. So half-time here at the MCG. Great game. Tight game. Just having a look at the Marbia Chol mark again. Gee, he had a good piece of it. So 43 plays 44. It doesn't get much closer than that. Hawthorn 6-7, Swans 7-2. It's the away team by a point.
Curno's kicked 2 for Sydney. Rosas, Papley, McInerney, Amati and Corey Warner 1 apiece. 2 for Chol and 1 each to Moore, Gunston, McKenzie and Butler. So it's 6 goals to 5 in the first term and then 1 goal each in the second term. Just give us a quick thought, Simo, and then you'll be more expansive with Dermott Brereton after the break.
Well, Hawthorn dominated that quarter. Their intercept game coming to fruition, their pressure, and Sydney trying to do the same thing over and over again wasn't quite working. So one of the coaches decided to play an extra behind the play and it worked better for Hawthorn, Derm.
The only thing was Hawthorn missed 3 set shots at goal, which inside 25 as well, some of them. So, yeah, they probably shot themselves in the foot a little bit, but yeah, they hung in there, the Swans, to sort of put that table, that quarter on equal terms.
More from Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton coming up. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Isaac Rankin named for the Crows to begin his 2026 campaign tomorrow night when Adelaide and the Bulldogs meet in Adelaide Oval. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. It's the Swans by a point.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, X-Display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water, and I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
And they're off. Mate Internet jumps clean out of the gates and surges to the front with $25 off per month for the first 6 months. That's $150 in savings as Mate hits the home straight with momentum. Back a better internet deal today at letsbemates.com.au. Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. T's and C's apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
You know what I love about race day? The thrill, the noise, the glory, but most of all, the feed after a win. That's why I head straight to the Rising Sun Hotel in South Melbourne. Premium steaks that hit harder than a last-minute plunge, service smoother than a jockey's silk, and every race live and loud. Whether you're up or down or chasing a miracle in the last, they've got your back. Rising Sun South Melbourne, backing winners with premium steaks, high-quality service, and the thrill of every race day.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Impey maybe took off to his detriment. Butler was pushed out this time. Had to be a free to Butler, you'd think. Bit of pushing and marking contest going on. So Butler has a chance to give Hawthorn the lead. Gee, he's got plenty on it. He has got enough on that to send it home and get the Hawks the lead. Lovely. To Papley. Oh, options are plenty inside 50. No mark to McInerney. Gathered his own crumb and goals. Brilliant. Coast to coast Swans at their finest.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Frenetic first half sees the Swans lead by a point, 7-2-44 to 6-7-43 on AFL Nation. John Donohoe with you, Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton alongside me. Gents, it's been a pretty good first half of footy.
It was a very, very good first quarter and a good second quarter. Well, I think that's all right to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sydney probably could have been more in front at quarter time and Hawthorn could have been more in front at half time, Derm. So both teams have sort of squandered their momentum shifts, which I thought the first quarter was more just a shootout. The second quarter, I think strategically Hawthorn got the advantage.
They played the extra in defence better, and I believe that because by genetics, their extra man was either of Scrimshaw, Sicily, Battle or Barras.
Yeah.
Whereas at the other end, it was a small, not a small player, but a 6'2".
Maybe Blakey every now and then.
Yeah, a Blakey or a Mills. Yeah, exactly right. And they're not huge intercept markers like those 4 I've mentioned from the Hawks.
Sometimes you get your extra. When the game's ping-ponging and your defenders aren't as fit as the forwards, they just walk up the ground when it's going so quick, and they let the forwards go. Like, I'm not running with you. And I know Barras did this really well. We thought it was a plan to have him spare. It was just he couldn't keep up. And he just parked behind the play a little bit. I've got no doubt. I've seen Barras spare a couple of times, and I think it's because he's opposite direct opponent. If he's on Curnow or these types, they're getting up and back, and he's happy just to go, you know what, you can do that. I'm going to stay back here. And there's enough pressure for the game to come back to him.
I have to say this about the modern game. There are some players who are insufficient in some areas, and the coaches just go, well, that's the way it is, so let him deal with it.
Well, that's what we
You were insufficient in some area back in the day. You were exploited within an inch of your of your footy playing career.
The thing about what the backs do for Hawthorn, they've got a great system because they support. They don't care who the spare is because they're all so good at it. And I think perhaps maybe Sydney played their half forwards a little bit too high. When they got stuck in their back line, the forwards got higher and higher and higher, and it just allowed Hawthorn to drop off.
Moment in the back half of that quarter where Mabior Chol went a little bit of a sling tackle on Blakey. You guys had a look at the replay.
It was the only closest I can recall to Mabior's tackle on Nick Blakey was Nick Natanui 7 or 8 years ago. He tackled somebody who he caught from behind, caught him dead, and just rode forward with his own body weight, which is...
Parfitt?
Who was it?
Parfitt?
From Geelong.
Yep.
Right, okay.
He got weeks for it.
Yeah, he did.
I couldn't believe it.
This was Mabior Chol around the 105 kilo mark. Nick Blakey, who'd been around 88 kilo mark, and he rode him in the tackle, but because of momentum, tackling from behind. And Blakey's on the run forward with the footy, so you have to tackle him. Momentum of 180 kilograms shifts forward. Blakey's head plants into the ground, and Mabior tries to roll him, but gets him rolled on the bounce after he's bounced Blakey. So he has tried to roll him. It came a half second too late. So, look,
I'll look at it
absolutely got to be looked at, but I don't think there's much to really look at it and say there was... We'll put it this way. I know it's not regarded this way anymore, but there was no intent to hurt. It's whether he... If someone like Jeff Gleeson gets in there and says, did he take all the precautions? Did he show a duty of care?
Let's get stuck. They'll have a look at it during the week, but let's get stuck into the Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
Choices Flooring helping you make the right choice. Gentlemen, the Australian-made Smart Play for Australian-made, made to support Australians right here.
So I've gone with one of 2 forward plays. One was when Jack Gunston took the mark out of the Newcomb kick coming out of the middle. He engaged Rampy, and Rampy thinks, I'm ready and I'm setting for a push and shove, and he makes Rampy flat-footed, but he has every intention of leading up on him. So he engages for a millisecond. Rampy's flat-footed. He leads up and takes the mark on the chest. At the other end, if you give your backman a look at your number, he knows where you are in a quick play, a snap forward. Charlie Curnow said, I want to be in front, but I'm not going early, so you have to keep your head on a swivel and keep looking at me. He waits for the trigger moment. He surges ahead of Josh Battle in that half second of the snap kick forward, takes front position, is able to hold it, denying Battle any read on the footy, and takes the mark and kicks a goal in the first quarter. I think both of those lads was really smart forward play.
What about the unmissable moment for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Well, I think it's going to be the first quarter. To be honest, it was probably the most exciting first quarter I've seen in a long time, and both teams were happy just to attack them, and there was no such thing as slowing the play down. The last 2 minutes maybe when the quarter was going to seal itself, but, you know, what did we see? 11 goals, kicks in that first quarter. It was just a great transition game.
I thought we were going to get 44.
Well, it's hard to sustain, and unfortunately coaches will intervene at a certain point when they feel like they're not winning that battle. And, yeah, there was 2 goals each from centre bounces. Hawthorn only had 3 forward half turnovers to Sydney's 9 in that first quarter, but the ability to score. They went at 100% strike rate, the Hawks, with their inside 50 connection.
It was 13 minutes in the second quarter before we got a goal, and we had the 11 in the first quarter.
Who's been the tackler of the game for Bar Crusher boats? Tackle your next fishing adventure in a Bar Crusher.
A couple of them. Sheldrick in the middle for the Sydney Swans has laid 4. Mabior Chol has laid 4. But if you talk about, if there's a way of measuring poundage, I think Mabior's probably ahead on laying more tackle weight.
Our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Power Banks. The crew on AFL Nation will be in Adelaide tomorrow night for the Crows against the Dogs, then Sydney on Saturday for GWS and St Kilda, and then Perth for Fremantle and Melbourne. Are you at the ground today? Open the SEN app and enjoy our live SEN Stadium AFL Nation broadcast for Australian made to support Australians right here. Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to SEN Win to enter now. This has been the Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence. It's AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Second half next.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow, or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+.
Oh, yes!
Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY25 data.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Pie, 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 pie.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
So many deals across so many brands, all under one roof. Shop at Chemist Warehouse. Get the Skin Republic Overnight Biocollagen Hydrogel Mask for just $6.99. Dermaveen Face Foaming Cleanser 125ml or Hydrating Moisturiser 75ml is only $7.99. Revlon Colour Stay Makeup Foundation for normal, dry skin or combination skin is $20.49 each. And L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Laser Day or Night Cream 50ml is $27.49 each. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
When you're stuck in a long queue or sitting for a new hairdo, add some thrill to your wait with our $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download now. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
The Swans by a point, halftime of Thursday night footy. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. Different genres from one quarter to the next, Adam Simpson. So I wonder what happens next.
Well, yeah, I think the coaches intervened in that second quarter, which is disappointing because we love for that type of game to be the whole game. We spoke earlier about we felt Sydney left a few on the table in the first quarter, and clearly Hawthorn left a few on the table in that second quarter, and they did it through the intercept game. And they just got too many of them. And we heard Ben Matthews before the game, Gerard, talk about we can't just bomb the ball in that forward line. We need to change angles and bring the ball to ground. And they did that pretty well in the first quarter. There's some early signs of some bomb dump kicks. And unfortunately, that second quarter for Sydney, they just couldn't get out of their back half and didn't have that composure. The worry for me is that they played the kamikaze game really well, but what else is in the repertoire for Sydney? Can they move the ball by foot like they used to do that really well, that sort of change directions, little 25-metre spot kicks? That's gone out of their game. It's now run and gun, whereas I think Hawthorn's have got a slightly more rounded way of moving the ball, and their defence seems to stand up a little bit better, in particular when they've got a spare.
Individually, Mills has had 17, Scrimshaw 15, Blakey 15, McDonald 13, Sheldrick 12, Shad Warner 12, Newcomb 12, Impey 12 are the leading ball winners.
Yeah, no one's really broken the game apart. Everyone's shown glimpses. The key forwards in the first quarter, we thought there was going to be 5 or 6 goals each. Chol looks dominant, doesn't he? Probably the most dominant forward on the ground. You can see a lot of the Sydney forwards in that second quarter. And then the ruck battle's intriguing. You know, Grundy and what he's done, been okay, but lost some critical contests as well.
Third quarter on AFL Nation, about to come your way. Great to have your company wherever you're listening. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. And from the opening clearance with the Swans, leading by the barest margin, Papley gave it to McInerney on the run from 50. Gee, golden opportunity wasted there to start the half perfectly. So 7-3 plays 6-7. They lead by 2 points on the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. Great to have Deutz Far Tractors on board for AFL Nation in 2026.
Battle brings it in long. Meek stood tall in front under all manner of pressure.
That is a colossal contested mark. Long ball from fullback kick in, gives everybody a chance to settle under it, and he plucks it.
LeBlanche with another long kick down the line. There was a bit of body work done before acceptances. D'Ambrosio wins the ground ball. McInerney disrupted the play for the Swans, put his head over it and gets a free kick when Ward clattered into him high.
This is the play here. They look to play on as quick as they can. If they can't, what's next? They work their way around by foot. Oh, here we go.
So he gets a bit of Wicks, but lets Melican have it.
Wicks shepherded on the mark, and now he gets it back, but they've overcooked the handball. Melican's wasted it, gave it to Moore. He intended Newcomb, back to Moore, so they run the wing, chip to Watson. Wizard hasn't had to produce any wizardry yet, and that is laced out with a ribbon on it to Gunston. Delightful from the turnover from Hawthorn, and they get a chance to take the lead back.
That's alarm bells for me, Dom. The inability to do something a little bit different was so orchestrated. It was almost like a training set play that Sydney tried to do. This is how we go from slow to fast, and clearly it wasn't the time to do it.
That is one of the reasons why Jack Ginnivan's a very good player. He picked 2 players, and he said, no, I'm going to leave Melican to get it because I reckon I can shut him down or he'll make an error.
Gunston has been superb since coming back to Hawthorn from the Lions. He was superb at the Hawks before that. He was pretty good at Adelaide as well, I suppose you could say, but he's a sharpshooter these days, and he's their most reliable forward, arguably the most reliable forward in the comp by foot. So Hawthorn take the lead. Early stages, 2 minutes gone on the eldest clock for Australian Agriculture. Third term, 49 plays 45.
And we'll see this come up on the replay again. Ginnivan's ability to read the situation, he recognises Wicks can run through the lines, so he shuts him down and says, I'll just expose myself and leave Melican out there, and I won't go too hard at him because he's Lewis Melican. He's done well, yada, yada, but if anyone's going to kick the ball out of the back line, distribute it, we'd prefer it to be him. And they did, and he coughs it up.
Dermott Brereton for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Hawks by 4. Swans win it in the middle. Chad Warner away to McInerney. Kicks in the McCartan direction. It wasn't a great kick. Ground ball. Jordan got hold of it. Slotted the goal.
Wow, quick.
As easy as that. James Jordan chimes in. Centre break goal for the Swans, who reclaim the lead by 2 on the Deutsch Far Tractors scoreboard.
Both coaches have got worries. One, if you're Sam Mitchell, what's going on with these centre bounces and their ability to shape inside to out, come out the front, which is the worst way of conceding a clearance, and the ball hits the deck. And when the ball hits the deck in that Hawthorn, you can't be good at everything, and they're good in the air. They're not so good at ground level. So Sydney's ability to get to ground level and Hawthorn's ability to intercept is probably the battle at the moment.
I felt that Lloyd Meek won that hit out in the centre. So that's it. I feel like that is a true shark of his tap-out win.
Deutsch Far Tractors. It's Deutsch Far Tractors Warrior Range that you need to get to your local and have a look at. It's Deutsch Far Evolve. From the ball up, Meek climbs over Grundy, knocked it down. Newcomb gets the clearance to Ginnivan. And Gunston on the lead, laced out again. He dives, but he puts it to grass and nearly marked it between his legs in the end. Moore, 50 from goal. To Watson, 50 from goal. Runs the boundary, gets past a couple, hammers it long. It will be goal of the century if he kicked it from there. It's dumped back into play and it'll roll out of play for a ball in. He's great to watch. 8-3 plays 7-7. It's still the Swans who lead 51-49.
With all your footy experience, you try and read what's going to happen in any play. And Wizard Watson is one of those blokes, he does what you don't expect.
Hawks deep forward, pushing hard. Meek planted himself in front. Grundy won the tap. Ground ball. Swooped on it. Chad Warner away to McInerney. McCartan's kick is smothered. Mills. And tackle immediately. The ricochet came to Ginnivan over his head. Ward tackled by Rowbottom through it. The Swans defence wins out. Wicks and Mills claim the advantage. They bring it out to Roberts at right half-back. He'll have a bounce. He's desperate to bring it inboard. McInerney's right in the middle of the grounds. Blakey was running by, but he was manned. Mills was running by. He wasn't manned. Kicks inside 50. Hardwick made a good spoil on Jordan. Newcomb underneath away to Ward. Gives it to Hardwick. The Hawks trying to build off half-back.
Third term being played like the first term was. It's almost whiplash territory. You're looking one end, the other end, then the other end again. McKenzie caught by Blakey. Had to go back to battle. Chip kick to Ward. Impey runs past. He didn't get the handball because Ward missed him completely. Turnover. Rowbottom bounced past. Jordan gave it up. Or Papley put on his backside. Here's Warner. And he slides it home. The superstar, Chad Warner, in full flight. Swans extend their lead.
Well, I think this is what Sydney want. So it's taken me a while to work this out, Dermott. What kind of game these two coaches want? I think Sam's got more in the tool bag to go to than Sydney. I think Sydney are really happy for a slingshot, ping-pong type of game, and will overrun you by the end of it all. I think Sam's got more levers to pull, and the players, it's just an errant handball, wasn't it, in the end? Yep. And the way the game's played, you're cooked.
But yeah, it's a youngster in the midfield learning his craft. Having said that, 70-odd games of league footy, you should not miss those. And Tip and Sam looks to his midfield coach and says, well, why would you let him do that?
You think it's the midfield?
It's his fault.
Yeah,
You've got to have someone. Well, what do you reckon Horse would do?
We blame Coxie.
Swans by 8. Bendix breaks big moments. Bendix, the best-known breaks. Tossed up in the middle.
Winning with his left-hand hit-outs now, Meek.
Fight for it underneath. Sheldrick's in the tackle of Nash. It's going to be a secondary ball up.
It's a pretty even battle in the middle. 2 goals, 3 to Hawthorn, 2 goals to Sydney from the centre bouncers.
Meek front position, spiked it forward. McDonald's trying to get onto it. Blakey came from the opposite direction. Forced a stalemate with Grundy laying the tackle.
Interesting what happens in the last quarter with the ruck battle. The fact that Meek gets rested a little bit more. Does he come over the top like he is at the moment?
Grundy clears the way this time. Beautiful spike down to Lloyd. Kicks to centre half forward. Scrimshaw anticipated it well. Wins it back for the Hawks. Plays it through Weddle in the middle. Can flare it out wide to Sicily on the worn wing. Sarong does just enough to hold him up. The wraparound play is provided by Weddle. Boundary side to Moore. High inside the 50. Big pack. McCartan put his fist through it. Outside the defensive 50. Rosas offloaded by Ward. Moore came spinning through, dodging and weaving, caught at the last. Play on is the call. Watson in the pocket. Wicks has got to stick the tackle. He does well enough. Weddle can't get past Sarong. Now he stood and took him on, and he really should go holding the ball.
Did maybe a child start on the bench, or has he just come off for a rest now?
Johnny No down there.
Come on. Head to Johnny shortly. Sarong heads wide. Sicily tried to edge the pack under the ball. Got a fist on it, knocked it down to Moore, gave the handball to Impey. Runs the wing, thumps it long. Gunston's going to have to fly. Up they fly with him. Ball hits the deck. Lewis couldn't get the run. Sarong got the crumb. Impey had it, lost it. Chad Warner's got it. Gave it to Jordan. He slips it back again. Bice runs half back. Nice handball to Sheldrick in space. And Sheldrick blasted long. Charlie Curnow up there. Can't mark it. Might crumb it. Rosas. He's about to pounce. Hands it off instead. Unselfish to McDonald. When they are good, they are very, very, very good. The Swans on that slick chaos ball movement.
They're getting pace out of the half-back line there. Well, they cleared the glut of Hawthorn players who'd pushed up to try and lock the ball in the forward half, and they got too close together. Once they got the Chinese checker leap over the top, it was away to the races.
It was almost like it was a jump kick out of the back 50, but because it was smothered, it hit the deck, which was advantage Sydney.
Yeah.
The message almost, don't kick it in the air. Just kick it on the ground and we'll eventually get ahead of the play. Every time it's a slow down the line play, Hawthorn looked dominant. Every time it's a live play, ground ball situation, Sydney looked dominant.
The first mini break of the game, really.
Yeah, over to the Hawks.
3 in a row to the Swans. 14-point leaders running hot for Ream. Australia's favourite, that's steady, hot and strong. Rucks to go at it again at the centre baller. Grundy got highest. Out in front of Sheldrick. Nash, good craft. Meek puts himself in the frame. Gave it to Ward and to Nash. Terrific smother. Chad Warner puts it into dispute. Sheldrick, good touch. Paddles. Nash wears him close. Worried him out of it. Jordan lends a hand. Sheldrick kept coming. Towed it out the side for Lloyd. Needs support out the back. McInerney provides that. Pumps it forward to Chad Warner. Tackled by Amon. Kept the hands free. Sheldrick tackled by McKenzie. No prior. It'll be a ball up. John Donohoe on the boundary.
Yeah, no, Marby Ochel started on the ground. He's only been off for about 3 minutes, so just having a rest at the moment.
Thanks for that, John. Back in the air. Ball knocked down to Rosas, who was the meat and the sandwich before he could get away with it. Oh, Grundy came up with the handball and kicks a ripper. 4 in a row, Sydney. Big Brody on the run. Danger signs now for Hawthorn. Sydney 11, 3, 69. Hawthorn 7, 7, 49 on the Deutsch Far Tractors scoreboard.
Yeah, just surge football out of that stoppage there. Real scrimmage there. Roses got taken to ground and one arm pinned and then dubiously got it forward, but it was just surge football.
Well, it was a forward 50 stoppage, and Sydney looked so dangerous when the ball hits the deck. This is a classic inside to out play. The players train this type of play, and traditionally the Heaney's of the world and the Warners, they'll just burst through with their legs and just at all costs keep it alive. It seems to be the Sydney mantra. No doubt they've trained this exclusively over the summer, and it's really paying off. It's, dare I say it, it's slightly ahead of the competition. If they can maintain this for 4 quarters, it puts them in really good stead for the season.
Reeves comes on. Meek comes to the bench. Grundy contends with his 6-6-6 against the Hawks.
Hawthorn morning.
Key match up in the ruck for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards. Jordan's gone into the middle on Newcomb. Reeves tapped it down to Cleary of the Swans, who's been sparingly seen as the quasi-sub. Couldn't get it off.
The challenge will come when Grundy has to have a spell.
And he holds his ground. Reeves reaches around. Sheldrick, though, wins the footy. Hand pass to Cleary. Kicks the Swans forwards. Barras front position against Curnow. Papley underneath. Just delayed taking the footy. Curnow came through, didn't do much with it. Nash. Inboard. Newcomb's hops. Cleary got him high.
Good pressure, though.
Charlie hasn't done a lot, but he brings it to ground most times these days. It's actually not so bad. He's fighting in those long ball situations. Aim on short to Ginnivan. Wide border battle. He's on the wing. Hawks need a settler here. 49-69. They trail by 20. Biggest margin of the game. Long launch to half forward. Up flies Lewis. They need him to do that a bit more. He's probably too far out to score. He's 55 out. And he hammers it along goal square. Ward won't get there. Sarong does.
Hang on.
And did it get touched? And is that now ball? So Sarong cut some slack because he didn't know it was touched.
Yep, we are the only sport in the world who feels sorry for blokes who don't hear the touched call.
Thrown up in the goal mouth for the Hawks, trying to create. Watson took them on, released the footy. It ricocheted to Lewis. Just threw it backwards. Knocked away from Butler. Big ball to be won. Melican stood in a two-man tackle. It'll be another ball up.
A lot harder to springboard from your D50 when you're 30 out from your own goals. This is where Hawthorn need to keep the pressure on.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20. Traveller, good tap. Newcomb, roves and goals. Reeves on the reach arounds. Set him up. And the Hawks do get that goal against the flow. They trail by 14 points. The Duke Spark Tractors scoreboard 8-7-55 to Sydney 11-3-69.
He's just so long. I mean, he's a huge man, Brodie Grundy, but Ned Reeves not as big in overall terms, but just he's as good as a 7-footer. He's 6'11" and a bit on the old.
Yeah, well, this is the challenge now. That Grundy's done a power of work this quarter. Now he has a spell. Amadi comes on. He's really an inferior ruckman, isn't he, after what we just saw there? So there's a little opportunity just through personnel for Hawthorn to get on top around the ball.
Last two stoppages in the middle, James Jordan has been wearing Jai Newcomb like a glove. He's not in there this time.
Donners, what do you got?
Nick Watson heading down the race he was just holding his right hamstring as he came to the bench, so he's gone down into the rooms now.
Thanks, John. From the ball up, Reeves with that reach, that wingspan, got it down, but Papley starting in the middle, walks his way past the couple. He wants it back from McInerney. He does. He has a bounce, takes him on, centering kick, too low. Sicily read it to perfection. And here go the Hawks on the slingshot. Out wide to Butler. He takes it. He's got more running. Hands it over to Moore. He runs to half forward. Short to Lewis. Gets there, and so does McCartan's fist. It was a good spoil, Derm.
It was a great spoil, wasn't it? The running, it kept pace with the Lewis lead and then reaches around the long way with the spoiling arm. I almost think that Lewis is just outsizing McCartan. He's almost better off just touching, holding and saying, hey, kick it up on my head. I can do him one out.
55 from the Hawthorn goal. Reeves puts it down to Ward. Had it all smothered. Sheldrick clears as a result, but Sicily the front half turnover.
And put it in the air, Sydney.
Yeah.
Keep it on the deck.
Yeah, you're right about that. They pick it off when it's above the eye level, the Hawks.
Sicily plays it back through Weddle, looking out to the members' side of the ground. D'Ambrosio doing a lot of work on the wing. Marks in open space and turns goal side. Puts it to the hot spot. Who have they got? Scholes should have marked. Gunston underneath. Squeezed at goal side and missed.
He's getting more snaps at goal this year than I think he has in his entire career.
2 goals, 3. They're down by 13.
Should have grabbed that.
So you don't get worse at reading ball drop and ball off hands, do you? You get better. But he's kept his reflexes, Gunston. Just as slick.
You don't lose your knowledge of the game either.
So Chip, Ice to Rampy to Pice. They run it outside, defensive 50 to Swans. Out wide to Sarong. Ex-Hawk, now Swan, has it half back as he backpedals.
Done all right in the first 2 weeks for the Swans, Joseph Sarong.
Heads long, Marty the target. He's got about 5 to beat Marty. Again, he brings it to ground. And that gives Papley a chance, but he can't pounce on it. Sicily does to Newcomb. Spears one along the wing, gets it to McDonald. So McDonald's got a few in open paddock to go to if he wants to for the Hawks.
Little ran on. The sideways is Ward.
Uh-oh. He's doing the mark.
Judge will be the one who's allowed to move. Swans negotiate at will. Inboard to Newcomb. Kick inside the 50. The leading lane was there. Lewis didn't arrive. Trapped underneath him. Butler came up with it. Hand pass picked off by Rowbottom. Loose. Nash is onto it. Fed it away. And Moore kicked the goal. His second. Hawthorn string a couple together. It's back to single figures. 9-8-62. Chasing Sydney 11-3-69. The Deutzfahr Tractors scoreboard. Donners, have you seen Nick Watson?
Yeah, I have. He's just emerged from the race. He's just having a swig of water. I think he's about to come back on here, so we'll keep an eye on it.
It just looks, and it's probably the time in the game when most games, when fatigue actually starts to tell. They've just looked a little slow out of the back half and a little slow to cover the Sydney Swans in the last 4 or 5 minutes. A couple of fatigue errors.
Well, there's also just this propensity just to go, and Rowbottom gets a ball running away from goal, ground ball, and he's the most conservative player on their side. He just flicks the handball up, gets caught on the outside, and if it comes off, fantastic. But if it doesn't, you can see the score.
Marty in the middle against Reeves. Big dominant.
He did not want to be there in that ruck contest.
Yeah, Reeves has the size on him, but they had to give Grundy a rest.
He'll try and separate you, Joel. He won't want to lock up.
Block for Elders for Australian Agriculture, about to tick into time on third term. Clearance is big, and McKenzie gets it for the Hawks. Kicks it to all. Maybe a child was dumped, or did he dump himself? No, maybe a child free. Play on advantage, and a Hawthorn behind.
That.
Wow. You've got to be a bit more certain than that. Mitch Lewis, if you're going to play on.
You know the one thing forwards hate, Simone?
That.
Yeah, exactly that.
Hawks down by a goal. Lewis would like his time back there. Short kick into McCartan.
Don't look comfortable here, Gerard, doing this type of play.
Tonight half back for Malcolm. Lance down the line, and he's going to have to be long to a contest. So who will be in the air? McDonald was the best of the Flyers. Battle though underneath. Barras missed Ambrosio. Sarong spins out of trouble. Barras got across his boot to make the smother.
Two great actions then. The spin by Sarong was first class. He just evaded the first player. Oh, just looking at the replay, that's a big, dangerous hoik by McCartan on Ravi or Chol. Yeah, great spin and then a great smother.
Ball on the wing to be thrown in. Swans lead by a goal. McKenzie doing his work. Out to Nash, up to Ginnivan, dragged off it by Bice. He really did make the most of it. And the umpire goes for it and pays the free kick.
Got away with one there, the Hawks. It was a throw.
Ginnivan, no 50. Hawks fans howl. Evan meanders out to the right, pumps it up inside 50. Chol trying to get a fly. Blakey went with him. Ground ball. It will elude McDonald and go over.
So the game's changed a little bit. The last 5 minutes, Hawthorn have become dominant with their field position. Started when Grundy went off the ground, to be honest, and they got him back on now.
Eight minutes left in the third.
You can kick the last goal from a type of stoppage situation.
Reeves got the palm down to Newcomb. Feeds it inside to Lewis, who owes them one. Gave it back. Slick style to McDonald of the Hawks. Chol went down low. Ginnivan almost kicked it out of fingertips. Got away with it. Hunts Blakey. Probably got him around the ear. Umpire said, keep going, boys. Rowbottom, ridden. Ball up top of the goal square for Hawthorn. Hawk fans in full voice at the moment.
Sorry, Grundy is stuck on the bench, Dwayne.
So McDonald for Sydney against Reeves. He tried to do a little tap to his own boot and kick it out of midair. Well, Wicks was stripped by Chol. And now he's stripped by McDonald. The two wrongs make a right. They don't. Two half frees don't make a full one. McDonald inside with the kick for the Hawks. Bice kicked it outside. Defensive 50. Big ball to win. Newcomb got it. Gave it to Impey. Gave it to D'Ambrosio. Kicks it to Chol. Dumped away. Blakey got a hand in the way. Knocked it to Lloyd. To McCartan. Loops it out wide towards Blakey. Hunted down. He's content to see that out. And throw it in, says the umpire.
Gee, they're having to defend tooth and nail here, the Sydney Swans. It's a really good effort by their backline players here.
Holding on.
Oh, they're giving everything.
Hawks fans are up for insufficient intents. Man denied. Reeves at the 50 brought it down. Chad Warner got stripped of the ball. Nash out the back to Moore. There's a dump free kick and it's going to Nash.
Surely they can't be saying about time, Hawthorn. 23 kicks to 13.
They've had a pretty good run.
Very good run.
Experts with Power Bay quality solar solutions. Nash going to lob it to the hot spot. Chol trying to get a rise. Off the pack it comes. Sarong off the last line. Away to Lloyd. Searching for a mark outside 50. He's put it very wide. No mark for Sheldrick. Umpire said it was out on the full.
Every time Chol gets a launch at it, you think he's going to grab it or clunk it. Yeah.
Went through the art of defence during the week on Foxtel. I just don't think they've defended him very well. You just got to get in front of him, take his space.
Chol's going to give him another leap at it. Right on his head. Reeves. Off hands. Ginnivan. Shot and missed. Too severe on the snap. Under no pressure. Hawks are down by 5 on the Deutsche Fire Tractors scoreboard.
Yeah, give Ginnivan 100 more of those. He kicks 99 of them.
Yeah. Most unusual, that miss. Oh, they've got to be conservative here. He's going to keep it central.
Blakey, he put his kick late. He's got Roberts or Curnow. Curnow made the contest. Wicks almost the crumb. Kept it to his own advantage. Kept it alive. Nash, gang tackled. Dragged down. So we've got 6 minutes left. Third term on the Deutsche Fire Tractors scoreboard. Watson's about to come back on for the Hawks. The Deutsche Fire Tractors scoreboard has the Swans in front 69-64. McDonald for Hawthorn. Now Nash for Hawthorn ran into a roadblock. Had to be gone, surely.
No left foot.
So after such a period of defending, can the Swans create some attack? Chad Warner picked out the kick to McDonald on the wing. Hawks have clogged the corridor. Chad kept on coming to receive the hand pass, and he'll be the kicker inside 50. Amati's got numbers against him. Corey Warner flew rather than staying down. Scrimshaw under pressure. Kept his footing. Gives it off to Whittle. Outside the 50 for Lewis. Now the Hawks have got numbers inboard. Kick goes poorly between 3 of them. And Wicks triangulated. He kicked it straight to Wicks.
They've got Gunston standing 100 metres ahead of the play. The ground is just all over the shop at the moment. It's actually quite exciting.
If he was in a Sydney jumper, you'd say magnificent kick to pierce that bloke.
Logan McDonald heads wide. Lewis got there. Corey Warner held his ground and the ball rolls out of play, and we'll get a ball in forward pocket for Sydney, who need a little nerve settler right now. They do lead 69-64, but after breaking out to, 20 or 21 point lead?
20 point at least.
Yeah. It's been all Hawthorn since. Ball back into play. Meek, Logan McDonald. Meek with the reach. Knocked it down. Papley couldn't trap it. Sicily goes and gets it. Caught. Got a kick away. A roller. Who's going to get there? Mills will. Loops it inside. They want to take it on. Bice was clever. Got it to McCartan. He with a bullet pass. Finds Jordan. 60 from goal. Now can Whelan go?
Whittle stands at the top of the goal square. He's an extra.
He heads to the pocket to Amati. Got 3 to beat, and Whittle did well. You're spot on, Derm. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Whittle gets it out of play. Forward pocket for Sydney.
There's 40 Pepsi. Sydney have taken 40 marks tonight.
Wow.
40.
Is that all?
It's just a handball fest.
Yes.
Kamikaze style.
Well, Whittle's playing on the wing at the moment, so he's guarding the goal square again.
Sicily roves in the back pocket. Hand pass missed Newcomb, who had to stick the tackle on Lloyd. Somehow got it to his boot to avoid the free kick, and it'll be balled up. 55 out from the Sydney goal. It'll be 6 minutes gone. At the third term, Meek took it out of the ruck and got away with that.
Back in the old day, you take it out of the ruck, you are hot.
Yeah.
Your prior is the ball getting thrown up where you know it's going to be thrown up.
The orders clock for Australian Agriculture. Chad Warner was on the fly, couldn't break the tackle of McKenzie, and he got knocked off holding the ball.
The umpires do this all year. Just let it go until something happens.
McKenzie in the back pocket. Donners, what's happening on the Hawthorn bench?
Nick Watson about to come back on. They were working on his hamstring and his high quad area as well. And from a Sydney perspective, 11 minutes on the bench for Brodie Grundy as well.
Ginnivan out of half back after the marking contest. Good pick off by Bice.
Did he get stuck on the bench, Donners, or do you think it was a strategy?
No, he's been stuck on the bench with the ball on the outer side, as has Nick Watson, who's been standing up for about 5 minutes.
Lloyd to Mills, to McCartan, about to get caught, just got to kick away. Well, Warner was bumped in the mark attempt by McKenzie, but McKenzie got away with it. Now the Hawks might get away with Ginnivan. Gave it to Lewis, bounced it to him. Lewis picked it up. That's a better pass to Gunston. He's on the wing, doesn't have a lot to go too quickly. Has to hold it up. 3 minutes left in this third term. So no one was on the mark. Gunston runs his full 15 and launches to Marbia. He's got the reach. Oh, Roberts got up there to the good saving grab. And it's going to be Shepherd against Marbia anyway. Free kick to Sydney, even though they had the mark.
Both teams look fatigued. There's still 4 minutes to go in this quarter, and Sydney won't stop doing this overlap handball.
Bice and Mills combine out of half back. Bice with a hand pass to Lloyd right on halfway. Kicks to half forward. Hardwick and Papley. Spills to the back for a Marty outside of the boot. He sat it high for Cleary. Impey over the top. Punches it away next to the behind post.
Interesting with the hit-outs, 34 to Hawthorn to 14, but they lose the clearances by 10 at this stage, so they're sharking the hit-outs. You picked it earlier on, Derm.
Grundy is back on the ground to contest the throw-in. Deep forward for the Swans. Meek by his side. Amati roved it, threw it at his boot and missed. Grundy got in and after. To no avail, though. Amon, Ginnivan and Impey across the last line for the Hawks. Impey just kicks to open territory. That's not much of a choice. Wicks arrives to take the intercept mark. All the numbers committed back.
Going to try and get this inside 50 to ground level.
Kick up to the hot spot. It'll be a big pack. Arms reaching everywhere. Ground ball. Scrimshaw backward. Ginnivan got clipped high by Corey Warner. Will take the free.
He's worked back pretty hard in the last 6 or 7 minutes, Jack Ginnivan. He's playing as a high half forward, obviously coming up to the stoppage, but sensing the urgency, he's going deep into defence as we see a blood rule, Simo.
Looks like Papley's got one across the chops.
Might be the first time an opposition team has decided he deserves one.
Yeah, this is the time when you started to talk. You're in the box and you go, oh, what do we want the last quarter to look like? Are we just going to take this on the way it is, or are we going to do something different with personnel change, positional change?
You reckon the Swans are happy with that blood rule? Because they got a chance to bring 3 guys on, really. It's not just Papley coming off. They made a 3-man change.
It's deliberate. Yourself in the face.
I'm not saying that. Well, maybe blood capsule.
That's
Rock Hudson.
I'm going to bring that in one day.
Ginnivan heads wide. Now Grundy gets there, can't mark it on Meek, but gathers the crumb nicely to Corey Warner. Got that up in the air, very high. Ginnivan. Logan McDonald made the contest. Ball knocked down to Hardwick. Kicks it back towards the wing. Lewis uses his hands nicely. Takes the mark against Mills.
I mean, he's got about 12 centimetres on his opponent there in Mills.
Gives a bit of ground to Amon, who gives a lot of ground to Weddle. 30 from defensive goal. Hawks are going to try to bring this to the members' side of the grounds. Weddle's bouncing with every step. He's had 4. And passes to Hardwick, who just couldn't find the way. He retreats to Battle. And then sideways to Barras.
Hawthorn holding up a TNT sign. Gerard, must mean whatever it means. Looks like it's control.
Just left over from the ACDC concert.
Blow up the game.
It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're blown up.
Barras kicks it up to half forward. Grundy spoils in the pack. Watson got hit hard. I wonder who hit him. He's down. Chad Warner's away. A couple of bounces through the middle. The incisive hand pass to Blakey. The neat pass for Jordan went one-handed. It reached the back. He gives it to McDonald, who will surely go. Sydney, after a prolonged arm wrestle, get the major on the board and push the lead back to 11 points. 12-3 to 9-10. That is the Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks.
Had my eyes on Nick Watson the whole time. Grundy took him in a real big heavy tackle. And
Newcomb.
And he stayed with him. There was Newcomb's got him. Yeah. And Grundy stayed with him.
Grundy was saying he was okay.
Yeah, Grundy stayed with him a long time. Lewis came over and said he had a words with Grundy, but he said, "No, mate, I'm looking after him."
Come off, doesn't he?
He thought
you'd think so. He got
Grundy
clobbered.
Yeah. The AFL now has someone in the arc looking at that.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
You'd think that they'd say to the club doctor, "Hey, we just had a look at the vision of that," and well, it's three-quarter time within a minute anyway. So, from the ball up, Mackenzie, the clearance is huge here. Thumps it wide with 1 minute left on the clock, and getting back is Lloyd. The seconds tick down. Sydney 75, Hawthorn 64. What do they want to do here?
Oh, looks like their control as well, but 46 marks to three-quarter time, Dwayne. It's one of the lowest marking games we've seen in many a year.
Bice, long down the line. Weddle rises to make the spoil and punches it out of play. The replay screen for betting floor stock clearance on now at Harvey Norman. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Limited time whilst stocks last. Replay's being shown of some collision with Newcomb.
Weddle, the extra drop-off player in defence again.
Up at the stoppage, Mackenzie got trapped with a footy by Rowbottom. That'll be another ball up. Over on the worn wing. Seconds ticking down. Medical staff looking at the vision. We've all been studying up here. Rowbottom and Chad Warner combined. It's a loose hand pass. Impey cuts it off. Sideways to Ward. Close to the boundary for Newcomb. Hawks are just searching for a mark here. Lewis had a fly. He dropped it. Blakey edges it the other way. Ward, though. Slap bang into it. Hawks are trying to break late. Ward got it back from Butler. Shoals the target. Clear run. Dropped the mark.
Dropped it again.
He dropped the mark. He could have been having a shot after the siren.
Dropped 3 clean marks. He's got 2 hands to, without really a spoil. He's been marking pretty well in the first 2 weeks.
Doubled over with a sense of regrets. The Swans lead it by 11 points at three-quarter time. 12-3-75 to Hawthorn, 9-10-64. Multiple goal kickers, McDonald and Curnow, 2 each for the Swans. 2s for Moore, Scholl and Gunston for the Hawks. Swans have led at all 3 changes. They're up by 11 on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. It's Deutz-Fahr Evolved.
Miles, you ever walk into a pub and feel like you've just backed a winner?
Every time I step into the Rising Sun Hotel, South Melbourne. Unbelievable steaks, service that's first class, and the vibe, well, it's electric.
It's the kind of place where you come for a feed and stay for all of the fun.
And let's be honest, once you've had a feed at the Rising Sun, nowhere else quite measures up.
The Rising Sun Hotel, South Melbourne, backing winners with premium steaks.
High quality service. And the thrill of every visit.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other, who understands that it's not just a house, it's your past, it's your focus, it's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on, Elders Real Estate.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay with 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Macca's new Bistro Bernays Angus range can now be enjoyed with a refreshing Kirk's Lemon Lime and Bitters. Compliments to the chef. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Need plants for your next project? Plantmark is the trusted wholesale plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. With a big range, trade prices and delivery you can count on, they've got what you need. Open 6 days across 4 Melbourne locations. Visit plantmark.com.au.
G'day, it's Finey from the Final Siren and Lenny's Fine Foods. Eat in or take away a New York-style bagel. There's hot pastrami, smoked brisket, crispy schnitzel and so many more. We've got a huge range of European and Middle Eastern delicacies, as well as over 50 homemade soups and meals to take home. Just follow us on socials to see what's cooking. Lenny's Fine Foods open 7 days a week, 636 Inkerman Road, North Caulfield. Please note, Lenny's food is delicious, may cause drooling and or cravings. Lenny's is not a bank.
Finals aren't won with the volume down.
They're won in moments that shake the floor.
When the crowd roars and the game answers back.
That's when the building lifts.
Crowds bring it, players answer it.
No volume, no ring.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down. Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Play it louder.
Watch every game live on ESPN.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to make your whole campaign work harder, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Ground ball. Jordan got hold of it, slotted the goal.
Wow, quick.
As easy as that.
Turnover, row bottom, bounce pass. Jordan gave it up. Or Papley put on his backside. Here's Warner. He slides it home. The superstar, Chad Warner, in full flight. Grundy came up the handball and kicks the ripper. 4 in a row, Sydney.
Good tap. Newcomb, rows and goals. Reeves on the reach arounds. Set him up. Butler came up with it. Hand pass picked off by row bottom. Lou snashes onto it. Fed it away. And Moore kicked the goal.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Sydney by 11. Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson.
So we have a look at it again, and it is Ned Reeves. After half-time, he has started the third quarter and the fourth quarter against Brodie Grundy. And then they bring on Meek to try and finish into Grundy and really tax him. This will be really interesting. So the score sources as well, Hawthorn have scored 8 times. Sydney Swans have scored 8 times from turnovers. Hawthorn 11. But it's 7 goals 1 to 5 goals 6. They've made the most of their opportunities.
Yeah, and they've kicked 4 goals from the back half, Sydney, which feels like it's been more, to be honest. But
because they're express.
They're express. Yeah. It feels like they're just going to double down on what they've been training. And Hawthorn, I'll be interested to see what Sam does with his players and what moves he makes.
Watson's out there.
Swans by 11, 12-3 to 9-10. Into the final term we go. Reeves the opening tap. Newcomb was held the moment he got hold of it. Was able to release a hand pass. They squabble for it underfoot. Don't think it will be settled.
Holding lots of length. Hawthorn still got Gunston almost in the goal square.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Grundy's after it. Threw it onto his boots. It trickled to Roberts. Hand passed indiscriminate. Cut off by Ginnivan. Newcomb, Sicily for the Hawks at halfback. Used Newcomb and D'Ambrosio running the members' wing. Able to stretch out and have a bounce. Not much of a kick going forward.
Ooh.
Lands in the field of play and inside the arc, so he earns a ball.
Just metre inside the 50.
I thought he had running support just on the inside, forced to kick on the right, or link chain with that handball, and he opted for the right foot. Not a great execution.
Grundy and Reeves, 50 from Hawthorn's goal. Reeves ripped it out of the air, tried to give it to Watson, but missed him. Chad Warner barrels one to the middle of the ground, and Hardwick do a grab in front of Curnow.
Can do that, Chad, can't he? Just off 2 steps and just goes out of here, and hoik.
Doesn't suit their system, Derm. They should just keep running and take the game on.
And he's so good and damaging, yeah. You'd prefer him to get caught 3 times a game doing that.
Back to Scrimshaw to aim on to Ginnivan, who gets a little float time. Couldn't mark it, but landed like a cat. Gave the handball off to McDonald, and he finds Gunston up against the boundary, 45 from goal. But this is well within his repertoire. Yep. Almost feels, when you look at the flags, as if he's got the breeze at his back. Back pedals will kick from about a metre inside the boundary, and about 48 if he gives himself some extra space between he and the man on the mark.
What did Blighty tell you? Kick it on the inside of the near post?
If you want a point to make sure you at least score, it's across the face. Well, that was more if scores are level and you've got the last kick of the game. Don't blow it across the face and not score at all. Just sneak it inside the behind post and take your point.
Dunston's kick 2-4. Hawks are down by 10. Swans build. Rampy pumps it long. Straight to Sicily, though. Sicily has it at halfway. Lewis on the long lead.
Grundy sits down the line, 60 metres. Reeves, shoulder to shoulder, won't allow Grundy to sit there by himself.
He's got to kick it long inside the 50. See if Reeves or Moore could come up with a mark. Off hands, it gets to the back. McInerney keeping it away from McDonald. Ginnivan took him on and passed it up. Fight for it at ground level. So we'll force the ball up 30 yards from goal.
Gotta love it when Ginnivan does that. He just picks it up and runs into traffic, saying if you don't tackle me properly, you're gone.
Tests you with your head, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. But instead of running for where there's an exit, he runs for the traffic to hope that someone tackles him high. D'Ambrosio comes up with it here. He heads inside 50 to Moore.
He met that. He is a stunning kick. That is the best kick inside 50 we've seen all night.
Yeah, well, Hawthorn seemed to look for Gunston on those types of leads. That was just a pull kick across the body. Only left-footers can do those type of kicks, Derm. Not many left-footers either.
Oh, that's good.
This kick, with the scores 10 points apart, to make it a 1-kick game, to make it a 4-point game. In he struts and he nails it. We've got a good 17 minutes coming up here, plus a little change. He's got 3, and the Hawks are now within striking distance again, 71 to 75, and that's on the... Great to have them on board, by the way. Mate, Internet and Mobile Scoreboard. Mate, Internet and Mobile, $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use the promo code BINGE25 at checkout. Our experts for Power Bay Premium Energy Solutions for sustainable Australian homes. Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton.
Derm, we haven't worked together other than this game, but I tend to bang on about the same thing a lot from a coaching point of view, and I just truly believe Sydney's inability to win an aerial contest is going to cost them the game if they don't start either kicking on the ground. I think Hawthorn's starting to dominate field position just through the aerial dominance in the back half.
I'd love to see McDonald be the link player like Mitch Lewis is doing for Hawthorn. They need something forward to the centre to come up and meet the ball.
Swans by 4. Newcomb, creative hand pass to Ward. Hawks get it up to full forwards. Lewis couldn't mark. Watson does the roving. Screws it near goal. Misses to the near side. Hawks are down by 3. They have kicked 10-12.
Lewis Hall probably would have had second grab on that. Those pesky small forwards.
22 scoring shots to 15, and the team of 15 is leading. Grundy gets the knockdown, gets it to Amati, going nowhere. Manhandled and got a handball away. Chad Warner kept it in front. He got it back from McInerney, Chad. Now he heads out wide. Running ball for Sarong to go and get. Ginnivan's going to corral him. He could have gone inside to Papley. He goes longer over the back. Getting there in time was Barras, but he made it tough for Battle. Maybe he just wanted the handball back again. He does get it back. He goes to Ginnivan. Well worked. Ginnivan slick over his head to Moore. Here go the Hawks. They can take the lead here. They've got the overlap. McDonald. Chip kick is good. Lewis Turns. Will he go? He's got Watson, or he's got more. He runs inside 50. This kick for the lead.
Missed it. Sydney's forwards have been poor tonight. I think, for the most part, they've almost lost every one-on-one battle. Haven't seen Curnow really since the first quarter.
As much as Mitch Lewis isn't taking towering marks, he's actually providing that hit-up lead.
23 scoring shots to 15, yet the Hawks trail long on the way out. Is cut off by Whateley. He's changed his mind once or twice. Hand pass on the wing to Scrimshaw. Gives it around to Ward. Pokes it forwards. Nash takes the mark. Front of the centre square. Whateley on the flyby. Takes the long-range shots, and he too is afflicted by inaccuracy.
1 goal 4 in this final quarter already.
Down by 1 point. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
You feel like Hawthorn's going to win the game, but the Swans are hanging in there nicely, and give them 5 minutes on their terms and they can go bang, bang, bang. Amadi doesn't get there in time. He goes hip and shoulder into Butler, who took the mark. Chip kick is for Watson, but he is good enough to get it on the ground after not getting in the air. Back into Butler. He sends it long, goal square. Who's got to jump? Lewis, front of the pack, can't mark it. Nash, he might give them the lead. Nash, it's bending, it's floating, it's twisting, it's across the face.
It was a Gaelic football.
He's lucky to keep it in play, normally.
Scores a level, 75 each.
Well, at this rate, Dwayne,
they'll win by 15
have to have 7
points.
shots to Sydney's 1.
10-15 to 12-3. Swans cannot get out of defence. McInerney marks the kick in. They will now. Hand pass to the full flow of Blakey. Kicks to an open forward set-up. Curnow's got to pay his way. Spoil made by Barras over the top, all the way to the boundary.
That's a big win for Sydney. I mean, Barras did well to stop that, but when the ball hit the deck, Hawthorn had 4v2 Sydney Swans players. They now get a chance to reload 75 metres out from their goals. Get a chance to restock and set up.
Grundy plants in front of Reeves, wins the tap and the footy. Grundy bursting clear, lags the hand pass to McInerney. Just went too soft on the kick. Cut off by Amon. Banged it on the foot, gave it straight back to Lloyd.
Grundy's pushed forward. Reeves is caught too close.
Can he kick it?
Well, 5 years ago, he would have kicked this. I know what his legs are like at the back end of his career. It's either kick the goal or put it to the top of the square. You just don't want it falling 5 metres short term.
And 274 tonight. He's kicked 49 career goals, Jake Lloyd.
Allowed to kick tops.
He's going to get himself to the 50 and unload. Right. It's a big ride. He's hit the left-hand post.
Hit it well.
Where he ran, wasn't it?
Puts the Swans up by that poster. Late internet mobile.
They rely on that overlap from Blakey off that kick in just to get that field position. Now they get a chance to keep it in their front half.
They need that run because they're locked in otherwise, and they can't get past the first level of defence.
Happily hassles himself to it. Couldn't take the mark. Bice gave it off. Bang! Whateley. Brilliant tackle. Holds the ball in the area. And says a few nouns and verbs to Lloyd after cutting him in half with the tackle. 80 from the Sydney Swans goal. They lead by a point. Grundy almost got his own work again. Chev won a little fumble. Nash picked it up. Gave it off to Ward. Running the wrong way. Kicks it around the body. Might be Mills's ball. It is. Takes a good grab on the wing.
Forward half turnover for the Swans. And grimly defending for most of the term. Inboard to Bice, took his eye off it, dropped the mark, had to make the tackle on Watson to make sure it didn't cost. It's a ball up. It's a big error. On the members' wing, Grundy cradles the ball, dragged down, released.
Got to get careful here. Grundy doesn't shepherd the drop of the ball too far away.
Got to get back to it each time.
Yeah, correct.
Guides it to his foot. It went nowhere. Off the ground went Sheldrick, but coming the other way. Well played by Butler. Took territory for the Hawks. Needs the big fly from Watson. One-handed. Dragged it down over the boundary.
Cyrillish the way I look at him at the moment.
Wow.
Little Watson.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at that individual, but someone is giving someone a spare. Whateley behind the play. I think he might be pulling back as a bit of a wingman. Otherwise, he's playing as a half-back.
Yeah, he is wing, and that's why Ginnivan's so high up the ground covering that wing.
Ball on the wing. Swans by point.
We've got Mills behind the play versus Whateley behind the play now.
Grundy and Meek. Grundy rips out of the air. Tumbles one to half forward. Curnow does home. He can't mark it. Knocked it to the front. Amati back pedals. He sees McInerney. Hits him with the handball. Nowhere to go. Dropped it. Ball. Gee, you sense Hawthorn could run away with this game if they just kick straight. They're trailing by a point.
A battle to aim on. Plays it out very wide on the worn side of the ground. Moore has a little bit of time to steady. Deliver forward for Impey. 2 kicks out from goal. What's the mode of attack? Shoal in the lane. Knocked away by McCartan on the reach around. Throw it in. Big matchups late in the game for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards. McCartan stands. Shoal, who has got his hands to a few, hasn't been able to hang on to the big mark yet. Hawks attacking. Meek down to Newcomb. Shoots it out to Ginnivan. Sidesteps into space. Sets it up to full forward. Lewis clutches it to his chest.
So the size of Mitch Lewis is forcing Melican to play from behind as a starting position, which is why we've seen Mitch Lewis lead up a lot and take some chest marks on the lead, because if you're outsized by somebody as a backman, you tend to keep them in your sight so that you feel like you can force them under the ball in the dangerous one that comes to the top of the square. But what it does is ultimately gives a leading position to that forward if the ball comes in on his terms.
Mitch Lewis directly in front, 40 out, right foot drop putt right through the middle. Hawks in front. Approaching the halfway mark of the final term. 11th lead change of the night. Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard. Hawthorn 11-15, 81 lead. Sydney 12-4-76. Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions.
And little Jack Ginnivan just sold the dummy. Just sold the dummy enough so he thought he's able to count to 2 and spot up the lead. As soon as the dummy was sold, Mitch Lewis thinks, I can lead into space now.
Yeah, they had the kick it into a bucket at 3/4 time competition for KFC, and that's exactly what Ginnivan did then. Just dropped that into a little bucket in the hole for Lewis to run into and grab it. So ball up, knocked down, and McDonald for the Hawks going nowhere. Ball flung in the air. 2 ruckman tie up. Grundy. Both got each other probably over the shoulder. Grundy knocks it further on. He gets it to Papley and he blasts it long. Charlie, where are you, Charlie? He's up. He can't mark it, and Barra beats him again. Ball out of play. Ball in forward pocket.
He had Charlie Curnow on the lead out wide, Dwayne.
Didn't put it to his advantage.
And well held tonight. Key position forwards for Sydney. And no space. Barras has had a terrific night. And you see Whateley sit behind the play again.
Swans looking to reclaim the lead at the throw in. Lovely tap. Meek down to Ward. Not a great kick on the way out. Roberts got collared by Chol. It's pretty clumsy stuff. Matt Roberts with the free kick right half forward for Sydney.
Gerard, if you feel the first contact go high, go through with it.
Up into the pocket. Curnow cleared the way, but he was under the footy. Logan McDonald's claiming the mark, and the umpire agrees. He knocked over afterwards too. It'll cost 50.
Wow, that's going to be big, Gerard.
Huge. So instead of a snap from deep in the right forward pocket, it is a goal line certainty.
And it wasn't a mark either. I think Sydney spoiled the ball. There's a look of dismay on the Hawthorn faces.
he thought how has this happened? He thought it was play on.
He did a good job of spoiling that ball, and that's the only way the Sydney Tallers are getting into play is an umpire free kick.
Point blank range. Logan McDonald's kicks his third. The Swans put their bibs back in front. 1 point leaders with 9:42 remaining on the Elders clock for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs.
Waiting on this footage to come back up again to see. Take your chances. Yeah, well, Scrimshaw was the one off the crowd.
Wow, what a punch.
Yeah. Well,
was that two mistakes from the umpire or one?
I'm sure another umpire would have seen that. And you can easily just overrule, can't you? Listen, I've seen that. It wasn't off the Hawthorn, off the Sydney hand.
So the umpire's doubled down on his mistake. He shouldn't have paid the mark, and then he gave 50.
So Whateley's starting in the forward line, and he makes his way back behind the play to stop the slingshot game of Sydney.
Ball flung in the air. Hawthorn fans not happy. Ball knocked down to Newcomb. Caught by the tackle machine, Rowbottom. And then he lays one on Nash and holds it in the area, Rowbottom. Brilliant.
You see Whateley running behind the play now. Distinct plan.
And Marty doing the ruck against Reeves. He's got the reach, knocked it down. Then he towed it off the deck. Rolling ball. Logan McDonald knocked it down. Tried to get it to Rosas. Scrimshaw had it, lost it. Battle had it. Flings it out. Sicily's direction. Amon chips it. And nicely chipped wide to Hardwick. Swans lead by a point.
Big switch back across the grounds. Hardwick like the look of Battle. Plays it out to half-back for Scrimshaw. Hawks his initial option. Whateley is making space down the wing, suggesting Scrimshaw should put it out in front of him, and he does, but he's put it too wide, and so wide that it ends up slipping over the boundary for a turnover.
And Dean's got an issue whether he equalises that Derm and go up equalised game, or he uses their spare in Mills and gets that run and overlap. And it's a real game of chess at the moment.
Just been holding back at the moment. Allowing that free player to turn into Mills.
Sheldrick from halfway. He gives the Swans forward a shallow entry, a Marty front position. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Hardwick just danced through the traffic. Blast the Hawks up to half forward. Scholes coming with the flight. Made good position. Gunston Road. Clipped high by McCartan. Free kick. And McCartan came over the mark. He's been nailed for 50. Turnabout's fair play. Now Scholes just knocked McCartan over.
No, McCartan fell over.
I feel for McCartan then. That was... he played the olden days, didn't he, man, on the mark? And it was an instinctive...
Gunston hasn't kicked as well as he normally does. 2 goals for, but he is close in for the 13th lead change of the contests. To give the Hawks a late showing. The veteran slots it. Hawks lead it by 5. 8 minutes to play. Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard.
Inside 50s the final quarter, 6-10 in favour of the Hawks. They're +4 there. They've had 8 shots from their 10 entries. Sydney have been inside 6 times for 2 shots. 1 goal, 1.
Yeah, and then the Hawks are up in the contest, +11 contested possession.
The umpire called 50 before he actually told McCartan whether it was a free or not. But that was a bit unlucky, wasn't it?
He put his hands up. I reckon he was stiff because he put his hands up and addressed the mark and then still shuffled forward thinking that Gunston was going to run the loop play-on style play.
So back in the middle, Reeves, Grundy double-handed pat down to Chad Warner. Missed his handball target, McInerney, who's gang tackled. We're ticking into time on the orders clock in this final term. Elders, great to have them on board for Australian agriculture. From the ball up. Again, Reeves with the reach, knocked it down. McInerney, towed off his hands, I thought. And then Butler's kicked it further forward for the Hawks. It rolls out of play and will get a ball in, but they've got it in their forward pocket. Hawthorn, they lead with 7:40 left. 87-82 the Hawks.
Lucky to get out of that, the Hawks. Could have been an intercept. Whateley's opponent, who was the loose in defence, no forward came up to man him. Just create a contest.
Grundy knocked it into open space, which was a risky strategy. Chad Warner and Nick Watson went to work. It's tied up between them.
It's a good call, Gerard. They're willing to take that risk from the start of the game, just to hit on, knock on, forward of the ball.
Never miss a moment of the footy with McDelivery. Grundy again banged it, but it's well roved. D'Ambrosio gave it to Watson. Backwards to Battle. Kicks the Hawks up inside the 50. Lewis presents. McCartan got it away from him. Reeves, lovely touch down to Butler. Hand passed inboard. They swarm. Moore stripped to the footy by Lloyds. Umpire's going to ball it up. 45 out from the Hawthorn goal. They lead by 5.
Flung in the air. Grundy, Reeves. Grundy with the palm. Got it down to Wicks. Flicked it to Bice. His handball was pretty ugly. D'Ambrosio, the collect was great. Gave it to the Wizard. Little dance step, but he danced his way across the boundary. And what's the umpire saying here? Is that a free kick to the Wizards?
Sling tackle, did he say? Yeah. After he was over the boundary.
He might have contributed to that.
Put a bit on it, didn't he?
He's been doing that since he was a wee fella.
And he fell to the ground with his head hitting the deck, the Wizard. Almost deliberately, he deliberately fell to the deck himself without much.
He's on the correct side for a right footer. For this distance, he's too far to play on and snap across the body. He'll have to drop punt. He might even try and balk the bloke on the mark.
So from 1 metre in from the boundary, kicks toward goal. It's across the face. Lewis got up there, couldn't bring it down. Ball hits the deck. Ginnivan had a chance at it. Rampy kicks it around his body. Cleary couldn't mark it. Bice crumbs it. Gave it off just in time. Corey Warner back to Cleary. Slang, good tackle. Moore not rewarded. Ball in. Crowd's getting a little restless now when the umpires don't pay them.
Oh, Cleary versus Heaney in the side, probably.
Yeah, not as strong.
Crowd 47,945. A thriller on a Thursday night. Hawks by 5. 6:12 remaining in the contests. Grundy down to the front. Ground ball to be won. Newcomb committed himself. McInerney laid the tackle straight away. Able to be released to Nash, who released it. McKenzie keeps it alive. Ginnivan gives a bit of ground to Hardwick. He can squirt a kick up to half forward. See what they've got. Lewis presenting. McCartan spoiling. Chad Warner tackles. Ball it up.
Happily back on the ground.
Swans have made a move. They've thrown Blakey forward. Just matching up Weddle.
Grundy trying to get it away. Ran into a dead end. Hand pass to no one. Newcomb out the back. Ginnivan has a little bit of space again. Measures things up. Pops it to full forward. Swans attack hard and Roberts, the third man in to take the mark.
But he doesn't go immediately like they have been. Holds it up short to Bice, who does use it well. He's got Chad Warner short. Uses him. Still at half back though, the Swans, and they trail. 82-87 with 5 minutes left in the final term. Chad thumps it long. Charlie Curnow and Barras. Barras edged out by Charlie, got a hand on it. So that was okay. Hardwick at the back. 50 from his defensive goal. Shrugs a tackle, thumps it long, gets it back to the wing. Chad Warner up again. Can't mark it. The Wizard did well. He knocked it down to his own advantage. Has a little bounce. Who does he want? Gunston. Oh, he danced past a couple, the Wizard, and then he hits Gunston. Can't mark it. Had to go with a fist. Ball hits the carpet. Tackle late on Butler. Flings it back. Got it to Lewis. He flicks it over his head to Ward. Hunted down from behind. Back to Lewis. Back to Ward. Runs away. Kicks it wide. Take a point. It's on the full. Still 82-87.
Look cooked. Dwayne.
5-point lead. You think if you kicked the point there, at least made it a kick and harder to win the game as opposed to draw it.
They had a simple handball on after the first ball.
Yeah.
Sarong clears the area. Sicily might have marked but didn't. Scrimshaw underneath. Rosas wears him close. Trying to get the stoppage. Hawks keep it alive. Battle and Sicily. Battle kicks up inside the 50. Rampy's got to go against Lewis. Gunston! Yes! Instinctive snap out of the pockets. He just knew where the sticks were. Gunston boots his fourth, and it might prove decisive. Hawthorn by 11 points. 13-15 to 13-4 with 4 minutes remaining on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
The intellectual property of Jack Gunston is enormous. You could see him shaking to fly. He recognises that the massive frame of Mitch Lewis is going to get under the ball, so he just holds out the side. He recognises Lewis's big body is going to push it in his direction, most likely. He's such a clever player.
Yeah, by shaping to fly, he committed his man to fly. Go down.
Sydney sign holder person is now holding up wings, Dermott, which I suggest is...
Got to fly. McInerney does fly. Gave the row bottom. A mongrel down the spine. Off hands. Papley. He gets his moment. 40 out. He bends it around his body. Hasn't got enough on it. And it's been marked by the man who's beaten Kerner all night and beats him here, Barras. So 3 minutes left. They need 2 goals to steal it to the Swans, and Hawthorn need to get this time off the clock and win a classic.
Long on the way out, Grundy with the intercept mark. He's going to pump it back inside. No real direction about it. Barras first access. McDonald wears him close. Had to release and did. Impey got trapped with a footy by Papley. Up to Hardwick. Oh, the kick wasn't a great decision. Lloyd in front. Didn't complete the mark with Sicily bearing down. Ginnivan on hands and knees fighting. Umpires just waving play on. It got knocked out the side and it'll be thrown in. 35 around from the Sydney goal.
I'm going to go tonight. An extra 2 or 3 seconds to around the ball, the umpire.
I think so, compared to the first 2 weeks of football that we've seen. They've got some dangerous players in dangerous positions here, the Swans. They're just hanging in the corridor away from the congestion.
They need 2 goals to steal the game they own for a good best part of a half. Ginnivan plays for the high free. Could have been ball. He's got it. Yep. And, gee, the umpire says...
Well, the umpire down in the pocket, he got a good look at it and recognised he took evasive action.
Warner on the run. And he kicks it out of bounds on the full. That had to be ball against Ginnivan, didn't it?
Led with his head playing.
Yeah, it's one of those umpire froze moments.
Sagged at the knees, dropped at the knees and went for the shrug, I suppose you'd term it. And that's considered his pro. I think he was very fortunate there.
Inside the final 3 minutes. Ginnivan at the restart kicks it long. Roberts up to mark. So the Swans are repelling. Pushing hard inside 50. Lloyd to full forward. Defensive spoil made again by Barras. Ground ball to be won. Ward went backwards a long way. Ginnivan right against the boundary. Kept it alive to Weddle. Tossed it outside the defensive 50. It wobbles in the air and is well spoiled by Lewis out over the boundary. It's the sort of punch that could prove the game-sealing moment for Loctite adhesives beyond the bond. 2.5 left. Hawks by 11.
Go into their activation mode now. Hawthorn to save the game. Sydney to win the game.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-man forward line, Hawthorn now.
Grundy with the flick to the back. McInerney caught. Dispossessed. Sheldrick tried to go off the deck. He ricochets to Chad Warner. They need a hero in a hurry and they don't get one here. The Swans, his short pass is marked by Ward. He goes wide to Newcomb. He goes wide to McDonald. They're owning possession. We're inside 2 minutes now to full time and they lead by 11.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Oh, McDonald sinks the slipper into it long down the wing. Malikan flew. Lewis made the spoil. They're getting ground ball to be hunted. Swans get it going their way. Lloyd to Blakey inside the 50. Curno's wrong-footed. Barras has towelled him up. Takes the intercept mark. Spreads it out to Battle. Hawks get their numbers to the Warn side. Short to Sicily. Eat some seconds off the clock. Sicily pumps it out to halfback, very close to the boundary, and off hands, over it goes.
That long 3.5 second hang time ball inside the Sydney Swans forward line has not worked for them on any occasion.
1:17 left. Ball back into play. 1:16, 1:15. Swans need 2 goals in a hurry, and they don't get a chance to pounce on it here. It's knocked back out of play. Been a great game, seesawing contest. Both teams have had shares of the lead. Sydney's owned the lead for the majority of the game, but Hawthorn owning it when it counts. 93-82, they lead by 11. 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Clock ticking again. Grundy thumps it forward, knocks it into the path of McInerney, but he can't pounce. And we'll get a ball in. 50 from Sydney's goal, and we're down to pretty much 60 seconds of game time left.
They've given up to 10 possessions this quarter, 3 score involvements. 4 contested possessions.
Swans have been pushing hard at half forward, but getting turned away each time. Mills tried to get it to Grundy. Newcombe got in the way. Ward with a clearing kick close to the boundary. It skips over, so by the lasso, it's coming back Sydney's way.
Must score from this thrust if there to be any chance. Leave themselves about 20 seconds.
Wicks takes off, blasts it up inside. McCartan's gone forward, big fly. Papley got caught high. No whistle. You have to be paying that, I'm afraid. It's a holding the ball call going Hawthorn's way. And it's going to be Meek's ball as the Hawks will be able to run it down.
James Sicily walks over to Tom Papley. I think he said to him about the ducking rule.
Was it a free kick or not? It was in the replay.
Well, he did lower himself, but I don't think the tackler, being Lloyd Meek, was all that great at getting low himself.
So Milliken can't mark it. The seconds tick down, and the Wizard can land the knockout blow. Has the bounce on the wing. No one to go to. Wants the 1-2 with Moore. Moore's got it. Give it back to the Wizard. Give it back to the Wiz. And he marks on the boundary. 48 metres
bring
out.
him back here. He
and
might
50.
bring him back.
It is over. Hawthorn will win. And the Wizard with a big smile on his face.
Gave him some afters, but it's not enough for a 50. Such a penalty to 50. It's not enough for that. But he didn't have to dump him. That's probably more in frustration.
From the goal line, had a little bit of a issue with his buttock or his hamstring earlier. Sent a scare through the camp, did the Wizard. But this for the finishing touch. On the siren, massive roar from the Hawthorn fans. The Wizard with the cherry on top. Fantastic win by the Hawks. Been great to have you company on AFL Nation for the 420 Traveller. This final turn for Mate, Internet and Mobile. Soak it in, Hawk fans. 82-99. Hawthorn 14-15. Swans 13-4.
Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come up, may you find us riding. Teamwork is the thing that calls. One for all and all for one, the way we play at home. We are the mighty Hawks.
Our experts for Power Bay, Quality Solar Solutions, Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson.
Well, it was an entertaining game, Derm. We saw 2 slightly different systems. Not in the first quarter, though. We saw just an out-and-out attacking, see who can do this better. And I think Hawthorn adapted quite well. Obviously, they weren't happy with how that game was trending. So play Weddle behind the play, test out. We'll give you your Blakey free, and we'll have Weddle. We'll stop your overlap handball with our pressing game. Play to your strengths. I thought the Sydney forwards were well held. The key forwards are just so poor for Sydney after the first 15 minutes, and whether it was the delivery or just inability to compete in the air.
They were a bit hamstrung, weren't they? Insofar that in the last few minutes, every time Hawthorn put one back, so Weddle goes back, then Blakey ran forward to match him up, then Hawthorn pushed another back, then they manned him up. So it was an overcrowded forward line in a forward end that could not take a mark from a 55-metre bomb, and it ended up being more congested. So it was self-fulfilling that they weren't going to mark anything that hung in the air for that usual 3.5-4 seconds, and it made it more difficult for them to mark. I think they were pretty brave. I like the way they played, but clearly they would have been benefited immensely by 2 players who weren't there, and I think, Hawthorn got them at the right time.
They did. 5-day break as well, but I just thought it was a pretty professional, polished performance from a top 4 side from last year against a refreshed Sydney with slightly new tricks to their game. But, the underbelly of Sydney, I think the question marks will still sit there a little bit. You've got to have some other moves than just the half-back transition game. And, Sydney's, Hawthorn's back line, their back 6 work as a team. They always create a spare.
If they can get pressure on the ball and it gets hoiked in the air, that's what they want.
The move, I suppose the coaching move is putting Weddle behind the play as a 7th defender and just saying, OK, what are you going to do about this Sydney? I thought they waited way too long before they equalised with 4 minutes to go, Derm.
Yeah.
That spare been sitting there for 1.25 quarters. And
And it had benefited the Hawks for 40 minutes, really, hadn't it, before?
I think it stifled Sydney's run and overlap, because when you've got an extra behind the play, you can be a bit brazen with your pressing game. You can really get in the face of the opposition, knowing that as soon as the ball went in the air, Barras and Sicily and these guys just gobbled up everything. And Curno's a bit of a worry for me as well. I know Barras is an A-grader, and he's not going to get a Barras type every week.
When the ball's coming in the air like that, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but, one thing I say, are they everyone wants an intercept marker. So Hawthorn have basically got 4.
Yes.
Sydney, have they got an intercept marker down there? A bloke who actually religiously reads the ball off the boot to float across if they get that one extra, because most of the time that extra was Mills. Well, he's brave and he can mark it, but he doesn't pick it off all the way like any one of those 4 Hawks. And let's be Tom... what's his name down at Geelong is the best at it.
Oh, Tommy Stewart.
Tommy Stewart about Tom McCartan being the guy for Sydney, but
yeah, look, I think I personally feel tonight wasn't the Sydney backs. I thought it was the Sydney forwards that just had no answers to any type of dump ball. That you need to get out kick play where it's hey, you defended us well, we'll cop down the line, we'll either kill it, get out of bounds, or we'll take a contested mark. I don't know how many contested marks Sydney took tonight. I don't think they took one in the forward 50.
So. Whereas on the other hand, I think, and I've been telling people, a lot of Hawthorn people ask me, what does it look like? How does Mitch Lewis get a game? Tonight we saw why Mitch Lewis gets a game. 17 possessions, hit up to the wings, and the big frame, he's 201 centimetres and still yet to hit his straps like he had before both knee injuries. But we got to look at how important he is to the team tonight.
Well, how many times did you also see Chol get his hands on the ball? He could have taken 5 contested marks tonight. He probably took 2 or 3. And then you've got just the luxury of Gunston, who's got, you called it early, he's got all the craft in the world. He wasn't the hit-up lead guy today. He was the crumbing forward that can just wait. Sydney flew and he stayed at ground level. So, yeah, their efficiency was pretty sharp in the front half. You know, they went at 53%. So that is a reflection of defence, whereas Sydney went at 39% efficiency. And in the end, it was the smarter players that got it done for the Hawks.
One caution on this win for the Hawks. We saw Sydney, especially in the first 2.5 quarters, their midfield were able to break away from the Hawks. And the same question that we asked before the start of the season, do they bat deep enough with top-end talent? We know that, but it was on show here again tonight.
Yeah, well, what were the inside 50s in the end, though? Were 55 to 58, Sydney's way. Another thing, uncontested marks. Sydney took 51 uncontested marks. Now, I reckon that they went for a quarter and a couple of years ago where they'd get 51 in a quarter. Yeah. So a distinct change in the way we play. And I think some of the things we can discuss around Sydney is that early days in a new style. Can they keep evolving this to the point where it's sustainable for the whole season? That'll be the next test for them.
I thought Grundy's game was heroic, but in the end, having to literally battle 2 genuine centre square ruckmen, one's a 7-footer, one's 110 kilos, he wasn't able to run and make damaging plays. He was able to fight the fight at the stoppage. He was able to stand under the ball and intercept mark down the line a couple of times. But when Grundy can run forward and expose an immobile ruckman, that's when he's really damaging. I thought they took a fair bit of steam out of him tonight with the 2 ruckman system.
Well, the other piece too is you start to study the ruck craft in the middle. Like I think he got in front of the game a little bit, Grundy, in the pre-season competition, the early games. Now you put a lot of work into Grundy's. Okay, this is what he does in the middle. You step over the line here. You don't step over the line. You jump.
Yep.
You take your space. You do this. You do that, and then suddenly that extra bit of skill gets taken away, and he's left with his around the ground performance.
Not a huge jumper in the middle of the ground, Grundy, but Lloyd Meek's not a jumper yet.
No,
as the game wore on, he jumped over him at the centre square.
And the craft today, the coaching shone through for me, and the craft in the middle.
Absolutely.
Today.
Final score Thursday night footy, Hawthorn 14-15-99 defeat the Sydney Swans 13-4-82. Swans led by 5 points at quarter time, 1 at half time, 11 at 3/4 time. The Hawks win by 17. Gunston kicks 4 goals for Moore, boots 3. Chol kicked 2 with singles to Lewis, Newcomb, Watson, McKenzie and Butler. For Sydney, 3 for Logan McDonald's, 2 for Curnow, and singles to Chad Warner, Grundy, Rosas, Papley, Jordan, McInerney, Amati and Corey Warner. Sydney led it by 20 points halfway through the third quarter. That's when Grundy came off for his rest and the Hawks were able to rest momentum. And really they held momentum for the rest of the game.
Felt like it, didn't it, Gerard? There's glimpses there of Sydney, and they got that 3 goals in a row early in the second, and it looked like they were going to break it away. But I think they just found different ways, the Hawks, and it did start when you mentioned it, the Grundy situation. And we thought before the game, if Sydney were to win, he was going to have to be in one of their better players, and unfortunately just couldn't carry the load.
So if you're sitting in the coach's box next week, you are playing. You're in Sydney's coach's box. Do you look at Laddams to support next week, or do you say Amati again? Hawks theme song.
Hawks theme song.
It's a job well done by Hawthorn. 17-point winners over Sydney, coming from behind at three-quarter time.
And does Brass get the meat tray again? I think he gets pretty close. He's probably my best player, and we'll go through some of the awards later on. But, you know, the Swans get a break now. They looked a little bit tired. 5-day break, lost a couple of soldiers.
I think both they've tracked each other, haven't they?
Hawthorn don't play again until Easter Monday.
Yeah.
And Sydney have a break and then play West Coast over there. So, you know, they both go into the break. The break, it's 3 games. It's ridiculous. But they're both 2-1. I think at the start of the season, if you had said to both those clubs, listen, you're going to be 2-1 with a bit of a spell and most of your list intact, they'd take it. Especially Sydney coming from, they didn't play finals last year, so there's still a little bit of work to do with their identity from my eyes. And I don't think the Curnow thing's working as well as probably all thought earlier on.
7 possessions for Charlie tonight.
You know when you make a contest and you think, well, geez, he could have marked that. Not one. He was lucky to make a contest, not unlucky to not mark it. Whereas the other end, Chol looked like, geez, he's unlucky not to mark that ball. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
The balance of power in
clean
the air.
hands to the ball, even though he dropped it several times, Chol, whereas Charlie didn't really get to it. Unless it was a snap kick forward and he just in the first
fine.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the best back line of the competition, Hawthorn's?
As a 6 to play man-on-man, I think they're very good. They'll be very, very close to it.
Most of them played in that State of Origin game. I think 3 or 4 of them played for the two clubs.
Over the two sides, yeah.
And they're built off defence as much as they've got some exciting half-forwards and, midfield that can compete. But I think their back 6 and the way they defend as a unit.
Did James Sicily play in that? I don't think he played in the State of Origin, did he? He's probably 2 years too late, isn't he?
Yeah.
To get a game in that.
Who played? Hardwick played. Barras played. And Battle played. I mean, 3 out of your back 6 play State of Origin. So
I think they're heavily reliant to make the ball move away from them with the 2 Amon and
Impey.
Impey, yeah. Well, Scrimshaw's, he's a left-footed James Sicily, really. Same sort of height, size.
All right, we're going to head down into the rooms here. Temper, sleep well, player wins a Temper pillow. A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. John Donohoe has Jack Gunston.
Thanks, Gerard. We do. 4 goals tonight, Jack. You trailed at every break, but you rallied in the last quarter. It was a great team effort tonight.
Yeah, it was a strange old game. We came in at half-time and we felt like we had a lot of control. We just weren't capitalising. And they're a quality team. They've got a great defensive system, and we knew it was going to be a grind. And we wore them down. We're a bit inaccurate, but it was nice to get the job done.
Jack, Dermott, Brereton here. Well done, mate. 4-4. When was the last time you kicked as many points as goals?
I don't know. I'm going to be dwelling on those for the next 18 days till our next game, that's for sure. But it's all those quick snaps that I need to practice. I do a lot of set shot stuff, but look, it's nice to hit the scoreboard, but it was also nice for a lot of the other guys. I saw Marbior, Mitch Lewis, and a lot of the smalls. We want to make sure we got multiple options, and I thought tonight we had a few.
It's all right. You've only got to get 4 a week. 87 to go. 87 to go, Jack.
We need to cut this out. Gaz has put a bit of pressure on me.
Hey, a couple of things on that. I've noticed, even taking into account the State of Origin game, in these first, what have we played now, 3, and the State of Origin 4 games, it looks like you've had more snaps at goal in the first 4 games you've played this season than a whole season put together. Why do you reckon that's so?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to stay dangerous, stay lively, and look, I guess the snaps come about because the big boys are flying at the contest and bringing it to ground if they're not marking it. So we want to limit teams mark off Oppo boot, and the boys do that well, and just try and get dangerous where I can.
As you know, from several years ago, I told a lot of Hawthorn people who asked me, the best version of Hawthorn has Mitch Lewis in it and playing well. We got a glimpse, we got a shot of that tonight.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, and he's playing a real selfless role at times. You've got to go up between the arcs, you've got to be a link player, and you're not always going to be able to be in a position to hit the scoreboard. So he took his opportunities tonight. He kicked a crucial goal late, and he's a valuable asset to our team. And look, we're going to keep changing up options up forward and who's deep and who's playing high. And the best Mitch Lewis, as you said, is in our team.
Jack, it's Adam Simpson here, mate. I thought you were done 6 years ago. Actually, it was 12 years ago when I was at Hawthorn. I thought, he's got 1 or 2 years left.
Thanks, mate.
He's just going to wind it up. What happened after half-time? And from a coaching point of view, it looked like Whateley went behind the players forward, and you guys were happy to deal with a spare in your own front half. Talk us through that.
Yeah, we were. We wanted to just control the ball a bit more. Obviously, I said they're a really strong defensive system, so if we could change the angles, get some uncontested marks, move the ball with the extra number behind it, it was up to us forwards to fight against one extra and bring it to ground. And as I said, we weren't hitting the scoreboard as much as we would have liked, but we were able to lock it in our forward 50, and we knew just by the weight of numbers, we'd slowly get in front.
And what's the feeling like in the first quarter when there's 11 goals kicked and it's just a shootout? Are you going, let's just bring this on for the whole game, or are you thinking to yourself, geez, this is going to slow up at some stage?
Oh, well, I'm down the other end getting pretty annoyed. Look, the thing I hate as a forward is when we kick a goal and then the opposition kick one straight away. So, look, I like free-flowing footy. I'm all for a shootout, but we're able to control it a lot more, and really our back line stood up. Like when Tom Barrass jumps and marks the ball, it reminds me of Brian Lake back in the day. You can just start rebounding as soon as he jumps.
And have you noticed the new rules? Has that brought on some different feeling out on the ground, or you just think that's the way the game's evolving really in the year?
Yeah, look, it's definitely a lot quicker, and the guys that are constantly switched on and not ball watching are going to be rewarded. And it's a matter of like 120 minutes. You've got to stay in the game the whole time, and if you do, as you saw tonight, we probably did for longer.
Hey, Jack, what does a 16, 17, 18-day break look like for you?
Yeah, well, for me, I'm getting old, Derm. I need to make sure I'm moving. So I'm going to keep active, keep on the bike and keep moving. But we've got a few days off now, which is nice, and we're not back until Tuesday. And it's obviously going to be a bit of a strange situation. But look, normally, historically, it's a long wait to Easter Monday, so it's only a bit extra.
Jack, we marvel at your intellectual property with football and how to play. I loved how you engaged Rampy with no real intention of fighting the fight, but just to get him flat-footed and led away from him. Are you a studier of football? Do you study other games, other players, or is it all a quick process of thinking as a forward and comes naturally?
Yeah, no, I'm always watching my opposition. I'll watch the previous week. I'll sort of roughly know who I'm going to get each week, having been around for a while, and then I want to play to my strengths. So I obviously don't want to get in a wrestle, and I'm not a big contested marker, so I've got to be on the move. I've got to be moving around, got to be active, whether I'm in front, behind, and I'll just try and play games out there. I want to keep my defender guessing and keep them thinking, and the moment I'm not moving, I'm easy to play on.
Jack, great to have you with us. Congratulations. We'll see you on Easter Monday.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well played. Jack Gunston, 4 goals, 4, and the decisive snap which settled the game in the Hawks' favour. A great night's sleep Night after night after night, that is the difference. The difference is temper. The Hawks celebrating their second win of the season for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. We'll get Dermott, Brereton and Adam Simpson to go through the categories to tell you the story of the game. They'll cast their votes and then we will open the lines for you on 1300 736 736. That's all ahead on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
Did you know when you purchase 6 or more bottles of wine here at Liquorland, you'll save a massive 10% off the total cost just by scanning your flybys? It's never been easier to stock up and save on our great range of wine. Scan your flybys at Liquorland and collect points to get more rewards, holidays and money off your shop with us. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Bring footy tipping into 2026 with MBX, built by fans for fans, with tipping, content and rewards and $2 million in prizes across both codes this season, including $250 grand for each code's season winner. Get tipping at mberx.com or download the app.
Finals aren't won with the volume down.
They're won in moments that shape the floor.
When the crowd roars and the game answers back.
That's when the building lifts.
Crowds bring it, players answer it.
No volume, no ring.
Gets the drive-by, knocks it down!
Hungry Jacks NBL Finals. Play it louder.
Watch every game live on ESPN.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
As a traditional caring butchery, the Butcher Club source quality produce delivered with exceptional customer service. But it's simply not your average butcher shop. As founding corporate members, the Butcher Club are proud to support the Superheroes Foundation that assists families impacted by brain cancer. Superheroes Foundation helps cover expenses such as medications, travel, childcare, hospital parking, specialist appointments and anything in between, with 100% of proceeds going directly to those in need. Superheroes Foundation and the Butcher Club, helping families affected by brain cancer.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle.
415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Brett Phillips here. The First Serve is your home of tennis each Monday night on SEN in our 18th year.
Barcelona, this tournament of 72 years of history.
Is this as good a time as you can remember in Italian tennis?
Yeah, I think last year was a memorable year. It's difficult to challenge.
Thanks to GLG Green Life Group, keeping your sports grounds in peak condition at glgcorp.com. The First Serve every Monday night, 8 p.m. on 1116 SEN and the SEN app.
Loan Market AFL Survivor 2026 is here. You can only select each team once throughout the season, so pick wisely. Last person standing wins a $10,000 ballpark entertainment voucher thanks to Loan Market. Enter at sensurvivor.com.au. T's and C's apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
AFL AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Thursday night footy has seen Hawthorn 14-15-99 overcome Sydney 13-4-82 from 11 points down at three-quarter time to 17-point victors. Simo and Dermott prepared the categories. I'll give you a quick statistical breakdown team-wise. Hawthorn, 417 disposals to 348. Sydney, 58 inside 50s to 55. The hit-outs, Hawthorn 46 to Sydney's 30. The clearances, Sydney 37 to 35 and 12 to 10 out of the middle. Contested possession, Hawthorn 161 to 135. The turnovers, Sydney 83 to 72. The intercepts, Hawthorn 83 to 73. The marks, 101 Hawthorn, 58 Sydney. The contested marks, 11 to 7 in Hawthorn's favour. And the marks inside 50, 13 to 4 in Hawthorn's favour. The tackles, Sydney 66 to 62. And the free kick count was running Hawthorn's way to the tune of 27 to 16. The most flexible player for Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt, the flexible oral sheep lice treatment.
Well, it's probably going to be Whateley, Gerard. He has been thrown around a lot in the last 2 to 3 years, but today I think it was a deliberate ploy to play him down back after half-time as a strategic move to stop Sydney's slingshot. So we'll give it to him.
The tackler of the game for Bark Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Well, the highest tackle number went to Rowbottom, who laid 11, which is sort of par for him. He's a tackling machine.
He missed one though, didn't he?
I'm still gobsmacked. He missed a tackle he would lay in his sleep. In fact, blindfolded in his sleep in the first quarter.
Blindfolded in his sleep.
I haven't seen
dark.
It's real dark. I haven't seen him miss one like that in Everness.
Okay. Write that down.
Right, yeah, I'm going to keep that one. The growth player for Nutrient Water, your irrigation, pump and filtration specialists.
Well, we spoke about this because these two young players, they don't feel like they're young, but Watson and Weddle, they're both 21 years old. So as much as there's been some experience that's come into the side in the last 4 or 5 years, it's really held down the fort. This youth that's coming through is really starting to hold their own. So
Watson, 45 games, Weddle, 62.
Yeah,
he might have come the draft before, I think, Josh Weddle. Hawthorn, that was the one Hawthorn traded up to get Weddle, but Watson has got a little... I'm not calling him Cyril, so don't
you did
call
3
him.
times during the call.
What I do is I just look at him now and expect him to do something completely out of the ordinary. And the only other player I've seen in a Hawthorn jumper that I had that feeling is the great Cyril Rioli.
Yep, that's not a bad comparison.
Game sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond.
Happy Jack in the final quarter. Big Lewis just contested the ball. It fell to the side. His body was pushing it, and Jack Gunston knew that he didn't have to fly. His opponent went in to try and contest, so he was an extra at ground level, just clever as could be, and laid the snap across his
How
body.
old is Jack Gunston?
100.
Honestly, I was at Hawthorn in 2013, and he was a mature age player.
He's 34.
34. He mustn't have been mature age.
I'd been retired for 5 years by 34.
That's so this new rotation on the bench, and makes you wonder how long he's going to last for. He's still very prominent with their front half.
How old were you when you retired?
33, but I wasn't kicking. I wasn't having 8 shots. So yeah, look, it was he was the game sealer tonight, but it's he just hasn't dropped off at all, which is fantastic to see, and he's such a nice guy.
286th game tonight
for Jack
Gunston.
Okay, well, we've got a bit of work to do then.
Loctite adhesives beyond the bond. Very nice. The player who ran the most kilometres tonight, OMF, better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture. Jai Sarong ran 16 Ks.
Started off well. Started off very well. He's had
capable.
2 pretty good games for Sydney in opening round and round 1.
For a discard, absolutely.
Yeah, but he's playing on the wing now, and Hawthorn never tried him there. They've tried him as a key forward, a third-string key forward, a second-string defensive backman. didn't work out, but he's actually a better athlete, I think, than Hawthorn. Would look at him in these opening 3 games that Sydney have played, and Hawthorn think, well, we didn't realise he could cover the ground that well, and he's making a real good fist of it, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, he got 18 disposals, 16 Ks. I hate it when they're the wrong side of that equation. He just got the right side of it. Unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise.
Well, it's the first quarter. It just... unbelievable, really. The 11 goals, the shootout nature, and the way. There wasn't just a front half game. It was back half transition, up and back, and they almost went the whole quarter in 5th gear, which was great. It was so good to see. If the game went for 40 minutes, you probably almost get the same score as you got for a full game. So really pleasing to see that teams can come out and play like that. I think it's exciting for everyone, and everyone would have had a really entertaining first quarter, and it was close still.
I was hoping we were going to get a 40-goal game there at quarter time.
I've gone out on a little bit of a limb, Derm, that I think the game might settle a little bit. So I must admit, when it's both teams under 100 points, sort of, the coaches intervened. That's what we wanted to see.
They just get sick of scoring eventually, don't they?
Yeah,
Whether it's in-game, Gerard, or in-season, there comes a point when they go, that's enough.
Yep. Well, you've had too much fun. It's time to get, And
I let you have half an hour.
Did
we're doing it my way from here.
Yeah. The only thing they don't say is, look what you've gone and done now.
Did you get it out of your system? All right. Now we're doing this.
So, to all honesty, I didn't see Dean do a lot of things in the box, and I saw Sam do multiple things to try and curtail. I don't really want to do this all day. And in the end, I think those moves were pretty important to the end result.
The votes. Go 1 up to 3, please, Simo.
I'm hoping you got Mitch Lewis in there, did you?
No, I didn't get Mitch Lewis. I don't think that good. Jeez. Pumping him up a bit, Sam.
This is why I do. I said you do the votes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not that good at it either. So anyway, I gave Newcombe 1. I just thought like you said, his first quarter only had the 3 touch. I don't think the ping pong game suits Newcombe. I think he likes the down and dirty game. I think he'll stand up in big games, especially as it gets towards the back end of the year. So he's had 31 possessions, 12 contested possessions, 3 inside 57 score involvements, and 9 clearances. So
he does like an open game, but he likes to tear from traffic in an open game once he gets to the outside. So
gave 2 to Gunston. What's he kicked in the end?
4-4.
4-4. So 8 shots a goal. He's the difference maker, really, in the end. He kicks goals when you need them. Yeah. More importantly, he doesn't get those cheapies at the end or early. He gets them when you need them. And 3 to my old mate Tom Barras, who learned everything he knows at West Coast.
Oh, really? You've gone. Oh, come on.
That's what we breed over there.
Come on.
And what a revelation he was tonight. I didn't see him get beaten once tonight. And he started on Amati and then he went to Curnow, and I think he just plays on the deepest. I don't think he cares who it is. I think I had a bit of a system there where Battle he might play in the more dynamic player at stages, but the system provides support, but also, hey, when you've got to get it done one-on-one, just do your job. And I thought he did that tonight in a tremendous way. So he gets the 3 in the... Where's the meat tray? Was that a Foxtel thing?
Fox, yeah.
Right.
I think it is. Okay. 3 to Barras, 2 to Gunston, 1 to Newcombe. And the fact that Tom Barras gets the 3 votes, just give us a closing thought on Charlie Curnow 3 games into his Sydney career.
I think Charlie likes hectic ball coming down, but not against a Tom Barras. I don't think he likes a lot of hang time on it. And if he does, one thing I'd say about Charlie at the moment, every time he's leading for the ball, maybe he doesn't understand his teammates that well at the moment, but every lead for him is a straight lead. He's on railway tracks. So if somebody like Tom Barras can chase him on the railway tracks and have a straight run behind him, he's going to like it. You think about Gunston. He runs squiggles. He runs little angles. So he is not as quick as Charlie, but he's able to get separation by a little bit of knowledge and craft. Charlie's running straight lines, and he probably needs to understand the capabilities of his teammates a little bit longer before he really clicks into gear.
One thing's for certain, he's nobody. It's just because the big dogs going to Sydney over the years have been the marquee players. He doesn't look to me to be in that category. He's a good player. He's won a Coleman. He's always earned a Coleman.
I'm a huge rap for him.
And I think he's going to not play in Barras every week. But I think when the big dogs play against each other, he's going to need some pretty good service to kick multiple goals.
I think he's a stunning player when it goes right for him. And because he's got dual ways of beating a backman. He's very good on the ground, and he's capable in the air. And we saw some forward craft from him in the goal square. I thought was really clever.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I didn't see him. You call about change-ups. He didn't do much. He tried the same philosophy against his opponent tonight every time the ball came forward. Sometimes you've got to say, I'm not beating him this way. What's my next move?
I wonder if he missed Hanny too, because he didn't get up high as I thought he did in the last few weeks and mix up the high and deep piece. It was sort of, hey, can you just get the job done for us? And unfortunately, he just couldn't win his one-on-ones.
Yeah.
All right, that is the closing word from Adam Simpson and Dermott Brereton, and that opens the lines for you. 1300 736 736 to have your say after the Hawks' 17-point win over the Swans. Both teams now 2-1. Time for our final break for Bendix. When it comes to breaking, Bendix are the best. Put your foot down with confidence with Bendix. John Donoghue coming up with your calls. 1300 736 736.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Loan Market AFL Survivor 2026 is now open. Last person standing wins a $10,000 ballpark entertainment voucher thanks to Loan Market. To make it yours, enter at sensurvivor.com.au. Entries close at the start of round 3. T's and C's apply.
Hot pastrami, a crispy schnitzel, homemade coleslaw, thinly sliced smoked brisket, all piled high on a New York-style bagel. Sound good? Well, come into Lenny's Fine Foods, 636 Inkerman Road, North Caulfield. And if you want something to take home for dinner, there's a huge range of meals and soups to choose from as well. Want to check out what's cooking? Just go to our socials. Lenny's Fine Foods, a great place to eat and not a bad place to talk footy either. Open 7 days a week.
Melbourne, rugby league is built for everyone. It's multicultural round and nothing hits harder than watching a Melbourne Storm game at Amy Park. And this Friday, your Melbourne Storm takes on the reigning premiers, the Brisbane Broncos. It's sure to be an epic grand final rematch. So get down to Amy Park this Friday to watch Storm take on the Broncos, kick off 8 p.m. Multicultural round is built for everyone, so don't miss out. Tickets selling fast at Ticketek.
Audio has the power to light a fire in you. It also has the power to literally put one out. You've just heard it. Now see it at Commercial Radio and Audio, CRA.au.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Lush beer garden, classic pub fare including steak night, trivia nights and a Sunday roast special? Sounds like the Flying Duck in Paran, where gastropub meets a neighbourhood local favourite. Think good pub vibes inside at the public bar, the spacious 84-seat open-plan dining room and 40-seat private dining room, or sunny vibes while enjoying the sprawling beer garden. Make the Flying Duck in Paran your local favourite. Drop in at 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
March into Kia for an incredible finance deal on in-stock new and demo Tasman X Series models with Kia Finance. Approved ABN holders can get to work sooner with a 1.99 per annum interest rate. That's serious value on serious capability. Visit your nearest Kia dealership and test drive your Tasman today. Minimum $10,000 deposit, maximum finance amount $80,000. Maximum term 36 months and 31st of March. T's and C's, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Hyundai Capital Australia Proprietary Limited. Australian credit licence 554051. Offer extended.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We'll be back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Oh, won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game?
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Loan Market AFL Survivor 2026 is here. You can only select each team once throughout the season, so pick wisely. Last person standing wins a $10,000 ballpark entertainment voucher thanks to Loan Market. Enter at sensurvivor.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
AFL Nation from the MCG for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. 1300 736 736. It was the Hawks by 17 points over the Swans in what was a pretty good game of footy on a Thursday night. We're opening up the lines. We've got you right through until midnight tonight. Is it right that these two teams go on a bye now? Both teams 2-1. The Swans obviously winning their first two games at the SCG. They head to the MCG and they lose this one tonight. The Hawks finding their mojo again. So they're up to fourth on the ladder. The Swans drop to third. 1300 736 736 04 33 98 11 16. We've got time to take your calls before we head up to the top of the hour. Hawthorn 14 15 99 to Sydney 13 4 82. John Donohoe with you. Yes, they are. There's Dermott Brereton. He's stuck around. You can stay with me till midnight if you want, Derm. Great to have Derm always in the commentary box. Jack Gunston with 4 goals, 4. So his tally going along nicely. Dylan Moore with 3 goals and Marbior Chol with 2 as well. From a possession perspective, Jai Newcomb 31 disposals, Callum Mills 29 and Chad Warner with 27. Hawthorn trailed at every break in this game. They trailed by a point at half-time, and it was a pretty good contest to that point. The first quarter was fast. It was frenetic. The second quarter only yielded a goal each. The third quarter, though, it was when the real action happened. Sydney kicked 5 goals to Hawthorn's 3. And the Hawks were able to rally in the last quarter and boot 3 goals to 1 before running over the top of the Swans. So your takeaways from that, the Hawks finding a little bit of their groove, a slow start to get into their campaign this year with that loss to the Giants up there in Sydney. And now they get on an 18-day break before their game on Easter Monday in a couple of weeks' time. So you heard Jack Gunston in the post-game say that he'll be on the bike. They'll be back on Tuesday. So no rest for a few of them, but I'm sure a couple of them will get away. Is it right already that we've got 4 teams on a bye? We've got 4 teams on a bye this week in Brisbane, Carlton, Collingwood and Geelong. 4 teams on a bye next week. Hawthorn, Sydney, Bulldogs and the Suns. Just doesn't feel right at this point in time. Your thoughts, your observations, anything you want to put on the agenda, you're more than welcome to. 1300 736 736. Let's kick it off with Alan on the road. He's a big Hawks man. He wants to take the new ball. G'day, Al.
G'day, guys. G'day, Dermott. I just got a query. I just want to know if it just looked that way from the game or was it just seen on TV as well. I find the Ambrosio is not really putting in, and also Lewis, I guess it's his role to mark the ball between the arcs, but he doesn't body on body really well. Dermott, do you know if he's got an issue with that, or he's just a lead up and jump at the ball mark? Because he gets pushed on the ball too easily.
Well, Al, Derm's just left. He's just walked out of the box. I know you had that question for him. He's asking you about Massimo D'Ambrosio, Derm. So Derm's just left. There you go. I hope you heard that in the background. He's a beautiful kick, he said. There was one there was one time where he got the ball at centre half forward and just wheeled onto his left and precisely put it in a bucket for the forward. It might have been Gunston who was leading out, but I thought his footwork was pretty good tonight. They were pretty slick, the Hawks. They put it right up to the Swans. The Swans came out of the gates quickly, and then I reckon the Hawks were able to settle themselves into the game. Sydney kicked accurately and the Hawks didn't, and still managed to get the job done in this game. So I think the foot skills of Hawthorn were pretty good, all around the ground. And I think Massimo D'Ambrosio was largely a part of that. He's a pretty good ball user generally. So I reckon he's pretty handy for them. Al, anything else before we head to the break from your Hawks perspective?
No, my friend here, DJ Shine, wants to say hello. He's a very famous DJ in the Iranian community. Thanks, mate.
Beautiful.
And thanks for the talking to us. Have a good night, buddy.
No worries. Big shout out to his DJ friend there. Dylan Moore was great tonight. 22 disposals. Been a big couple of weeks for Dylan Moore. 3 goals, 1 as well. So a lot to like from a Hawthorn perspective. Jai Newcomb, as we mentioned, 31 disposals and a goal. So they found their groove a little bit, the Hawks, starting to really step up. It was just a slow start into things in opening round against the Giants, and it looked like maybe they were being found out. No Will Day. They're pretty healthy largely apart from Will Day. So maybe they've just found the formula that works for them. Their forward line was pretty dynamic tonight with Gunston and Watson, Ginnivan, Chol was flying all over the place, and then they get good output from Meek when he goes down there as well. Meek and Reeves were in off the bench throughout the night. So it was a pretty good performance, pretty good showing from a Hawks perspective overall. This one off the text before we head to the break. Hey boys, furious Swans fan Owen from Blackburn here. Loved the coverage. Just wanted to say how bad Curnow was. I know he kicked a couple of goals, but he completely lost us the game, letting Barras take God knows how many intercept marks he took. If you're not going to mark him, at least bring him to ground. We had a caller last week on Saturday Night Live saying that Curnow was just a decoy for McDonald and for Amadi to get their hands on the footy. Now, he's a pretty expensive decoy. 2 goals tonight. Logan McDonald was brilliant. He kicked 3 goals for the Swans. But yeah, he's probably not down. He's probably not. He doesn't have the output that we would expect from a Charlie Curnow of the last couple of years. So yeah, he's just easing his way into things at the moment. And good one off the text here from Adam. If Goulden or Heaney play, I reckon the Swans win. Just a little bit more polish through the middle of the ground maybe for the Swans. It might have helped them. Goulden out for 4 months. Heaney, well, who knows? He might be back after the bye. Get on the line now, 1300 736 736. We're going to open the phone lines.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
The all-new
new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
Do you like beer? Do you like golf? Then you'll probably like the Cooper's Mild Ale inaugural Cooper Pedy Classic. Win at Cooper Pedy, the world's roughest course, and you and a mate will score a trip to play at some of the world's finest in Scotland, the birthplace of golf. To enter, just buy any Cooper's Mild Ale. You don't have to be a pro, you just have to buy a beer. T's and C's apply. Visit coopers.com.au.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me weekly for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, sponsored by 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Red Energy has plans to suit every household and an award-winning Aussie-based customer service team. Make the switch today and visit redenergy.com.au.
It's tea time, Dusty. I know. I'm in the Future Golf app, booking a tea time right now. No, not that tea time, mate. It's tea time on SEN with you and I.
Don't miss Future Golf's Tea Time on SEN tonight at 5:55pm. Hear about Miles Fitzner's journey as he explores the huge variety of courses and Future Golf membership offers. Joined by Dusty from Future Golf. They chat courses, events and all things happening at your local track. Download the Future Golf app and book a tea time now.
Ad breaks during the footy? Give that a miss. And get every game of every round of the 2026 AFL season live and on demand in 4K with no ad breaks during play. Don't miss a thing with KO Sports.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high-voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. For 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Great to have your company here from the MCG. The Hawks victorious by 17 points in this round 2 clash. 14-15, 99 to 13-4, 82. The Swans' unbeaten start to the season is over, and the Hawks and the Swans head into a bye now. So games on Easter Monday and the Easter weekend for both these teams. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. John Donohoe with you right up until midnight tonight, taking your calls on the open line. AFL Nation brought to you by 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. You can text us 0433 98 11 16 as well. Hey guys, loyal 50-year Swans fan here, Jason from Upper North Blaggy. Just wanted to express how appalled I am at the effort tonight. I've sunk a few, which is great. I'm ready to give the boys a proper rip. Good on you. I love the passion. Especially after a couple of beers, and drink responsibly, as always. Matt said it literally took Hawthorn 3.5 quarters to run over a side off a 5-day break and had to travel. Wouldn't be getting too excited about Hawthorn just yet. Think the Swans have a lot more upside. Matt from Clyde. Yeah, well, if that's how certain people feel, I think there's merit in it, certainly. But I think the Swans were right in this game, and I think the Hawks were pretty impressive late to be able to hold their nerve and to hit the lead late. I think it was pretty impressive. But anyway, over to the calls. We've got a heap of them on the line, so keep your calls coming. 1300 736 736. We might bring in a special guest a little bit later on in the program. Eddie Corns will join us as well, and maybe one or two others. Aaron in Greenvale, you can kick us off on the open line. G'day, Aaron.
G'day, mate. Just wanted to quickly touch on just that last... look, I'm not someone to blame the umpires ever. I think the Swans did pretty good in holding it to a tight game tonight. But just that, pivotal moment when Scrimshaw got his hands in that marking contest late in the fourth quarter in Sydney's forward 50, and the umpire calling it 50 after obviously Scrimshaw had a few words to say. Why are we always putting our players in the spotlight and finding them for such things? But, the umpires are never put in the spotlight for pivotal moments and important things like that. So do you think that, potentially the umpires should at least be in somewhat way penalised?
Not really. I think the umpires, we do keep the umpires pretty accountable, and they have coaches that keep them accountable. I think it's a bit like selection in the AFL. The fact that if you have a bad week, you might miss out, or you might get drawn on a Sunday afternoon at 4:40 instead of a prime time game on a Thursday or Friday night. I think they keep themselves accountable internally. I get what you're meaning. I think there should be and I think Kane's thrown this out on the agenda a couple of times, that there maybe should be a once a week or once a fortnight press conference from the head of the umpires saying, oh, look, we got this wrong, or we did this, we want to try this is how it's all going, yada, 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 and give an update of how the game is being umpired. But again, they're the easiest targets in the world, umpires, because, well, fans need someone to yell at and blame about their team and the way that a game has been adjudicated. And umpires the four umpires that are out there are the easiest targets because, well, they're neutral and they're in the middle, and no one supports the umpires. So I think accountability, yeah, to an extent we can keep them accountable, but I don't think that there needs to be a royal commission or anything about the state of umpiring. I think it's been reasonable. I think we're going to see different variations of adjudications of the rules, especially the new rules, across the year, and each umpire is going to be different. So who knows, Aaron? Appreciate your call. We'll agree to disagree on that one. Gary's in Geelong up next. G'day, Gaz.
Yeah, there you go.
Good. Go ahead.
I'm a bit upset with a few of the calls tonight. Chad Reid got the ball in his hands. Warren, literally touched his hand. He got touched and he got a free kick against. Happily got his head ripped off. Didn't get a free kick. It's they were umpiring to the crowd, I feel, and also I was at the game. I've been hearing the advertising for that your app can catch up or slow down or whatever. I couldn't get the live feed. It was 12 seconds behind the game, so I couldn't listen to it.
All right. Well, we will look into that. Thank you for letting us know, Gary. Appreciate it. We'll sort that out for the next game, and you can jump back on. Appreciate it, Gary, in Geelong. Rob is on the line next. He wants to talk about Nick the Wizard Watson. G'day, Rob.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Hit us.
Yeah, mate. I'm just calling up. Yeah, I'm a Collingwood fan, but I'm also an AFL lover. Love the game tonight. But I just wanted to touch on, the Newcombe on the Wiz hit. I've been saying all week, I've just written something up, it's not too long, but yeah. I said, I've been saying all week that if you play the Vision of Pendles live, you had no other option but to brace for impact. How often is there friendly fire that's put down as an accident, no one bats an eyelid? So Watson just got cleaned up by his own teammate and not a word is spoken. Swap Guernseys and how many weeks does a Sydney player get for that hit? That's a prime example of how quickly these players are attacking the footy. As Rory Sloane said, the players are sick and tired of the game being made harder for them to play. But tell me, if it was a Sydney player, how many weeks is he looking at? I reckon 2 to 3. And I just reckon that's the prime example, and every footy show should be showing that vision, but they probably won't. I honestly think the AFL don't want players attacking the contest 100%. They want them attacking it at 80% and assessing every contest before committing. Football accidents happen. So what are we trying to achieve by suspending or fining players in these instances? I think it has to be looked at. I've seen comments saying, do the crime, do the time. The good bloke tax isn't fair. And my question is, have the MRP lost touch with the speed of the game, or are they governed by the suspension matrix?
There's a lot in that, Rob. Appreciate it. Are you, just before we let you go, are you suggesting that there should be a rule that you can be suspended for friendly fire?
I'm just saying, everyone's saying, they're putting it on Pendle, saying he shouldn't get away with it because every other player does. What I'm saying is there's football accidents. And
yes, but I think, are you suggesting that because Newcombe hit accidentally his teammate tonight, it needs to be looked at and Newcombe needs to be assessed for potentially a suspension? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's two things that I'm saying. One of them is that player obviously didn't try to take out his own teammate, but had that been a Sydney player, at the end of the game, John Ralph or Zeta or whatever would have been coming out saying he's in big trouble, he's facing 2 to 3 weeks, but instead they said it's friendly fire, nothing to see here. I just see the double standard and I go, you know, what do you expect from these players? Because do you want them to attack the footy because you're going to have accidents, or do you want them not to attack the footy and then the game's dead?
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. I mean, I asked him twice. He was talking about the fact that he wanted the teammates to be assessed for friendly fire and potentially Newcomb suspended, which I think is just silly. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Your valid opinion, as always, with everyone that is calling. Everyone's entitled, but I think that's just silly to think that teammates bumping into each other can be assessed for a suspension. But anyway, good luck to you. Ray is in St Kilda up next. G'day, Ray.
Good, mate. How you going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Bloody great game tonight. It was really good. But I've got two points. The first point is when they, now they don't bounce the ball, they throw it up. Well, if the umpire throws the ball up and it goes to the rider screen, then Brady Grundy got done tonight twice for actually going over the line. Well, if the ball's thrown up and goes to the other side of the line, how's he supposed to contest? So what I mean by that is the AFL's got to get rid of that rule straight away. Because if the ball is thrown up, not bounced, when it bounce and go anywhere, but when they throw it up and if it goes to the other side of the line, well then what's the ruckman doing there if you can't contest the ball? That's my first point. Second point is Wizard Watson, they call him. At the end of the game, he kicked that last goal and he went straight to the Swans cheer squad whatever and did what he did. If I was a Swans player, I would never have shaken his hand. Never. Because I don't think that's right in footy. Now, whether he's copying it from the crowd during the game, okay, but the game's over. No need for that. And my thing is, when Hawthorn got a 3-week break, I'm going to go and watch him train. And I'm going to wear my Swans jumper and watch him train and give him the crap that, he gave us. Because I did that years ago with a guy called Hayden Valentine. Remember Hayden Valentine? Yeah. Played for Fremantle. Everyone hated him. I went to a Carlton game and they were playing Fremantle. I don't follow Carlton, I follow Sydney. But I went to the game and there was a gentleman there with his son. He said, you know what, mate, you've single-handedly, you've changed his game. I was, bloody hope I have. Because the week before when he played us, he was, giving it to us. And I said to the guys, he goes, you know what I love about you, mate? You did not swear at him. You didn't use any swear words at all. I said, no, it's not about getting in his head. Anyways, I just thought that was wrong by Watson. He's a great bloody player. But I just thought, at the end of the game, just take the win. Good on you. Yeah, I don't think it's really,
Yeah, I think he's been a bit like that since his career started. Though he's a bit of he's an agitator. Is Nick Watson? I kind of like it. He's a little bit of out of the box type of guy, gun footballer. We know that, but he likes to feed off the crowd. He likes to get fired up by them, and he likes to fire up the crowd. So I don't mind it as long as he's not saying anything that he shouldn't, or he's not doing anything that he shouldn't. I think it's all part of the gamesmanship of the sport, Ray. I appreciate it, but that's part of the passion. It's part of the passion from the fans as well. So I love it. 0433 98 11 16 1300 736 736. Beth is in Brisbane. I think first ever AFL game for you, Beth.
Hey, John. Yeah, first-time listener, first-time caller, and first time at an AFL game. It was a bloody great game too.
What did you think? Who do you support first? Do you support either of these two teams?
Okay, so yes, I'm from Brisbane, but I was with a couple of Hawks supporters. They've been members for a quarter of a century. So they're really saying that I've got to be a Hawks supporter now, but it's a sticky spot because I've got mates in Brizzy who are obviously Lions supporters. So don't know what I'm going to do, but great game.
So first time to the MCG as well?
Yeah, first time at the MCG.
Nice.
Atmosphere was great.
Yep. You picked a good game to come down for sure.
Oh, yeah. Great game. Gunston, Watson, Chol, they were really putting on a good show.
Beth, I love it. I love the passion, and I appreciate you calling me. How long more are you in Melbourne for? Are you catching any more footy over the weekend?
Yeah, I'm here for the weekend, but won't see any more games. I've got some movies and other fun things to do.
Lovely. Good on you, Beth. I appreciate the call, and it's great to hear that you enjoyed your first outing at the MCG. It was a quality game as well. So have fun for the rest of the weekend and safe travels back up to Brisbane.
Cheers, John. Have a good one.
Good on you, Beth. Passion. I love it. It comes from all corners of the country. Joe in Rowville will take before we head to a very quick break. Hey, Joe.
G'day, Donis. I love it when people ring in and have a go at Nick Watson. I just say to all those people, pick on someone your own size, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
you would have loved watching tonight.
I did. I heard of one of the guys SMS before said that if Errol Gordon and Heaney had been playing, we might have been a different story. But having said that, Donis, if we kicked we might have won by 10 goals.
Good point.
Yeah, and also, Donis, why I got you there, I mean, you're the expert. There's one rule. Can you explain one rule to me, please? Mm-hmm. If a player gets a free kick and the opposition player doesn't throw it back to him on the full, should that be a 50-metre penalty?
Usually...
Or is that rule changed? Because I'm getting to the point about the third quarter when we had a bit of a run on there and Ginnivan got a free kick. And not only did the Sydney player not give it to him on the full, he actually kicked it away from him. It was 5 metres away from him. So, I mean, that sort of ruined a bit of our momentum. Do you know the point I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think so. But, I don't know whether they've just misadjudicated that one or whether it's I mean, different umpires see it differently. Usually what you're saying is correct. It should be a 50-metre penalty, but, on this occasion it wasn't. So, look, I think the umpires more so as well as players are still working out the early season kinks, and it'll all hopefully settle itself down as the season goes on, Joe. We're only into round 2 for the players and the umpires, so they're still they're still working things out on the run. So what are you going to do next week, Joe? No, I think you're gone. I was going to say no footy for them next week, but he's going to have a bye as well. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Beth seems like a ripper, some rare positivity. Go for the Lions, though, Beth, not the Hawks. I agree. Positivity through the roof from Beth, and we love